a new installment of Draw My Life
Mine
with
wasn't for
Emily
real.
about.
Yours was for real. It was amazing. Time for Draw My Life BDD.
Yeah.
I would say the heart and soul of this team. So this is Draw My LCK Life BDD. Kwak BDD Bo Sung debuted mid-spring 2016 on a struggling CJ Entis team. At that time, BDD had already made a big name for himself in solo queue, and at Worlds 2015 Boot Camp Scrims, his debut was highly anticipated alongside his then teammate Ghost. Although BDD had a strong individual debut match, BDD and CJ struggled mightily that year, and BDD was actually subbed out intermittently with Sky in 2016 summer. On Longzhu Gaming, later Kingzone Dragon X, BDD then established himself as a top mid lane talent in the LCK. This is BDD's 5th Worlds appearance, having gone in 2017, 2020, 2021, 2023, and now 2025 on Longzhu, Genji, and KT. This is his first ever finals appearance. Across 6 different organizations, BDD has placed in all spots but 7th, which is a reflection of his many ups and downs throughout his career. Ultimately, BDD's story is definitely one of perseverance. The LCK mid laner, young prodigy turned league staple who's overcome myriad setbacks and is now in the Worlds Finals.
His first ever Worlds Finals, that was beautiful from the both of you. I'm really happy to have two such
I agree, it was
talented
beautiful from the both of us.
Let's go!
You killed it. It's also beautiful from BDD and so interesting because earlier in Worlds, Vetty, we had a discussion about who is the best player to never win Worlds. There's a few of them, but BDD is definitely at the top of the list. He's been, for as long as I can remember, people said he's one of the best, if not the best mid laner in the LCK, but it just never works at Worlds.
Absolutely. It's crazy to me that his last domestic title was 7 years ago. It's been so long since he was able to lift a trophy, and it goes to show the perseverance and dedication this man has had, because for every Faker story, there is a BDD. There is someone that will overshadow your career, and to now see him in this position, to lead a team of young players, it's just, it's admirable and a joy to watch.
I'm glad you brought up the Faker story, because I rewatched BDD's debut before this, and it's so interesting how they're like, you know, this was BDD waiting room. He's debuting today against Kongdu Monster. He just turned 17 yesterday, and they were highlighting all the other debuts. And of course, Faker comes up, Marin comes up, and it's so interesting because even back then we had no idea what kind of player Faker would then become in the year 2025, and the same with BDD.
And it's a story that goes for a lot of them, right? If not for Faker, many of these players might have had a world championship and had the stories, but he's just standing on top of that. We'll talk about it a little later. But how stalwart and how stable BDD has been for KT, I think I can find some similarities in how Owner has been performing for T1 specifically, right? Even when they weren't doing that well.
Absolutely, and I think that is what makes it so impressive about him. People talk a lot about these struggles that T1 has regionally, and some of the players are going up and down. Owner, I do not think, has had those ups and downs. This guy has been so stalwart for the team, always playing at an absolutely elite level throughout the LCK, showing up when it matters most in these international tournaments. And to me, that is why he is really making an argument for being the greatest jungler of all time.
Absolutely. His perseverance over the last few years has been incredible. Remember that when he became the starter for T1, World Semifinals. And ever since then, it's just been World Finals after World Finals after World Finals. And it does just feel that this man is recession-proof.
Invest in him.
Yeah.
He's never going to let you down. Only up and to the right for Owner.
Only up for Owner. I love that. Emily, I mean, so impressive how he's been able to do it also here versus TES, but in general for T1.
Yeah, I feel like Azil highlighted it really well where it felt like certain members of T1 were having ups and downs. Owner was always stable, but then he first-time Mundo on stage, which I think is like just the epitome of how he's willing to slot in wherever his team needs him.
It's really a joy to see. I mean, it's terrifying for T1 fans, don't get me wrong. But the fact that they have that much trust in him is phenomenal. And I think we should listen into how much trust they really do have in Owner.
아니 그냥 근데 문도 의식 안 하는 게 맞는 것 같긴 한데.
그러니까 해야 될 것 같은데?
근데 뭘 하든 나올 수는 있어. 너 안 해봤는데 그냥 해?
야 뭐가 빡세? 문도 할 때?
근데 내가 정글링
문도 빡센 건 없어. 어? 빡센 건 없어.
정글링 봐놓긴 했거든
어떡해?
영상.
뱅게 니달리처럼 가야 되는 건가?
문도 그냥 해봐.
그러면은 바톤도 좀 툴이 많아지긴 해.
너무
패기
좋아서.
진짜 쉬워.
문도 하고 너무 안 박으면서 해봐. 그럼 안전하게 해도 되잖아.
그냥 너 파밍 잘하잖아.
W 알려줘.
파밍하고
2는 데미지 강하고.
W가 좀 어려운데 이거 알아야 되는데.
정글링 알려줄게. 칼부 그 6마리 중에 이찍고 1레벨에 그 5마리 맞춰.
이거 뭐 이해했어?
이거는
저거
그냥
들어가서 읽어봐야 돼. 저거 궁? 궁 그냥 적당히 간 보면서 쓰는 거야. 풀피해 쓰면 안 되고. 반피 아래? 반피 조금 아래.
Absolutely insane, because I feel like this also speaks to how comfortable they are as a team, because they've been in these situations, most of them, right? Because even in solo queue, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't let some jungler like ruin my game picking Mundo for the first time, Azale.
I mean, he's not just some jungler, though. That's owner. And, man, I just love seeing how relaxed they are about it, how chill they are about it. Your world's life is on the line. They're like, by the way, there's 6 Raptors. And this is the back-to-back world champion jungler, by the way.
I love that Faker's just like, oh, the W is a little complicated. Owners in there like, are you guys serious? And everyone's like, yeah, man, we trust you. It's all good.
Have you seen those other edits where they just have like the push, and he's just walking through, missing a suitcase, and then just walks off.
As great as it was, I hope he doesn't play Mundo again. It wasn't for me. No, it was not a good showing.
I hope he does. And you know what? I also want Keria to play Nico.
And I think that is a very reasonable desire, because this guy is looking like by far the best Nico in the world. Last week we talked about this play he did against AL, where he had this really cool clone trick to find a really great engage. I want to talk about an amazing play that he did against TES. So let's hop in onto it. This is going to be the Nico right here. We can actually just run this clip. You're going to see TES are retreating back through mid lane. And now keep your eyes on Keria here. So what he is going to do is play around a vision trick that Nico can use. So he's going to turn into a wolf right here. And now, as he crosses through mid lane, we're going to pause this and we're going to actually look at the minimap. So you would think they have full vision of this, but there's nothing there. You do not see it because monsters don't show on the minimap. So TES has no idea what is coming. Now, this gets even better as Keria is going to drop a ward right here for Doran to be able to TP in, and then he's going to throw his clone, and watch Jackie Love. Jackie Love is going to get baited by this clone, thinking he's getting engaged on. He's actually going to Valk out, but the real Keria is right here. He has no Valk. He has no way out. Keria plays this perfectly. He just utilizes every little detail of the champ to his advantage, and I just feel like, add another one to the list. He can't play this either.
It's true. His Bard is also great, but specifically with Keria,
Gotta ban everything.
I often feel when I see Keria playing to the best of his abilities in high-pressure situations, I'm like, is this the best player in the world? Just because of the influence you can have on the games, if you're consistently getting the enemy carry down, Thaddeus, it's very impressive, because he also wasn't too hot at the beginning of the tournament.
I mean, even throughout the year, a lot of question marks were raised about his performance and would he be able to perform at the World Championship. But the conversation always happens with this roster of T1 is that when it's Worlds time, it's Magic time, and all of the players show up. And Keria, I mean, he has been an absolute superstar, especially in the knockout.
Yeah, it's just so fun to watch. And Lord did get a chance to talk to Keria earlier.
I keep on hearing on socials and online that this finals feels like the one in 2022 when the RX made finals. You were one of the favorite teams back then. Do you feel like this finals with KT roster has the same feeling?
Well, KT, of course, they did fantastic job to make it all the way to the finals, but
you know,
I can also say that not many people expected them to be, have this run. So I can see the similarities there. But I want to say back in 2022.
This year
as well, T1 was a challenger as well, so maybe there's also that. But also just looking back at 2022, I was so caught with the fact that I really want this win. I was so thirsty for it. I was obsessed with it. I think I kind of factor into the outcome as well. But this year, I'm different. I'm more like, this is just a part of me chasing my dream. I'm not all about winning the Worlds Finals, the trophy. It's more about, it's one of the paths that I'm taking in order to reach my goal and my dream. So I think that there's a big difference.
Wait, what is his goal and his dream?
Yeah, DRX 2022 was such a formative event for this T1 lineup, but on the other hand, I know that they asked some of the KT players about it, like Dioptum, and he said, I'm very flattered that you would say that there are
Do you guys like the green
DRX,
screen or
but
no
I don't
green
think
screen?
so. We are the first of KT who want to
it's
do
finals.
this in this
We
manner,
gotta
and
be
I
a
think
little
that's
bit
a great
fancy, you know?
point. And for KT as a whole, though, they have improved so much. We've said it a few times already, but this wasn't a team that we would have guessed would make it to the World Final at all.
No, especially, and I want to call out two specific players in Perfect and Peter, where Azael and I are going to go bad play, good play, kind of, talking about some domestic plays. So as we look at the first clip, I specifically picked some quote-unquote bad plays that had to do with team communication overall, right? So here, KT is in kind of a tough spot. They're going to start up this Otacon, as you can already see. Perfect is TPing already a bit late as we run through the clip. The engage actually happens before he even is able to complete his teleport, right? So he's late coming into the back half of this fight, which allows Gen G to respond really, really well to it. And he only hits his Ornn ult onto one person in Keen, and then ends up getting owned by Canyon Skarner right here. So not exactly the front line you would want from your Ornn.
You're just flaming him, Emily. Wow.
No, actually, Keen was flaming him. That was the Rumble. But now we're going to get to see Perfect do some flaming with an incredible Rumble team fight here against Gen G. Eyes on the Rumble. So we can just run the clip. Duro is going to get found out, and that is going to cause a fight to break out. But the positioning from Perfect is incredible in this fight. So Duro is spotted. All of Gen G are pushing up into this area. Look at the equalizer right down the entire Gen G team. Then Ruler and Chovy trying to push up to join. Perfect zones them off into the stasis, and that is not all. Beautiful flash back from Duro as he tried to look for the engage. This was just incredible zone control. You couldn't have had a better team fight than Perfect did right there.
It's true. It was perfect.
I
know you're trying to not say it. Yeah, you were trying to not say it, but I feel
Wonderful.
like...
Why did Betty just slay?
Fantastic. Beautiful.
Yeah, we also can't overstate how people,
Why did he just
how
slay?
much they doubted.
Right,
in the top lane coming in here, but he really had a wonderful tournament. But you said you had two examples?
Yeah, I feel like people also doubted Peter, and this is the second example. It is going to be Peter going up against Hanwha Life. And
Salvation, thank you very
he
much.
ends up,
you guys almost
as
pushed
you
the
see
hype
him
train
at the
so
bottom
early
of
in
your
the
screen
morning.
there, he's going to end up getting
didn't
got
wash my
by
eyes,
HLE, who are actually doing the Drake. He's also, again, as we roll through the
Battle
clip,
cruiser
I tried to pick
operational.
where it seems like it could also be a team decision where they weren't necessarily on the same page, because I think coordination, especially with Peter and Perfect, has been a massive, massive improvement at this tournament.
Now this play, I picked this Renata game because Renata's not that flashy. They had a lot of lane prio, and I want to talk about how Peter used it. We can roll the clip. This was them getting pushed in bot lane, and then he's able to flash onto Canyon, trading flashes here with the jungler, putting the pressure on. Then they go back to bot lane. They get the push once more. Immediately, they make a roam towards mid lane, and he's going to be able to force the flash out of Chovy as well. But that is not all. In the big team fight here that decides the game, Gen G hard engages onto BDD, and then eyes on Peter in the pit. R flash over the wall. Hostile takeover comes through. Docdom pulls him in. He peels perfectly, and I just felt like he played a beautiful game start to finish on the Renata.
And I love that you mentioned how they use that priority, because when we look at how Docdam and Peter played versus Gen G, there was a lot of priority on getting them winning 2 versus 2s in their series. Every time they were able to get that winning 2 versus 2, they were able to get the first dragon, contest the first grubs, and it gave them so much control over the early game, which kind of culminates into this development that we've been seeing from KT.
Look at that guy. How can you not cheer for him?
He's so chilled out. Yeah, you're right. It's a culmination of everything they've worked
Robbie
towards.
with the 5 gets so thank you very much.
One moment that we'd love to see again is that base defense versus Gen G. What a moment.
Let's take a look at it, because I feel like everyone looks at this and they're like, oh my gosh, the Yone play. This is what everyone is already calling this because
how can I get drops? You need to subscribe and give the sub, I believe.
Flash ult combo that's going to come across here. But the important things I do want to call out before we tee up this team fight is Perfect, who's going to get an equalizer through here. Peter, who's going to have a Pop Blossom that follows up. And then later on in the fight, how they play around Zhonya.
Arena back on 50 stream streak.
We'll start it off.
Well, that's
we see the BDD
a lot.
engage is just absolutely insane. You can tell that Gen G are not expecting BDD to go in here. And then the important part here is this, right? Chovy has blown Zhonya's, and this allows a Caitlyn trap to end up right here, which ends up being Chovy's undoing. And then Keen also dies on the back half of this fight because of how they draw Gen G in and set it up. And I thought this tenacity, the way that they played through this team comp in such a clutch moment was awesome to see from KT.
It was, and there were 2 of them, if I remember correctly, right? Also in the mid lane as well, just standing up saying, you shall not pass into our base. You talked about BDD and Cuz there, and I think
hello.
We want to take a closer look at that
with
because
free?
this has been a relationship, a player relationship.
Can I get
in
drops
terms of what
free
they've
with
experienced
subscriptions?
together that has been going for
I don't know,
a
bro.
very long time with ups and downs.
It certainly has. It was their debut back in 2017 where Cuz won his first title alongside BDD. And to see them start
final,
there
baby.
and now here goes to show how long it's been since they've been able to work together and find this level of success.
Feels
It's been a
strange not to be in
beautiful
Korea,
relationship
not to
see
be able to
development.
walk into
and
the
as
other
Emily
room.
mentioned earlier, when we saw it in their highlight moment of winning against Gen G,
to flame
it was
with
those
them.
two immediately turning towards one another, reaching what was a beautiful point.
Yeah, and as we see, they're kind of concurrent timelines, where they've overlapped as teammates, where they haven't. This is the core of this KT lineup. This is what KT Roaster wanted to rebuild around, and now that's finally paying dividends, and they're in the World's Final.
Absolutely beautiful. And now, how could it be any different?
up,
Our
cuz?
featured matchup
What up,
presented by
blood?
Mercedes-Benz. BDD versus Faker.
Woo! There it is.
8 years in the making. For the
8
first
years in
time
the
in
making,
the
baby.
organization's history, BDD will take KT Rolster to the World Finals in our featured matchup presented by
Crazy.
Mercedes-Benz.
Only red versus blue
As with
car.
so many before him, this road has led him to Faker. Since 2017, BDD has been hailed as a part of a new generation of great mid laners. Despite being an incredible player on the teams he has been a part of, the results have not met expectations. But now, at Worlds 2025, KT find themselves in the finals, only dropping a single game
different,
so
bro.
far, and only one more series stands between BDD and lifting the Summoners
BDD is
Cup.
different.
The jump in there, Jojo's going to follow as well.
Mr. Sunshine.
Big though, 3 men
BDD.
with a hot inside. Oh my god. Oh my god, the Mega Inferno bomb of Doom and Ginger. Cannon's going to go into the Guardian Angel. But the Angel's on his shoulder.
Holy
Might be enough.
BDD.
It's sealed from BDD onto the backline. They'll look for Ruler. Keen flashes. Get down, Mr. Ruler. The damage of the perfect as well with a petrifying gaze.
Petrifying
Once
gaze,
again
baby.
from BDD.
Currently the best performing player at the whole World Championship, BDD.
To the wall. KT are going to
Lila.
So the question is it time to get excited?
Damn.
That is the question indeed.
Of course it is.
It is the time to get excited for either person, but also to see Faker, to see if he can do it, if he can add another era to his many eras, and if he can win a 6th World Championship. So I thought it would be nice to take a little walk down memory lane. Faker's era store. We have all the vinyls right here. I want to start with
I
the
think it's
rookie
pretty
era, right?
fake lingering.
Going to Worlds in 2013. That era where we did not know what we were going to see in the decade to come. He came, he saw, he conquered, he won that first World Championship, and he never looked back.
This is my personal favorite Faker era, which is the 2015, kind of going into 2016, right?
2015
this
was
is where
quite a year,
I
man.
really think he blossomed into the absolute
Bang,
best.
bang
This is
into
where
the room.
map play came in. This is where he expanded his champion pool. He was constantly learning new champions, the Lulu, the Azir, to become the best.
And to me, this is a sad era, but I think it's so important to telling Faker's story because you have to think back to these times where he was struggling. How long
Heavyweights
had it
and
been since he
heartbreaks.
won a world championship? After they lost the DRX in the finals, there was a lot of conversation about, is this the end for Faker? Will he ever get another opportunity like this? Will he get this close again? And so it was that struggle that made the current era, I think, so meaningful.
And now we find ourselves in the current Faker era, a moment where many sit with bated breath. Can he do what no one
fix the
has done
streams to
before,
problems? Yeah,
which is win
I'm at home.
3 World Championships in a row?
Justice
We
for
are
Yamato,
witnessing
indeed.
history. We are witnessing legacy right now. The question is, can Faker do what he failed to do in the past?
And it's great to see these eras because, he's been such an icon. And sometimes I think what League of Legends esports has been what it was and what it became if it wasn't for him helping. We can hang our aspirations to him in all his eras.
I mean, the only one to match the GOAT is the GOAT. It is crazy when you look at these 2 different eras of his career, how much success he has had, how much longevity he has had. He now has the 2 most dominant, kind of eras of League of Legends. They're both just him. It's 2 dynasties.
It's crazy. Of course, it's going to be
Oh
an
no!
insane matchup.
Honestly,
in the
I
mid lane
blame the
and everywhere,
broadcast
really, but
guys
we are
for
5
making
minutes away from
NSI
the
and
opening
LCK and
ceremony
all these
presented by
titles seem
MasterCard. And
meaningless.
Before we get into the predictions, please note that the opening ceremony features flashing lights and other effects that that may not be appropriate for photosensitive viewers. But with that,
Yo,
let's
that's
see what
so
the
cool,
fans
Storm
think at home.
Serpent.
They have voted once again at MasterCard GG.
I blame the broadcast.
Usually when T1 is playing, they do call the game for T1. I don't think it's going to be any different, but let's take a look.
The real question is...
Oh,
wow.
So the real question is how many KT fans have also voted for T1? They want to keep that superstition going and they want to keep the faith not to get excited for KT, but we are damn near excited for KT.
Jinx
We
trying to
are
shoot me,
3
bro.
minutes away from seeing the culmination of all those weeks of the World Championship to see which story reigns supreme. So what do we think? What do you all think? And what are you looking forward to?
Well, as a KT fan on the desk, this is not a superstitious prediction. I do think T1 have the edge. My big thing is that it's going to come from these bot lane picks that Vedius touched upon earlier. I think with the way that both of these teams are playing around pushing bot lanes, I've loved Guma bringing out
I want to hear
Jebediah's
justification for KT win.
I think that is where the edge is going to be decided.
And to me, KT have earned their right to be here. It is not a fluke. They have improved so much, and they are an incredible team. It's just unfortunate for them that sitting across for them is the core four to make up the greatest League of Legends dynasty I think we have ever seen. Keria, Owner, Faker, Guma. No one has ever won 3. They are about to here today.
And you'll see that prediction and you might think this must be a meme prediction. And my analyst brain would think so too. But I was in this position 3 years ago when I witnessed DRX versus T1 and I predicted T1 to my own detriment. Because the truth is that the World Championship magic is real. The run that KT have done is what a thing of beauty and a thing of excellence. And I truly do believe that today the pieces will come together and this team will shine like they haven't before.
Of course, Mishenka. I think that's natural. I am the same way. Worlds
so excited to watch KT lift that trophy today.
It's by design amazing.
An unbelievable story.
But I don't think
anyone who's
you should spread the word that's like you've been dominant the whole year if you win here.
The continuation of this dominance, the greatest dynasty ever in T1, or you get to see a beautiful underdog story. No one thought they would be here. They have a chance to be the best in the world today.
Hey, we were there in 2022 when we saw that one Cinderella story coming to fruition, but it is a lot. It is a tall order
guys,
for
are we
anyone
ready?
stepping onto the
Are we
ring
ready?
today. And
It's happening now.
Legacy is earned. There's
That
no
trophy looks
shortcuts
amazing.
or workarounds. There's
Are we
only
ready?
sacrifices, the passion, and the pure drive towards the Summoners Cup. A rare honor attained by an exceptional few. For BDD, it is a decade-long obsession, a longing larger than life, that feeling that he deserves to be the one to lift that trophy. He finally gets his chance at eternal glory today. But in his way stands Faker, a player whose legacy permeates like a sprawling river through the history of
this is my favorite part. This is my favorite part of Worlds. I'm not gonna lie. I love opening ceremonies.
So dear. And today, at the zenith
I
of
love
BDD's
opening
arc,
ceremonies.
he stands before him as the villain, the unkillable Demon King, the greatest of all time for the end of time. It's only poetic, then, that for BDD to fulfill his lifelong goal, he has to go through the protagonist of all of League of Legends. A crownless king versus the greatest to ever do it, looking for his 6th World Championship title, further solidifying a legacy that can never be doubted. Only one will lift the Summoners Cup today. It's time for the opening ceremony, presented by MasterCard.
Sabrina Carpenter. Sabrina Carpenter. All right, there he is. There he is. Tian. Mata. Deft. Caps. Chovy. Travis and Ye. Oh yeah, they were in Japan, bro. They're hanging out with Kato right now. And your legacy, baby. Oh, that was their live. I was on the Analyst S 2018. That was like a crazy opening ceremony. Come on now. Holy, the barrel roll. Are you ready? Azubu, Azubu, Azubu. There he is, shoe shape. Is that Chrissy Costanza? Bro, she's a necromancer. Somebody stop her. She just revived people in the arena. Bro, what if it's a medley? She sings all world songs because it's a celebration of 15. Oh, the drum's gonna be crazy, by the way. Are you kidding me? Alright, the drum wasn't crazy. Oh, it is a medley of all the world songs. Come on now. Stop now.
Another twist in the knife. It's one of the screws. It's on your mind and it's fighting you. I'm safe. The storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now?
I love this one, bro.
It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today? Make it out alive. You gotta conquer the monster in your
Oh, the song makes me teary-eyed for some reason. So dumb. Yeah, some songs you listen to during tough times. And then it comes out again, you know? It's a powerful song, bro. Tough time never lasts. Only tough people last. Oh, it looks amazing, man. Holy. Oh, she's singing everything live. Nah, she's just a goat, bro. Chrissy Costanza. I'm trying so hard not to say Castania because of Seinfeld. Yeah, I don't even remember the original world song anymore. I'm completely spaced out on it. Bro, that was amazing, bro. That was 10 out of 10, bro. That was 10 out of 10. Holy moly. Jesus, it's so airy, bro. Is that LeBlanc? Bye, Max, baby. Jesus, bro, the outfit makers are cooking, bro. Jesus. She looks proper evil. But the effect of the black and gray is so sick too.
I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink louder the moth and the bigger the flame. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Louder the mark and the bigger the flame. One seat on a throne, 1 foot in the grave. Don't tell me you bleed if it washes away.
Damn.
Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire born again. Taste the pain.
Bye bye Atakan. Bye bye Atakan.
I like it when the fire burns through the skin.
Bye bye Atakan. It's a mix of lip syncing. It's quite normal, guys. You can hear clearly when she's singing live and not. Whew. Visually, this is amazing, by the way. They cooked visually. They cooked. You kidding me, man? Holy, bro, I think that the alpha makers are amazing, bro.
What's in your heart? What's left to give? When everything's broken, chasing the wind. Under those scars, there is a lion within. Stay in the moment. History lies because you wrote it. Make your heart
I feel patriotic when I listen to this, man.
every scream you
I love this song, bro.
were the blood you've given to signify virgin sacrifice it all till they know your name. Virgin sacrifice it all. Virgin
Oh, she is Yunara, no? Is she cosplaying Yunara? But this moment is making the world song so much better, no? The vision is so clear now.
legends you read. It's only one step below insanity. History lies because you wrote it. Make your heart sacrifice. Every scream they cry, where the blood you've given is
Who's this dude? Who is? It's Zinzao? Oh, Daddy Blind! Well, no, that's show because he's been sacrificed. Woo! Yo! Yo! Jesus! Wow. Wow. Not a single lip was synced on that day. The Rude. The Rude. Oh, never mind. I feel like I'm in a different world. What's happening? What is happening? Where are the players? Who is this dude? Yeah. It looks visually amazing, but it feels like we're at the Louis Vuitton fashion show. Oh, here he goes. There he goes. Oh, it looks like Morgoth's arena, bro. Nihil, nihil. Ollie, Ollie. Damn, are all players flying? No, that's a safety hazard. All right, they're not flying. There he is. What up, cuz? What up, cuz? I don't want to swag it up on swagger juice. How can you prevent this man from winning? Oh, they take mid-laners last. They know. They know. Bro, is BDD and Faker gonna fly onto the stage? Bro, if Faker is lowered into the arena and he's the only one to be that, I don't mind it. He's so special. Peter is in the World Finals! Peter's in the World Finals! Are you kidding me? Ooh, Joe. All right. Okay, Faker parachute in. All right. We'll save that for the 7th. Holy, bro. This was insane, by the way. This was one of the best ones for... That was one of the best ones ever. Holy moly, this was crazy. Insane opening. Absolutely insane opening. What a talent. Holy moly. They ate this shit up, man. Bro. I think the lady's named Jem. Holy, the 3 ladies, they all popped off, man. They slayed, bro. They murdered. They absolutely killed here. They absolutely killed, just absolutely murdered here. Holy moly. The 4 Guardians are 4 semifinalists. And now Faker's here. BDD is here. KT is here.
T1 与 KT 于此聚首，一生积淀。
Battle cruiser operational.
此刻。
I'm walking in.
그리고 이 기나긴 여정은 바로 여기서 시작되었습니다.
Holy BDD.
롤 챔피언스 서머 결승전.
Bro,
운명을 가른 5세트.
the guys, this was reverse sweep. They got reverse swept into BDD. Like Faker, what was that? Reverse sweep, bro.
그렇게까지 많은 사람들이 좋아해 줄 줄 몰랐는데 13년도에 그 KT 경기를
Back then, opening ceremony was really weird. I mean, winning ceremonies. They gave out like all pro awards, all awards after.
경기를 보고 당시에 서포터였는데 페이커 선수가 제대를 플레이하는 모습을 보고 아 나도 미드라이너로 포지션 변경을 하고 싶다라는 생각을 했었던 것 같고.
BDD baby.
거기서 제 꿈이 시작됐던 것 같습니다.
Mr. Sunshine.
어렸을 때 제 꿈은 롤드컵으로 처음 비행기를 타보는 것이었고 롤드컵을 우승하는 거였습니다.
Ain't no way.
롤을 안 할 때에도
Bro, if he thought I did that shit, he was manifesting, bro. Law of attraction.
골프 선수가 라칸 이니시를 보고
Nice. He knows ball.
저렇게 한번
He knows ball. He praised Wolf. He didn't praise Faker.
했었던 것 같습니다.
Faker's the GOAT, but that one is for Wolf.
기억나는 순간
Nice.
같은 경우에는
Alright, I like Peter more now.
그게 저에게 어떤
Okay, show a good play from Faker, guys. You're just showing him pain.
많이 했던 것 같고요.
레거시는 언제나 승리로만 새겨지지는 않습니다. 비록
Okay, never
좌절된
mind.
월즈 3핏의 꿈도 새 시대를 깨우는 영감이 되죠.
페이커 선수가 눈물 흘리는 장면을 라이브로 봤었는데 게임하면서 저런 감정도 느낄 수가 있구나라는 거를 많이 생각해봤었고 그래서 저도 프로게이머로서
Damn.
그런 감정들을 항상 많이 느껴보고 싶었던 것 같아요.
유사는 때로는 별처럼 무겁습니다.
태어나 있을 때 당시에 외부에 관심이 너무 많다 보니까 그 무게를 견디지 못한 것 같은데 그때 시절이 너무 좀 아쉬운 것 같다라고 생각하고 있고요.
첫 데뷔하고 많은 사람들이 저를 평가할 때 두려움도 많이 느꼈고 자신감이 없었던 것 같습니다. T1에서의 저는 그때랑은 좀 많이 다르다고 생각하고
이번 연도에 팀을 구하고 있을 때 보상이가 함께 하자고 얘기해줘가지고 너무 기쁜 마음으로 함께 했는데 같이 결승에 가니까 너무 자랑스럽고 증명할 수 있는 기회가 생긴 것 같아서 너무 기쁩니다.
프로게이머로 활동을 하다 보면 청춘 그리고 20대 다른 사람들이 하는 경험들 못한다고 생각을 하는데 희생이 있어야만 위대한 업적을 이룰 수 있다고 생각합니다.
롤 e스포츠의 수많은 유산들은 한
It
선수와
is.
깊이
It
얽혀
is.
있습니다. 오늘 그는
It is crazy how many, how many dreams Faker has destroyed. People want to tell me Faker's a good guy, but bro, he ruined Knight's life, he ruined Chobi's life, like he ruined Uzi's life. Like, you know how many lives he ruined? He ruined all of China, like he just destroyed China.
3,500이라는 시간 동안 되게 많은 굴곡이 있었던 것 같아요. 그렇지만 이제는 눈앞에 다가왔다는 게 느껴지는 것 같습니다.
(2013년에) 시작된 그들의 운명은
You know, me shaving my head is a whole different ball game than Dom and Kato shaving their head. Dom and Kato shaving their head? Are you kidding me, bro? We don't know what's hiding behind that luscious hair that they have.
롤 e스포츠 15주년
Oh, we got constellation shit going on. Double lift, reckless, Casa.
15 years of legacies.
Nice, they just showcase, guys, they showed us all the Hall of Legends players that are gonna come up later.
15 years.
All Hall of Legends players.
Tất cả cho một khoảnh khắc.
摘星之刻。
There is Froggen, Rookie. So as the Baguette Eater.
우리가 KT의 첫 번째 별을 달아주겠습니다.
T1이 아직 이루지 못한 3핏 저희가 이루겠습니다.
보성이 형에게 빛나는 별을 선물하겠습니다.
Bosum. Who's Bosum?
별들은 오늘 저희 편입니다. 꿈을 꼭 이루겠습니다.
BDD?
원하신다면
I thought his name was... Okay.
저에게서 쟁취해야 할 겁니다.
Nah, I don't know. It's too easy for Faker, bro. Faker has too much aura, bro. It's too easy. He can say anything and it would be like, oh! It just, I love it, bro. You know, some things you've mastered. There's no reason to change. Guys, I just need to... One second, I just need to cook a thumbnail. Real quick. Look at this. We're doing with Chrissy Costanza. One second, what's that? Alright, here we go.
This moment really hits hard.
And it's the ties between the players individually, the ties between these two teams, right? There was so much.
Well done.
Cuz playing on T1,
Well done, guys.
Doran on KT a couple of years back.
Well done, guys.
And I can't wait to see what we're going to get here today. I think we're all hoping for the same thing. A series that goes the distance and a telecom war to rule them all.
Win it already.
All right, let's get into the draft now. To me, Wukong and Rumble are super high priority, especially for KT. So you need to get one early. They do that, so they get the jungle part. I still think Perfect's Rumble is like his best champion, and they should probably still index in that pretty early on in the draft.
Look at that, guys. The 3 mid lane bans that I predicted in the breakdown.
Immediately grabbing Faker's Talia, which has been point and click this tournament.
It feels like full ban supports for the trade of Wukong. Let's see what Ona's going to connect with it.
I want to point out as we get deeper into Fearless.
Maybe he's going to pick Poppy straight up. I honestly, I wouldn't mind a Poppy slam.
Impressive stuff. KT, are they willing to keep leveraging?
Poppy is so hard to get in later drafts, so it might as well just pick it now. All right, they hold it.
As well as
the Varus
here in game 1.
I think T1 have such a better understanding
These are picks that have been
of
so incredibly successful for them across
such
the
a better
We're doing
understanding.
greatest hits, right? Triple bans going towards BDD, which I think, given his form this tournament, has
Of
been absolutely
how to
stellar.
make sure that their volley matchup is good
But
in
there
comparison
is
to
that Rumble you mentioned, even when Perfect
comparison
was
to, of
struggling
course,
throughout this year, Rumble was a champion you could trust him on no matter what. And I love that they took away the Talia, not just because of Faker's pedigree in it, but also on what BDD has been able to do with it. Particularly that Wukong-Talia combination, absolutely lethal. And it's going to be the pickup of the Rise here for BDD, a counterpick we've seen many times into Talia. And
I can do a better
we're not
thumbnail,
done because
guys.
Owner gets
Sorry,
a
guys.
Zinzao.
Oh, how an epic matchup we have ahead of us. Watch out for BDD, looking for some flash plays, looking for some solo kills. As you mentioned, though, we are going down the kill list
everyone's
for
running
both
out
sides.
classics in game
So
1.
Both sides are getting a lot of what
Everyone's
they want.
running
This is
out
what you
classics in
expect
game 1.
Number 1. All right, let's get into the bottom lanes, though, because the rest of the bottom lanes, for both these teams, the push has been incredibly important. So already banning out some of these poke answers to the Varus. The Ezreal has definitely been one of those.
And we heard so much about how crucial the bot lane 2v2 is. T1 securing the Varus.
T1 should look to 5 pick. Rumble is already showing. KT's just accepting that Doran's going to find a good tank on 4.
But if it costs them a strong
Whether
bot
it's
lane, it could be disastrous.
Kisante, whether it's
I think both teams drafting towards their
Ornn.
tendencies. KT
I do feel like
have been
Ornn is
an incredible
by
team
far the
fighting
best.
team this tournament. It's also what they use to take down Gen G.
Because like
way back
Ornn
in
also
LCK
protects your own
playoffs.
Ornn, and it's one of the
T1
better
already
champions
have so
of
much
Perfect
early
for sure.
skirmishing power. Both the Varus as well as the Zinzao, and specifically the Zinzao Talia, can really allow you to snowball early, something that T1 has loved doing ever since this 4-man core came together.
Eyes now on what the final ban will be here from the side of KT. Another support potentially to be taken away.
DDD 3 mid lane bans.
The 280 bans. Sivir, of course, fantastic at empowering a lot of these diving
Renata.
threats
Is Peter just looking
from
for
the
Rel?
side of KT. And T1,
You're just looking for Rel?
Renata taken away. I like that.
Rel,
Heads
Leona.
up play from the side of KT to limit
Then we
the
get a little
counter
Ornn
engage
here on
options, make
4.
sure that their
We get a
dive
classic
can be
T1
effective.
as we saw
We're looking
Genji
at
roll
a
out this
carry
draft in
and
game
counter pick
1.
available as we get later in the
Poppy.
Oh, does make sense here. Poppy is going to come
That is
through
kind
here
of
for
dry,
carry out.
guys. I don't know if this is good.
Like the Poppy a lot.
I don't know if I like this, guys. Because then I think picking Poppy on 3 is better, and then holding the flex to last and picking top on 4.
Yeah, maybe like
Because
an
Poppy
Ashe or
cannot go
something
into
like
Rumble.
that. It has been really good for both of these AD
Keep
carries.
my
So
carry
we
is
pick Ashe
fantastic
early,
on it, but I do think
then
that
the Fearless
KT's going
bans
to
for
have
later,
a
and
really
that
good
will
matchup
lend
on
some
both.
more engage to this team. but they've got a lot
I guess
of options.
T1 is just saying, if you don't pick engage support together with this top side, you're trolling.
Nice, okay. So
but if they go like Ash Seraphine here, they're kind of cooking, no? Even Ash Braum.
Sort of team fighting support here for Peter. The Braum, he has been able to use Braum as an engage champion even in some scenarios. And the double Freljord really
guys, this Poppy matchup is miserable.
Gets his
it's miserable.
The champion that he started
I feel like they kind of sold the Varos pick down.
There was a lot of pressure on this player. And
they just sold it completely.
That layup towards the road to MSI where it really started popping off, and a lot of that was on Mbessa. My only question is that Poppy blind pick, I think picking it away makes sense.
I have to say, I think out of the draft, I kind of like KT's chances here. I kind of like KT's chances. Thinking about what this means as well for Fearless, we have Ash and Varos already out for Gumiusuf, and they unleash the Varos with very little Poppy value. The Poppy value here is non-existent. Ash Braum is stronger.
Let's get into it, though. I mean, Perfect as well. We talked about the Rumble priority early on for him. He has been one that is not afraid to play it into Mbessa, so this is going to tell a lot for the series as far as the top lane does go, you know, throwing this down. If Thorin is unable to actually punish Perfect up here in the top lane, I think that would bode very well for KT.
And for both of these teams, bringing out the best.
Actually, I don't even need to make a thumbnail. Fucking YouTube cooked so hard on the thumbnail. Look at that. Look at that, bro. YouTube cooked. Look at the auto-generated thumbnail. YouTube cooked completely.
When they're down, but for KT, saw them.
I'm my own video editor, guys.
See them keep that momentum going forward, and we look
what
across
the hell,
the board
YouTube?
of these rosters at these lineups. A lot of potential for huge playmaking moments.
I don't know, guys. I feel like KT's gonna win game one. Am I crazy?
The Sin for Owner is gonna be a force to be
I feel like this Poppy pick, but it's Keria. Keria's going to do crazy things.
What can
Keria's Poppy is not going to be rational. He's going to be in some kind of different world.
For both of these players. And there is also, again, the implications in Fearless, as we've highlighted, and I think that really puts even more pressure on, because BDD will not get to play Talia, Faker will not get to play Ryze, and Dom, he has had some insane lethality various performances this tournament.
Certainly has. Game number one as
well.
Did you say
Dom has had insane lethality various performances?
After the Genji upset, multiple KT members referenced how important game number one was for their mentality, for their confidence in pulling off that upset. And they referenced that after game one, they really thought they were just going to be able to do it. And so game one here on this huge stage, World Grand Finals versus T1. This has huge implications because T1 are the more experienced on this big stage with all of this pressure. If KT can grab that game number one, though, that might just give them the confidence to keep that KT roller coaster going up.
Absolutely. That's the spark that we need to see, because we've seen it from T1 before, to dig deep, to make the impressive runs happen, to make it to this final stage so many times, the fourth time consecutively. For KT, it's a bit of a mystery. We saw them dig deep. We saw them this lineup against Genji. In that game one that you mentioned, on the Yone, making the plays to bring it back. Can they do the same today? Moments away now from getting into the game. Bit of a delay on stage, but we have
Why
to
we're not banning Perfect Rumble whole
like
tournament, though? Because BDD is too
KT
powerful.
Getting comfort.
That's literally the answer. BDD is way too powerful.
If they get a win on these picks,
he's just way too powerful.
Surefire path to bringing us late into this one.
And as another reminder, Perfect is Rumble. We even saw it for stretches in the LCK. Just get banned. Just not given the opportunity to play this champion. Make sure that he wasn't on comfort. And thus far, Perfect's had an absolutely stellar tournament. He's been playing incredibly well, but we also haven't really seen any team pay attention towards the top side. It's all been about the bot side, and I don't really expect that to change. The Mbessa matchup to me also says we're looking to just take the early beating in lane prio and then be able to later on, once Mbessa gets that 2 free item break
Isn't it easier to
really
pinch Perfect champion? Yeah, but it's like, as you're pinching his champion pool, BDD has a chance to...
If she gets Eclipse,
to go sicko
honestly,
mode
we did
on
get
a
a little
Yone
update, though.
or
I
something
think they
like
are
this.
remaking the champion select, so we do have a bit of time here. More anticipation before we get into
as if the opening ceremony and the incredible video wasn't enough. We just have to keep building the tension.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff,
come on now, let's begin. Let's begin.
All of the players
Who won draft? I have to give KT an edge here.
Yeah, you were there.
I give KT an
How much
edge.
they have all poured into this, though.
So basically, guys,
it really
I think
does hit home so
Ash
hard
and Braum and Wukong can invade and fight to the death level 1 because of how OP the champs are. I think that it's going to be tricky for them to have Prio on bot lane. And Ashe Braum Ryze as an early game core is super strong. And I think
as well,
I think that they really botched here the 4-5 in my opinion. I think they could have picked Poppy on 3 and then kept Sinzao not picked and then keep Poppy flex till 5, match top lane on 4 and then pick jungle slash support on 5. And then I think it would have been way harder because obviously Poppy cannot lane into Rumble.
To break it down over constant domestic tournaments into international events to bring us down to just the 10
but
players.
Keria breaks the rules of the game,
How many
guys.
people have lost
He breaks the rules of the game.
Or BDD over the year just to lead to this moment where they can play at their absolute best on the World Final stage.
I'm still flabbergasted that we have a telecom war in the grand finals.
Thank you much for the prime.
We've had a week to kind of
what do you
deal
think
with
about
this.
Galio on R2,
I'm
R3?
still not quite there.
Nah.
It's
I think Galio on the Rumble is kind of fake. I think Orin is more powerful.
Telecom wars spanning multiple decades of rivalry, multiple games, multiple genres of games.
Players cannot turn around. They have a fucking cube, they have a blanket behind them. All right, rock and roller controller. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you all to be mindful. Enjoy this moment. Hug your mothers. Let's enjoy this World Finals because before you know it, we have to wait a whole ass year. We were here. We were here. We get to tell our grandchildren that we were here.
No
Come on now.
surprise in any arena when the T1 fans are just that little bit louder. We've said it before, but it feels like every single arena we go to, no matter what
Ashe
region it
Braum,
is
really
in,
powerful level 1.
T1 are the
Standard
hometown
stuff.
heroes.
Already seeing a very aggressive level 1 as you would expect from both Ashe and Braum here. I want to highlight one thing that we've seen this tournament is the arms race when it comes to teleport in the bot lane. Right now, Guma did actually go for the teleport, and Dokdom hasn't. So Dokdom does have the Combat Summoner, but they need to actually get any mileage out of that, because if not, you are going to lose in the long run if you have even trades, because your opponent will be able to cheat tempo way better than you do. And we'll also see whether lane swaps might play a part in that as well, because teams have been very happy to swap for grubs.
Yeah, meanwhile on the other side, Guma won't have a cleanse.
When is LCK1 playing?
Yeah. And so we'll see which bet ends up paying off.
And it's important to note, as thrilled, as excited we are at this matchup, the story of these two teams this year has been incredibly one-sided. The most recent best of we saw,
me into saying LCK doesn't matter.
The upset happen, but it's only because of the tournament form that we've seen from KT that there's faith that this telecom war isn't just going to be one-sided.
Yeah, there's a little
very tricky matchup for T1's bot lane. If they manage to piece it together in this one,
a little bit of an upset, and we have been seeing
I think that we can just call it a day.
Roller coaster keep going up. Gen.G had similar dominance over this team, and KT were able to upset them.
No. Hey, don't show me that Gen.G logo.
We said Galaga, we were kind of joking, but it does feel apt. It's not a roller coaster anymore. It's a spaceship, but
it's a spaceship.
One team
hey, yo, they're shooting Faker like that. Hey, stop!
Of course,
that's a goal.
We did see in the meantime a bit of early trading on the bottom side. Heal used from Peter for that additional movement speed to make sure some of that damage would stick. But Peter and Dokdom, they're getting Prio, but losing out a bit when in terms of overall HP. That said, Guma has already popped the pot, so still quite favorable for KT overall.
Still cookie for Dokdom as well, as both junglers will be pathing towards the bot side. Obviously, Wukong prefer to just farm to 6. Has decent access to lanes, but not really any CC, nor that meaningful damage to speak of, particularly pre-first base, but really not until he gets a Triforce. Owner, though, on the Xin Zhao has been, for me, the main early game engine for T1 for, well, I could say the entire year, but we can go a couple years back at this point. There's been a reason why this man has
how is Xin in the game? Didn't he just die? True.
In the LCK.
Lore inaccurate owner lock-in. I don't like that at all, bro.
He feels like the rock for this team. That's been doubly true for T1 domestically. Of course, at Worlds, so many of the members of the team have stepped up, so it doesn't just feel like owner running the show in the early game, but need to see where those early ganks are going to come from, because the Xin, we know, can have that early impact, even while we expect the Wukong to farm.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, that Wukong that I really highly prioritize right now, as far as the jungle pool, is going to find the first skirmish.
Cuz kicking things off, Carrier waiting off to the side, TP already used, flash backwards, the concussive blow stacking, Owner 2.
Snappy from KT, snappy!
Donating it to
this
BDD.
is the KT Classic, guys. Bot lane Prio is too OP for them.
Peter on the Braum again. He's able to roam early into the river.
This is something we saw, Peter and Cuz.
Actually makes the difference. They pop the blast code, and it is KT who strike first.
And let it be known that BDD is like, oh, Oh, you want to fight for Scuttle? I'm TPing straight to River. And it's that bot lane prio we talked about. Because they had the prio, starting level 1, Peter was able to roam up, and Owner gets caught off guard.
Pushing lanes are everything for early jungle skirmishes. This is the first highlight that you ever talk about for jungling for objectives.
Why
BDD
give first one to Rise? Because it's BDD. Plain and simple. And also, like this, you get more enjoyment out of the double buff. Like the double buff, I think, really makes it makes a difference. Like, what does Wukong do with double buff? He clears a bit faster, you know? Like, we're talking like 1 second on each camp, 2 seconds. I think the double buff is just a little bit too OP.
And what I love with BDD is it goes
BDD's hovering.
back, right? Is perfect!
All in, Doran. Forced to flash back, just a trade of flashes. Torin struggling to survive.
They woke up on the right side of bed today.
To hold the wave.
Peter's trying to hold the wave, bro. I've never seen Peter hold the wave against Kerry usually like this.
Getting a little bit anxious.
He's chatting it up, bro. I don't know, KT, bro. What a fucking great draft to start. Really dislike the popular kid. But the thing is, we have to see what kind of poppy magic Kerry will find in the game.
Dragging his team to finals back in
Yo,
2021.
Jane, how you doing, brother?
Going in. Hunter's volley not quite enough. Now Carry is looking to finish the job
Kerry find the lethal. Dr. Mass flash. He flashes.
Forced to flash away.
Kerry spell soon.
Carry hungry for blood. A little bit more time. The Q flat
forward. There it is.
Extra movement speed. Trying to make it through the minions. Dr. living for an extra moment. Avoiding the angle back into the wall. Carry gets the knockback. The Glenn's coming.
But he's gonna die for it. That's not worth. That's not worth.
Dom tries to get Guma, pays for it with his life, but he does get the
That's
trade
not
back.
worth. What are we doing?
Now they're gonna gank bottom lane too.
That was just you know. That was one of those. Yo, I'm here. You're here.
Knocked him on the way down. He won't be there in time. However,
let's get freaky, you know.
Looking to mark him up. Concussive blows finally hitting. Auto attack reset more than enough. Guma Yushi falls at the hands of Cuz.
And
in this
KT
game,
are not letting them breathe. That is
currently a disaster. We are witnessing a T1 disaster. The wave is half frozen at least. He's gonna slow push into Gumi, but he just TP'd back and got cooked.
KT squad. He has been carrying really heavily himself with early money onto Wukong.
I honestly think, guys, T1 made the same mistake that Gen G did in terms of their draft. They were red side with Varus and ended up in a situation where they didn't have bot lane prio. Really, like, they are paying the price for it.
Cancelled his base, and that's what
Let's see if this poppy pick will pay off later.
And Carrier going for this was fine, right? That 1-for-1 trade is good because you killed the AD carry, but it's the punish onto Guma here that turns it very much in favor of KT.
Guma Yushi felt safe because Ash was gone. Little did he know a mustache and a monkey would gank him.
Make it worth it, but the timings from Peter and
everyone on KT is smurfing so far.
The early roam into the river.
T1 starting off slow.
They come back out onto the map at the perfect timing to punish the
KT's buy marks. Cutting through the skin. Yeah, my homie Jin is in the chat. I need to VIP Jin right now. Jin my go, bro.
Game number 1 can have huge implications here as far as the confidence for
you know,
KT
like,
in their ability in
I knew it was Jin because he wrote bitch. He said bitch.
They are off to a very good start here early on in game number 1.
Incredibly impressive start is once again the flick connecting on.
That's a secret code. That's a gang sign.
Battle cruiser operational.
I knew bitch.
Really, everything working out perfectly for him as his team is there to support. His team is there to cover. We did see in the picture-in-picture while we were breaking
I didn't say bitch.
An attempted gank.
I usually don't say bitch.
Wanted to try to find an angle.
I hung out with Jin for one day, and now I'm saying bitch in life, you know. I had to explain to my fiance, why are you saying bitch? I said bitch.
For T1, there is still a lot of power in their team fight. I particularly like your ability to single out targets and force unfair fights, right? With the Talia, with the Poppy as well. Poppy in particular can
look at Cuz is collecting objectives. He's got the Drake already. He's getting the grubs as well. It's going to be very hard. I don't know what big window T1 have in terms of fighting. I think the main play that they have is they can try to kill perfect. Look at T1, they have all these TPs. That's how you said it though. Did I say it? Guys, it's early in the morning. I might lie unintentionally. Okay, Wukong is getting punished. Wukong is getting punished, but KT is walking away. Wukong is now announcing that he's on grubs. Peter Parker flashes.
Instead, then using the W to escape just to make sure the steadfast presence
said,
does not come
"Bitch."
through. However, they're zoned away from the tower, and they're going to be losing some plates.
Okay, so KT, they back off. That does mean with the
Okay, good value. At least a good punish here for the grubbies. Owner hitting the beats, getting golems as well.
First, and see if there is any contest over red. It looks like Cuz, you know, early pings, he knows that may be an objective that Owner would try and go for, and so immediately goes out to protect
What if T1 is like, alright guys, the first dragon is Hextech, can't be sold then.
Toronto is the arrow.
Ooh, Jesus. Well, Fake is just aura farming as well. He's not moving. The arrow is, I think he was shopping, but we are gonna call it that he just didn't move.
It was about 300.
We're gonna pretend he just didn't move.
CS denied as well as the plates. But there were free grubs for KT. We'll see if that's going to be worth
our hit percent. That's a cool stat.
True, but I want to
Gumayushi, bro. Gumayushi's stat is way more impressive, guys. Not gonna lie.
Doctem played the Ash, had an incredible arrow hit ratio. Shout out to our stats guy Hayden for manually tracking every arrow that hit. It's a similar story for Guma.
I love that Gumayushi frame though. Look at that, bro.
Away from Guma and have a good game is crucial for KT's game plan. As
1xn.
The ulti doesn't connect from Doran.
For those who don't know, in LPL, 1xn had like 27 Ash arrows shot.
Carry on the way up, but Perfect is completely overheated. Buying a bit more time to overheat now as he turns back into the wave. Damage coming in, and the rest of the team is alive. Spinning right on top of Doran, and it's a cyclone. Carrier running for his life. Concussed, taken down. KT dominating game one. Perfect on his rumble. There is a reason he is so
Alright, comes the counter play. Fake is trying to isolate Doc down.
Teleports down to the bottom side.
Peter TB's bot lane.
So the cross map doesn't work out.
Boys,
targeting Perfect
it's looking lovely,
has
innit?
been a strategy employed.
Thank you very much, Yahoo Eisen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the tier 1.
T1 tries to go for it, but once that ultimate misses, you can't keep
bro, it was simple. Perfect just believed in his boots.
Really
and it was just a Poppy and an Ambessa beating on him.
And sure, KT now up 5-1.
We were thinking
so Perfect is just trusting his shoes, and that's it.
And 4 finals
bro, KT is just playing such good fundamentals in this game. Leveraging bot pry, fighting invade, killing owner, and then just moving through mid and staying on fog of war, limiting the amount of plays T1 can do proactively.
When we look back at the media day at the press
but
conference,
T1 as well. T1 looks shaky.
This
is T1 right now.
The only thing he had going for him was
T1 right now.
Spirit, but he's been first on the map. He is paired up with Cuz so incredibly well. Now almost a 2,000 gold lead.
You know, my prediction, T1 win, was predicated on the fact that I assumed that T1 is going to be able to draft winning bot lane concepts. In this opening game here, they are ahead on CS, but Braum has been all over the place, which matters, of course. Matters so much. We're ready for KT winning Worlds in the most dominant run of all time, 3-0.
Out of Korea until he got to Worlds. But thus far, we're actually seeing, I think, coming into the
Perfect didn't even flash, guys. He didn't even flash. He didn't even flash.
And what is the bot lane matchups going to look like? And when Carrier...
What's your prediction for this series? I predicted 3-1.
We knew it was a gamble, and thus far it hasn't paid off. But in these team fights, the Poppy can still secure a numbers advantage.
KT don't have prio in the lanes. They have enough vision to know the objective hasn't been started, but they have to be careful at checking fog of war.
Bro, people are so negative. I tweeted out that I love the opening ceremony, and people are like, nah, it's not. Oh, man. I love it, bro.
Arrow connecting. No chance to use the cousin guard.
Snappy. Braum on Varos in the back. Okay, this might be a good chance for T1. Yoktam on the front line.
Starts to raid Owner, but the Xin is too damn tanky. The objective in the sights of KD.
Bro, I can hear T1's comms now in my head after looking at the T1 videos.
And T1 second smite. This time cannot find the arrow. Second Drake goes over, and it's again no hesitation from KT.
KT, I mean, they've just been so methodical in this game. With
I think if KT spaced out the spells a little bit better, that could have been a lot more dangerous for T1.
All the pincer closed. They trapped T1, forced them off.
Considering T1, that was a bad situation for T1, I think they should be very happy how they got away with it. But they understand the memo of the game. Like, they need to poke and they need to try to create chances.
River fight. That may be an area where T1 look to try and punish him, to try and get some.
I don't know, guys. I have to say, they really, like, if they lose this game, I will have to say, this was a massive waste of their Varos. Massive waste of their Varos, in my opinion.
Was him going in. He did get punished for that. Traded but it's really been KT.
Enemy gets
on the
Ash
front, even
Braum
here, where they did not have cryo, as you
in a
highlighted,
winning
Drake, they
lane
were still
against
able to use
Varus.
the engaged
I think that's
power
crazy.
of that Ash, as well as the
Crazy draft
Wukong.
prep from
And
T1.
I shudder to think what would have happened if Perfect had joined that fight, because the Rumble with the equalizer could have made that a lot worse. T1 was able to get out, and they will keep the gold within relative touching distance.
Yeah, Poppy is
Good
one of those
early
things that
Drake
Kerry hasn't
stacking,
played for a
an
long
incredible
time.
team fighting, team composition, and just
So
the
he,
confidence
sometimes he
with
gets
which
banned and removed
KT
so
is
much.
playing thus far is really impressive.
No Ash for T1 in the series is big. Agreed, yeah. Agreed.
On if T1 are able to create some pockets of vision that they can abuse and make some picks of their own. They do
Thank you very much,
have
Beast Lake.
Wall, as well
Thank you
as
very much for the
Bessa
Prime Gaming
ultimate,
as
very
well. Thank you very much,
long-range,
homies.
Abilities here to try and make some of
I
those
said
picks.
bitch.
Gumayushi as well, fairly good at this
I like
Varus
these
and
hobby
luring out
purchases.
those skill shots. So
Fakes
we'll
on
see
Mercs.
if they can actually punish the Ashe in mid. So far,
I
I'd
wonder
say
if
Dottem's playing incredibly
Faker needed
well.
the
Look
four
how
soak
safe he is
shoes
being
here.
on the Ashe. Right now, when he had nobody near him, he backed off to his tower, even with nobody showing. He's got his hawk shot, and KT have plenty of vision for him up through the top side of
Bitch,
mid
but
lane,
never in a hateful
giving him that
or
safety
derogatory
where he
way,
can
y'all.
hug
Yeah,
that wall.
exactly.
And so
Jin
I
knows.
feel like KT
There's an energy to it.
removing any of these comeback
There's an
options
energy
and
to it.
avenues for T1 because they know that's what they're looking for. But BDD,
Doran full committing. The root does manage to connect. Doran can't keep the dive.
All right.
BDD's not going to
Next drinker still available. BDD
Nice force
doesn't.
by Doran. Gets his
Let's
ult
get
off
some
and
flash
BDD
out. I
forced the
think
flash.
this is very important
Big
for
win
T1
there
because they have some
that
options
does
now.
mean
Some
some of the
options.
engages of T1 a lot
Very,
more
very big
scalable.
options.
Exactly. Plus, maybe picking someone off in a side lane.
It's
not
just they
just
need to
looking at that
find
mid lane
plays
with
to
another
accelerate this
flash down.
Ambessa. Ambessa is the key
Very
to the
important for
scaling of
T1 in a
T1.
deficit like
This
although
whole
not
draft
game
was
ending, if
designed
they
for
can find these
Ambessa.
avenues for individual outplays, but now it's Doran's flash traded back. BDD came back to lane. Redemption coming down
Chilling.
to heal him up. Major cooldown that will not be available.
These tempos better now for the Rift Herald. Ambessa's
KT are
out.
already on
They
it, and
can't
they've just
fight
been
this.
one step ahead of
Rumble
T1
also ulted
the
bot lane. It's
entire
just
game.
gone. T1 is trying to play a wide game.
Herald
Now they're going to try to break the bot turret. Yo, come on now. Thank you very much, Jin. Appreciate that. Is that your favorite Keys and Peels sketch? Oh, my favorite one is Aaron.
Pushed all the way in.
Doran.
All right, Doran.
Dang, concussive blows. The cycle
Doran.
immediately comes out as well. Doran
Guys.
can't push a single button.
Doran did
KT
this. He
merciless
did
on the
this for the
dive.
tower.
Doran
He did this for
caught
the
a sleep
tower.
with the
He did
wheel,
this for the tower.
overconfident
Oh,
T1
the raise
magnifier.
Grub gap.
But it's KT.
Grub gap.
They've got
And
the
now
boot
KT
upgrade
is going to
already,
continue. Again,
and
he
they get the
was
tower
Herald.
early here.
Are they
2,000
heralding?
now the gold lead. The Dragon
He did it for the tower, guys. He did it for the tower.
KT in game number 1. The coaster does keep going up, Chronicler.
Yeah, and obviously, what goes up eventually. Oh, no, it doesn't
Nice
hit.
sidestep here.
Crocodile, what are we doing, man?
But I want to highlight, what did this cost for
Crocodile,
T1?
what are we
so
doing,
Doran
man?
stuff to try and salvage
This is
the
100
turret.
gifted
So,
subs.
if there's two people there, you can
Jesus.
probably at least keep it alive.
Tell
long
me,
enough
do you want
for
me to
his team
jiggle
win it.
for you?
But he TPs
I am
in.
gonna jiggle
Then
for you.
Faker also has the TP
Jesus,
towards
100
top
gifted
to prevent
subs.
them from taking
You're
down
crazy.
the inner.
You're crazy,
so now
Crocodile.
T1
You're
not going to
crazy.
have those available
Only
for
love.
any upcoming fight in about
Thank you very
a
much,
minute.
Mr. Crocodile. You're
Possible
far too
soul
kind.
point
You're
for
far
KT
too kind.
is spawning.
Far too kind.
Credit to T1.
Gotta
they're
make it
leveraging
clap
the
for
power of
100.
ours well in the mid lane. They've
Hey,
consistently
yo.
had mid prio. They
Hey,
use it to
hey.
chunk away at that turret, chip
Hey,
away at
yo.
that potential objective. Losing out on the boots is very unfortunate. But need to see if KT can keep this momentum going because this is the pocket of vision
Crocodile
we're
is
talking
paid
about.
for my
Already set
rent.
up by T1,
Straight
one
up.
step
He
ahead
paid for
when it
my
comes to
rent. He paid
this
for my
objective
food.
and the
I'm
control
eating
they have
sushi
over the
tonight.
area. KT might
Courtesy of
just
Mr.
give it.
Crocodile.
Only now are they
Sashimi
getting
and
control
shit.
of mid lane.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
the middle stage of the game, the team fights are definitely still very winnable
You're
here for
crazy.
T1.
You're
There's not been
crazy.
this huge break point that KT have hit, even though they do have a very nice lead in this one. Cuz does not have his full second item completed on the Wukong just yet, so it is still about positioning and execution.
All right, let's see this
as
Drake.
they
The Drake
look
is spawning,
towards
and
this
then after
Dragon
that, I'm
Soul
going to
point.
tell you guys a
4
story.
seconds on the arrival of the Mountain Dragon.
You literally have to
and
take
Ripto is
Crocodile
used
on
mid
stake
for
out
priority.
days. I'll be
Wall
done.
trying to block
I'll
the
be
initial
done.
charge.
Whoa.
Just going to deny that.
Interesting.
Well played. Good piece of mind by Faker to deny that.
Herald
potential
just
cryo point.
self-made
Still does mean,
rhinoplasty.
however, that KT get access first to the
Alright.
objective. Owner, Guma, Faker, Keria all ready to go.
Gumayushi needs to
Keria's
try to win the
ulti,
fight before
highlighted
the
it
fight by
earlier,
poking.
can be
Keria
crucial,
tries has to create space. Amesa on the flank, but Amesa is very weak. This is a very difficult fight for T1. They need to try to win it with combos with Talia before Bottle spoke. Peter half HP. Perfect flashes out. KT feeling the tension. T1 approaching. Let's see the Braum. How they gonna mark it? Cuz there's the snap from Cuz. It's denied by Poppy, but isn't enough. Rise ultimate. Owner by space. It's on the flank. Somehow T1. Fight. Jesus!
No matter the early deficit, T1, they still win the team fight. They still get the dragon, and they're looking for BDD.
All right,
On the hunt for BDD,
BDD.
but there's just nowhere for him to go in the blink of an eye. KT's lead disappears.
And KT,
Beautiful
they
denial there from Keria onto the Wukong on the engage on the snap. The Rumble wasn't powerful enough. And I have to say, the damage that Gumayusa did ahead of the fight and the counter against from Orange is beautiful. What a
Look at Owner
bounce.
starting it out with the Zin
Like the
ultimate to
fucking
spread them apart,
jaw
and
of a
Doran following it up on his
snapping
M-Fessa,
turtle, bro.
and they just split apart the team fight so meticulously.
Wukong got
and they
completely
immediately
cut
steal
by
the
Keria.
objective on top of it.
Frustration on the face of KT, not the end of the world, but the gold a lot closer now. We look back at that team fight. Owner,
What are you saying,
hero who was
Eurokaya?
raining down arrows, but also
Oh, what
Doran
the hell are you
was
writing?
getting focused, made a
Relax.
mistake
We're
keeping
having
the
fun
top
here.
side, bounced right
Everyone's
back in
having
that
fun.
fight to be critical for that T1 advantage.
You saw Zin in the
Just
trailer,
be
right?
Yup,
Zin,
chill.
some new lore. Maybe Owner is
Bitch.
the main character.
And I want to highlight what you said earlier, Kobe, because it was really, if you looked at the actual item
Oh,
finishes,
are you blaming
basically
us?
everyone in the
Oh,
game
he's
was
mad.
sitting
He's
on, like,
blaming
an
us
item and a
because we
couple
got
of
excited about
components.
KT.
So if KT
If that's the
had
case,
maybe
it's
a
funny.
little more, a couple more breakpoints that they've hit, could have been a difference maker. Now T1, slight gold lead. But I do think it's, again, important to remind everyone that I do still love the KT Cup when it comes
Also
to the actual
scaling, though, you
5v5,
think?
But we are
I think
seeing
Ambessa
if
breaks the whole
Doran
game.
and/or Owner
But
can get on that
across the
back
board,
line,
I would say
get
Blue
on
side
top,
has slightly
knock
better
down the
scaling.
BDD.
They have like really
The
good
fights are
engage,
basically unplayable
really
for
good
KT.
tools.
Yeah, and the reason
In my
we keep
opinion,
highlighting
Ash
a lot of
Arrow,
the setup players
Ryzel,
here for the team
Wukong,
is because
Braum
if you
with
do have good setup
Wukong.
for Talia, Faker's Talia, the combos are so deadly. And Faker, this
I don't know, T1 on that Drake was fantastic. Just Gumayushi,
to find picks and find
really,
burst
really
games.
chopping
So
away.
Let's see about the approach to
Look
the
at the flower
Otacon.
count. This is without Otacon. 27 plants.
Doran is getting the top tower at
Call
the moment.
T1 the gardeners the way they milk.
Guaranteed gold here for T1.
And this is the struggle of playing against T1. Their movement around the map is so confident.
She
KT
finding
need to be ready
cheeky
to
cues.
pull
All
the
right,
trigger, and
KT.
they have.
Keep in mind,
started.
T1 have
A
all
big
flashes
red
after that
Doran
fight,
resetting back
guys.
to base,
All
likely to finish the
flashes.
second item before he TPs into the
Bottles
fight if
flash,
needed.
Talia flash,
Owner in the
Ambessa,
area, might
Moma
come down to
Mortius.
just a 50-50,
I think
but Faker
KT,
also has access to the Weaver's wall.
they're digging their own grave right now with this
flash for
Otacon.
Dogdom. No flash for Cuz. KT luckily able to reset the objective, but I don't think they're going to get a chance to
I don't know why
lead quite yet.
KT are
T1
insisting on forcing when
know
they're
they
the
have an
ones with
advantage
Ash
in the fight
on
if it comes
no
down to
2
the
item.
5v5. Flash forward.
Ambessa, that's no flash.
Peter does his best to heroically
Moma
disengage.
Mortius, that's amazing work here from Doran.
Cuz taken out as well. Doran is a 3v1. Completely and totally unfazed.
Save the boy, save the
Carrier never
boy.
stop any further follow-up. Faker taking down Perfect, and BDD is not enough to stop T1.
And it's the Crook Lord that finds his mark. Duckdom goes down, and T1 turn on to Otacon.
Doran, the
Orangutan.
addition to this T1
All right, BDD, show us some magic.
roster.
BDD's got flash.
Hello.
The spell
Resetting
flux.
resistance is shredded by
It
the
bounces.
Otacon. Carry a ward over the wall.
Cuz doesn't have Wukong ult, but BDD. He's got an aura. Look at him. He's taking a lot of damage from Otacon, though. The circles. It comes through on the Moran. BDD snaps on him.
Finds the angle
Breaks
of the
his
door.
jaw.
Carry now backing up. 3K on the objective. Getting lower. Steadfast
Here
presence
comes
gone.
Faker. Rise
on the
ult.
backside.
Going
Cuz wants to
deep.
try to make it out of this one, but now they're moving
Guma
into
ult
mid.
saves.
Guma, no. Guma living. Like to finish it.
Owner.
Looking for a bit more damage, but T1, they find
That's
the
a
double
smite.
for Carrier.
T1
They
don't need
take
to
the
walk
Thorn down
away.
Otacon.
Very
And
lonely for Perfect.
It's too little.
Like a
It's
lamb
too
to
late.
slaughter.
Faker
Faker.
teleports in and he saves the team fight.
And I
He
from
gets
BDD,
that
but
shove. They get the
Faker.
Otacon.
And KT try their darndest to get that objective, not able to do
Holy.
so. And so many cooldowns used there as well. It's going to
Jesus.
set up perfectly for T1. 3.5K gold lead. 1 minute till the next Mountain Dragon. And now T1, it feels like they're in full
Jesus.
What a fight, what a scramble. BDD makes a heads-up play,
Wow.
flashing on the Doran to get
Heads
the
up
first
play, I
kill
like that
of
from
the
Kobe.
fight. And then T1 are communicating.
Oh,
the
it looked
teleport
good, you
arrival
know?
from
And then the
Faker.
combo came
Look at
through,
Owner
and look at
running
Faker
away
here. Look
so
at
that
Faker
Cuz
here.
can't find burst damage
Mama
onto him. And
Cotton.
once Faker comes in and gets a double shove.
And that shove ends the fight immediately.
Jesus.
They were a member up. And Perfect, if he was alive just a little bit earlier, could have been the difference
I don't know.
maker, but
I don't know, bros.
not in
You don't
time.
win this game. I don't know which
T1
game
now
you
with
win,
the biggest lead we've seen this
KT.
game so far.
You gotta show me some new magic. You gotta dig deeper in the rucksack. In the rucksack, man.
Nearly 8K in gold and an additional effective stats.
I have
or
to
XP
say,
from
bro,
those pedals.
KT is one of the most well-coached teams I've ever seen, by the way.
Unstoppable advantage.
I have to give
Luxury
props to
items
Score.
coming through. The
It's
super
like
is there for
the
Faker.
nuance of
Perfect
like
utilized in
CS
the previous
deficits
fight.
or whatever is
Things are
covered
getting
up by
dark
how
to the side
cohesive
of
KT is.
They're going to fight back.
They're like a hive mind, you know?
Trying to get vision of this area. They could not secure the third.
It's like BDD is the queen and all the other KT players are just pawns, and then Cuz is like a
One
bishop.
more fumbled fight might just take them out of this game entirely.
The Varos Qs, Gumayushi on Varos, marinates the enemy team, Faker. Let's see if he's going to split them up.
7K. Cuz gonna have a hard time healing back up that chip damage. Does have access
Faker, they reset the Drake to seal the mid wave. I like that a lot from T1. They sync the Drake reset with the wave, and now they can steal it and really hit and target KT's economy.
Ready to come over the wall.
And let's see the wall. Doran, look at
instantaneous knockup. A flawless combo to keep it going. Duckdown finally escapes, but he just finds himself in a 1v1 versus Doran. Hope fading fast for the side of KT as Keria is still standing. Perfect and BDD running for the hills. T1 grabbing their second Drake, but Owner not done yet. Knocks Peter out as well.
He found the Brom as well, the mustache.
Get to play the game. Keria, who we haven't talked about in a bit, had a rough start to the lane. I'm thinking now the Poppy pick really works out. He's the one that set the pick onto the Wukong, and like, he gets CC.
I guess that's just the T1 magic, guys.
Keria,
you know?
Poppy, my boy. Oh my.
That's what I was mentioning. You know, on paper,
honestly,
it's not a good Poppy pick.
Again, guys.
And I do think,
look at the combo here, and
I do think they could have made this Poppy pick a lot better if they flexed it, you know?
Doran is ready.
I really think so.
Owner's there. Faker
Keep in mind, my point in draft was pick Poppy on 3 and then flex it.
Again, without
but Keria, I mentioned in draft, I said Keria is the one player that make
the confidence in each other is what really
value on some champions that just balloons beyond proportion.
No hesitation from them. They all go in at the same moment. They all find the
Let's see now.
They find the
I think that KT need to force, guys. They need to force. You have 2 core on Wukong, 2 core on Ashe. You are going to get outpaced. You're going to get so outpaced.
2 levels up. BDD is kind
43 plans for T1, bro. That's a whole ass garden. Someone check the arena. I feel like the plans are spawning in T1's base. Somebody's checked the replay.
T1 does, they're going to start up this Baron.
And it's a terrifying position for KT because they know if a single member of their
team spawning
makes
the fountain of T1.
The Braum was supposed to be the tool that stopped this dive from Doran, that stopped the dive from Owner from coming through.
KT don't have Rise ultimate. They can't collapse on Faker. Faker pushes a deep wave. What a steal.
Yeah, they don't dare to go for it.
They're just buying time. Faker stone cold stealing these deep waves.
Obviously, Faker does a flash. If they try the arrow, could have made it out.
Look at Faker on the side laning skills.
Yeah. Faker with his arm guard has a couple of ways.
They're going to sweep the wards because 3 people were spotted. T1 on the Talia hover. Look at how synchronized they are, guys. Look how synchronized they are. It's like fucking the Russian ballerinas.
Pick someone off.
Everyone on their tippy toes.
You have to hope that you're going to be able to surprise someone.
It's going to be very tricky. I think that KT.
We're looking at Docdom. You highlighted it.
The days are numbered
in
this game. Now Varus going to base for Edge of the Chicken Nugget.
But none of these fights
we're going to have Ambessa base for Edge of the Chicken Nugget as well, or whatever he's going to buy. Shojin, Black Cleaver, I don't know, everything is fine. And Owner, when he finishes Mob Mochus, I just don't see how Blue Side can win, man. I don't see how Blue Side can win. We have Void Staff at least for BDD, but I think that Dokdam is never going to finish an item.
I also love that Keria Poppy has the most kills of any single player in the entire game.
Keria Poppy.
Battle Poppy, baby.
Tough early game into
that helps, right?
Using bite marks to cut through the skin. All right, forcing play here from T1. Forcing play. They don't have a lot of Nash damage. It's okay. But T1 just want to leverage their item advantage here. Here comes the Talia wall. BDD finds Faker. That's a good damage output. The rocks, the nice pulse from the snap.
Gumayushi really doesn't have too much damage. Eyes on Perfect and Cuz, the equalizer, the Cyclone. T1 moving through the choke point, but KT don't have the vision they need.
T1 will just base and TP back here with Faker.
The ward dropped as T1 once again take control of mid.
Doran the Moran pushes mid wave. Gumayushi getting robbed in broad daylight. Why not?
That got them to win against Gen G. That game looked dire as well. TP comes in from Faker.
Here comes Owner. A little bit too early, Owner.
Response coming in from Perfect, but the damage not really enough.
Oh, BDD sends his combo into Zinzao ultimate. It's not so well timed. 1 for 1 so far.
Doran on top of Docdam. Concussive blows. Buy him an additional second.
Perfect outglassing for no reason. What the hell, Perfect?
But now he finds himself in a
Wake your podcast up, Perfect. It's World Finals. BDD gets tackled, baited by Perfect.
Effortlessly dismantled. Doran dropping Perfect as well.
You know,
and they're gonna at least get the shove. I was kind of wondering whether they wanted to play for the end, but not going to be the case. TP's toward the Baron.
When Perfect and Peter do something bad,
about to close out this game.
Yep,
My brain brings me back to reality. It's like, why am I surprised? I've watched these players play for like 2-3 years.
Have the rotation up from Faker as well.
I have zero expectations. But somehow we're here at Worlds and I have expectations of you.
His ultimate actually expires and they trade 1-for-1 on those junglers, but since Faker's able to
Perfect, could have just flashed out. And now you flash after and leave BDD to die.
And BDD doesn't get a chance.
And BDD, he flashed
and Perfect dies anyway.
Owner trying to take him down, but just wasn't perfectly in range.
He could have just flashed out. He had flash kills, flash W, Talia, and then he still died.
They were severely lacking damage there.
And again, Faker.
All right, let's see the onslaught of how T1 used Nashor.
Waits for the
They have a mid-wave coming through here.
Still has access.
KT's tempo's a little bit better. They are contesting in the river. We're gonna have a play over the Drake.
The Hail Mary, KT.
They're skipping the mid-wave. Gumayushi stepping into river as well.
As long as they buy time here.
I see the Talia wall from Faker is going to separate them like Moses. Here it comes, here it comes. Perfect catches the wall, but it also means that he's on cooldown. Look at Owner the boneless. Owner, misclicked. Owner, is this real? Is it real?
As is the perfect execution. Carry in the thick of it. Gumayushi and Faker untouched.
That's a clone, that's a clone.
Full confidence is the flash.
Gumayushi like Legolas.
Doran turns it right back.
Lying in wait.
The sundering blow. KT pulling away. Man advantage for the side of T1 being ushered out. Carrier wants to deny it, but he will only be able to isolate. Perfect. The Baron's still backing them up. The Dragon in their sights. T1 once again taking a fight.
And an attempt from KT to maybe get a soul point because T1 took that Baron. Not going to end up working out. That's going to be triple Mountain Drakes to come through here. The turn onto Owner actually ended up working out decent, but it's Gandora and is always there to help out his jungler.
Yeah, and he's just annihilating Doctor fight after fight after fight.
I want to stay home.
Even when Owner goes down in the sacrifice,
bro, that is a mental fight.
The burst damage there as well at the end. And then Chronicler.
Bro, that is a mental fight. That is a mental fight. I can't believe this was a real fight. That is one of the ugliest engagements I've ever seen. And T1 was like,
so much damage from this KT top side, but I guarantee
this was Owner's vision. Let's complete it.
A ton of work. The shielding
I love it
from Doran, making it so impossible for KT. Even when they spot that member isolated, even when they think that someone like Owner has overstepped, they just cannot finish these crucial kills.
Nash only for 40 more seconds. Can they break tier 2 bot lane?
To burst through health bars, being
pinging.
very heavily mitigated by the double maw of Malmortius for Doran and Owner respectively.
In the moment that Dogdom's taken out of the fight,
Talia on the mid wave.
Really do enough AD damage.
I think the T1 could maybe break here, but look at the position of KT. They're kind of lost on the map here.
Being Ash against
disrespectful towards an Ash here.
T1, even though the very early script
here they go, here they go.
Marching on KT's base.
Final wave of this
tickling the turret.
Power play.
That's an Ash. Here comes the Talia wall. Nice convergence here from T1. Breaking the base.
T1 outplaying.
It's going to be very rough to deal with, but at least Rise really clears super minions very
3
fast.
3 minutes on the next Baron, 3 minutes on Soul for T1.
Combination in the nation.
Faker still fishing for the flick back, for the seismic shove. But KT running out of options fast. The damage has not been enough. The positioning, the setups just have not been good enough. And T1 have been more than happy to punish and tear apart this KT team.
So telling that KT
I feel like this very difficult to choose the MVP of this one.
They haven't been able to play the game. They've just been
everyone did cool shit this game.
Out of lanes.
Everyone did cool shit this game. Then Gumayushi like won fights before they started with all his Qs landing.
T1 with the resilience, the experience of this roster again. 4 of which were 1 game away from making it 5 Worlds Finals in a row, which would have been even more silly. But their form is not bad either.
Definitely not too shabby.
Also, like Keria found some honestly, Keria guys. I think Keria won the game, by the way.
Push in for T1. Quite probably.
Rumble's such a useless champ, man, compared to the infinite choices you have now in top lane. Nah, we're not saying this.
Since the inhibitor is down in this lane,
we are not saying this.
To try and hopefully for KT
we are not saying this.
One
in
of
2025.
many defenses that they're going to need to fight their way back into
All right,
this game.
can they break? They're breaking.
Perfect, gonna use the equalizer to clear the way, but it will not stop the tier 2 tower from falling. Does give a bit more time to BDD to get a tower back.
I think I have to give Keria MVP because I think I give Keria MVP. The W on Wukong and then the tackle into the wall on Drake 4 was too crucial.
For the side of T1 and for KT, it will take a miracle or a misstep from the side of T1 to bring them back.
We're gonna give it to
Keria.
Kind of
start to think about drafts for the rest of the series as well.
Too clutch.
As we are in Fearless. And we're seeing why so many teams ban Poppy.
Tell me Rumble's win rate at
but
Worlds,
then
go
you're
ahead.
Thinking, okay, yeah.
What does that have to do with anything,
Poppy
brother?
ultimates this game. He had to make his engages, but are you going to give him Nico? No. Are you
You're
gonna
watching
give him
this
Bard?
game
No.
and you're
Are
being
you
the
gonna
biggest
give him
hindsight
Renata?
Andy
it's
ever.
so hard.
This
player
is
just
perfect
so
who he
good.
is as a
He
player.
got 4 bans in our first draft. Alistair, Renata, you highlighted
This
the
is who
Bard
he
and the
is.
Nico as well.
Look.
Obviously, those first two a bit more contextual.
This is who
but
he is at Worlds.
when his 5th pick is
what
winning
are you
games
talking
in
about?
team fights, it's a reminder to why this player is held in such high regard, and a reminder to what
It's
a
his best
global
champion
form
by
he has
far.
had. Domestic Carrier was solid, right? Still a good support, but this version of Carrier, world class.
Faker also has 100% kill participation on the Talia, by the way. Full 20 for 20 there.
That's 18.
Right,
Just
bullet
kidding.
miss.
That's why you don't do math.
I was about to say. It's okay. It's okay.
That Carrier double kill didn't count. We don't give that one. We don't. That one. Those two just
It
didn't
happens
count.
to the best of us.
I felt like
Don't
we
worry
needed a
about it.
comedic break.
Yeah, because barring a KT steal of this next dragon, the game will end on maybe Baron, definitely Mountain Soul.
We do see
All
a
right.
Vamp Scepter for Doc Dom.
I see a
Grievous wounds
death
as well,
cap from
maybe help him
BDD.
heal back
If
up, but of
BDD
course
can
the
hit,
range
which should be
discrepancy is big, but
impossible,
more
then he can maybe
importantly,
carry.
Third
But
item
he's
coming
like,
in
look how much
because
MR
fourth
Red
item
Side
from
has,
BDD,
even through
that
Void.
death cap.
It's like
Maybe
you have
now if they catch
Banshee,
someone out from T1
more,
that'll
Edge
be
of the
able to
Night,
finish
so
those
many
crucial
things
kills.
to just
However,
deny.
you have the pressure point on the top side from Faker in the
BDD's
bottom lane.
impact and
Super Minions
perfect
are
impact.
barreling in. KT, if they make a
They don't have a lot of
single wrong
DPS
choice,
here
they're
on
likely to
Wukong and
lose
Ashe as
something
champions.
regardless of the outcome.
They don't get to hit that much for free.
This is just going
But
to be gone
Ashe
if they
cuts
don't make a
through. They
play.
can
It's gonna
face
be a
check
big
now.
realm
Cuz
warp.
can create
And
space.
your realm warping
Gumayusi
possibly
poking
straight
on
to
the
you.
entry.
Illuminati
Poppy
back
ult
at the
on
chance.
Wukong.
Cuz
Denies
taking out
any
the
fight.
equation, 6K getting lower. KT
Oh,
start to
yeah.
flounder. They decide it's not worth it. They decide they don't want it. Instead, they're going to turn their sights to the
Soul
Drake.
coming
Spawning in
through.
4
KT
seconds. T1
have a
already
little bit of a
secured
better
the Baron on the
position.
back of a
Better
keeper's
entry
verdict
onto
for
the Drake. But look
Carrier.
at bot wave,
Now
guys.
they
Look at
might
bot
just look
wave.
to end it here. Flash
That's a
forward.
snap.
Perfect
Yokdam is dead.
execution.
He's dead.
Aptly named as
He is dead.
Yokdam takes him down. KT now chasing
T1
out as well.
make it
BDD
look
trying to
so
run more
damn
back in the
easy,
rest
bro.
of the team. But Carrier once again there to
The way they
interrupt.
snap.
Doran unfazed by the magic damage of BDD. It's a double
Bro,
kill
they have
coming
better
through.
synergy than
Perfect
Teeth,
and Cuz,
bro.
the last two left standing.
That was a
But
T piece into bot lane.
into the base to bring back and seal the deal in
All right,
game
Gumayusi,
one.
hunt him down.
T1.
Hunt him down.
What a
Do
performance.
it for the point. Do it
And
for the point.
Perfect running for
Do
the
it for the
hills.
point.
I don't think
Tell your
his
team to
survival
wait
is gonna
with the ending.
matter as
You're gonna
Doran
kill
and
Rumble.
Carrier show a masterclass in this game
Yeah.
on the lane for both. I think looked a little precarious, but those team fights, man.
Nice.
That's a smile on the face of T1's top laner. Doran was a heat-seeking missile
Nice.
in this game. He found Doctor over and over and over.
GG. Bro,
Analysts,
that is freaky, bro.
a little bit
That is
too
freaky.
juicy. These avenues.
I have to say, that
No, has to
disengage here
him up.
was amazing. This one,
Very heavily.
this one was nuts, bro.
Chipping away.
This is crazy. Like, look at the game state, guys. Look at the damn game state. Look at the damn game state here.
Some of the members of KT
Like, this
access
should
to the
be,
pick here,
like,
but it's a very
so
slow,
hard,
drawn-out, secure
so
BDD
difficult.
marking Doran
KT have position. And then it's just like, they burn perfect
flank.
flash.
Arrows
And then Peter is eating so much poke. So much poke.
starting to rain. Peter getting
And then
jumped
look
out.
at
A
the,
flashback
as
from
Cuz
Perfect.
snaps,
T1 chipping away at those
look at Carrier. Let's see how
resources.
fast he
Eyes on the
reacts here. Let's see how fast he reacts here. Let's just play this.
Boy,
Let's just play this
Silver.
slower. Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Woo! Speed and quickness. Denying Cuz completely. Wukong ult out, and then the counter engage from Owner, and then Doran just collapsing. Collapsing. You know, a very, very crucial detail here. It's like the way Cuz plays makes it a little bit more predictable. So basically, you should always tether and make your movement unpredictable. Because here, Cuz signals too hard that he wants to go. He signals way too hard that he wants to go. Because here, if he's like tethering here and jiggling and moving and playing, it would be a lot more. Because here, he decides, I'm going to walk up right now. You know? His movement was, it shifted too hard, you know? Basically, like in League, you gotta feint always. You gotta feint. You gotta feint. You gotta feint. You gotta feint, you know? Always feint.
do you pull that off? Like, they have no engage.
World Championship final, by the way, game 1.
Like, that is
Carry
just
MVP, carry
insane,
MVP, plain
man.
and
That
simple.
is like Shaq and Kobe off the backboard, just like dunking on KT's head.
It's so impressive
crazy.
how clean their team fighting is. And I want to bring up something that we touched upon earlier, because your boy Doran, he is showing the heck up in his first game here, where we talked so much about how at internationals he's had some pretty big flubs. He himself talked about how much his T1 teammates, the T1 support staff, were helping him feel
Why are people angry at the bro? I don't understand people. How can people?
He was absolutely feeling the magic, and he's helping out T1 now at this point.
How are people angry at this opening ceremony, bro? Honestly, the internet just ruins everything.
They were so low on engage in this.
The internet just sucks. I swear.
He absolutely did. Also around the Arakan, right? And right now, I was looking at him at this
0x
point,
BOF, thank you very much for the prime. Alex as well, thank you for the tier 1.
But it didn't.
It absolutely could have. And I mean, again, it was Doran showing up in this moment.
I think it was insane, bro.
He sneaks the ult past the Braum onto Doctum.
It was insane, by the way.
Again, and that just lights out. That's
This opening ceremony was amazing, bro.
Because you saw that for KT and BDD. Oh my gosh. It was slipping through their fingers, Emily.
I love this opening ceremony.
What we have to expect now, right? KT on the back foot. What are the priorities they have to make? Because I think coming into this draft, we thought they probably had the better draft.
Yeah, I thought they had a really strong draft for them. I really loved how they used the Braum. I did really love the Cuz-Peter synergy. I think that is a great thing that I want to see KT continue to have. The big thing for me, though, is, again, you have to find a way to be able to stand up to the massive amounts of coordination that are coming out of these T1 team fights. And I will say, I did like how they played around bot lane, so I would take that into game 2 as well.
And you have to find a way to not allow a game like that to shake you. Everything went right.
I think the execution was insane, because that's how I rate it, you know. Like for me, I rate opening ceremonies based on execution, you know. And I thought the execution was amazing. Visually, it was very nice.
Battle cruiser operational.
Right. There are like elements. There are elements that are like subjective, and that part I enjoyed too. Like for example, the world song medley thing. The world song medley thing, it was really good. Yeah, I do think that T1, I do think that Faker should have been. What's happening? What is this? Hey yo! What is this? What is this? What is this commercial? Hey yo! Is that Rumble? It's not Rumble. It's a TFT animal. Oh damn! Oh damn! Thank you very much for the anonymous gift. I appreciate that. Woo. Bro, this video is insane. Jesus, what is this TFT at, bro? Bro! What the hell? Bro, I'm engaged with the story now. Yo. Jesus. What the hell? Yo, hey, what the fuck? What? Jesus, what is this? What the hell? Yo, what the hell? That's crazy, bro. What are we saying? Lore and legends. That's crazy, bro. We're playing that.
안녕하세요. KT 피터입니다. 오늘 이렇게 촬영장에
Bro, don't show this now.
촬영장에 와봤는데요.
Don't show this now, bro. Show a T1 one. All right, good. Right.
향해 가는 길을 대리석처럼 표현해놔가지고 좀 이쁘게 나올 것 같고 기대가 됩니다.
All right.
안녕.
An update is required.
I love the song too, bro. I like the song. I'm not dancing to the ad, guys. I don't care about that.
System updated. We will dance to get. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Would you give Doran MVP last game? No, Kerry as MVP, bro. I'm very fair to Doran the Moran. I'm very fair to him. This ad is crazy to me. Why is the browser just beating the shit out of this dude? And they're showing it on screen. He just put a shuriken in him, he's beating the shit out of him. Like, what's happening, bro? I don't feel like this is a good way of convincing people to download the browser, bro.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Download it though.
The greatest players in the world are here.
Download it though.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. Rocket Will as the Arcade Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Returns to Riyadh. Will you come beat us up if like the ad if we don't? No, apparently, like, I will do that if you do.
How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they're going to get better. Flashes in and down goes Light.
Bro, that ad was insane, bro. The Nasus Renekton moment was insane. I don't know, I need to rewind that real quick, wait. Bro, this moment is insane, bro. Jesus. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Damn! Oh my days! Bro, is that an ode to Faker? It kind of feels like it for some reason. This is just Faker, no? It's just Faker. It's just Faker, no? I swear it's just bah! It's just Faker, bro. It's just
Something new.
I don't know, is it impossible? Is it impossible to win? Is it impossible to win? Yo, the Phoenix, thank you much for the gift of sub. Appreciate that. Thank you, Nice Shadow, for the bits as well. And IKIREHC, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, draft was good for KT, bro. They had a winner. They had a winner for sure. They had a winner, but T1, I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. Much love, you man from Australia. Shout out to Australia. I love Australia. I'm sad because I will never, I probably won't ever go again. But when I was in Melbourne for 2 weeks, that was one of the best, core memories of my life, man. Traveling, you know? Melbourne was so special. You like spiders? Yeah. I sleep with my mouth open so they have a place to sleep in the night. Well. Nah, I'm kidding. I sleep with my mouth closed. It's bad. Don't be mouth breathers, guys. Are you banned from entering Australia? No, I'm not. You come again, I'll take you around. There will be a lot of alcohol and food had. No, it's just expensive to make it to Melbourne, guys. It's very expensive, very far. I had to fly for 40 hours. I flew to Abu Dhabi, and then from Abu Dhabi to Kuala Lumpur, and then from Kuala Lumpur to Melbourne Airport, and that shit took 40 hours, man. 5 hours to Abu Dhabi, 8 hours to Kuala Lumpur, and then 8 hours to... No non-stop flight. It's too far away, brother.
On the hunt for BDD, but there's just nowhere for him to go. In the blink of an eye, KT's lead disappears.
There's a 2-stop flight now, Yamato. I'm faster with train. But I'm getting to that age when
Welcome back to the World Finals.
I'm getting to that age where I'm worried about blood clots. Blood clot.
In the early game, it felt like they might have found the formula, but T1 Magic struck again. Their team fighting absolutely flawless. And as we get ready for Game 2, both teams looking at the draft, knowing that it is fearless, seeing what options are available to them.
And a lot has been expanded here when it
I have
comes to
ego. I try to not piss on the flight.
Right, we're not going to see the BDD for Talia, which I do.
I'm so happy with Draco's
tournament, and I really want
to get that World Finals in. Come on now.
And I think it was not the early game where the set plays really ended up working out, but it's as soon as the map opened up, and I think that is something that to me is really hard to fix from game to game, because if you end up with a bad draft, your lanes don't feel good. That's easy to pinpoint. You know, you draft something else and you're feeling better. But getting out macroed and getting out team fight is a little harder to fix.
Especially when the KT
I don't know, T1 just looked so much better in the execution there.
Fighting in a lot of their interviews.
I don't know, there's too many players on T1 that can just do freaky shit, bro.
Game 1 as well, where they specifically talked about this being such a big strength and them wanting to focus on those mid and late game team fights. That is where they're going to have to bring it together. So when you're thinking of team fights and how to construct those, I'm thinking
T1
of
back to
Trundle
red.
and tanks, and we already see a Trundle ban.
We're gonna see a Sion first pick, I guess, from KT.
The priority for Sion just goes through the roof. If there is no Trundle, Sion has just been God.
Certainly has been. So as we get into the first round of picks, the final round of bans here, at least in Phase 1, in Champs like Power,
compression
by
sucks.
Omen and HyperX, we're looking
Maybe I need to get some compression
the
sucks.
Nico, a potential first pick angle. Both the Nico and the Bard were banned against Keria in Game 1, and T1 have a choice. Do they want
Nico is open, guys. Nico is open. Yunara ban.
Yes, but as you highlighted, the Sion is available in a world.
Yone is open.
So
Nico is open. Sion is open.
V1 Nico to me feels like a no-brainer. It was Peter who.
Is it gonna be like Nico, Kaiser, Yone, 1, 2, 3 guys? And then T1's gonna slam a little Sion here? Together with Jungle Prio?
Dependent last time they banned it because they played the Talia, which can really struggle post 6. We'll see if the Scion to me does feel inevitable, as highlighted, but what else is T1 going to pick up here?
And then you have to worry about how effective do you feel like the Rek'Sai counter into Scion is? Because we have seen varying levels of success or failures of players using it. I think that Perfect definitely can
There's a
use
Sayonara.
that very effectively.
Let's see if Javan's going to be prioritized jungle-wise.
If they do it.
Trundle at OP.
As expected,
Trundle is the
Scion goes
connector to
down
melee
because of the Thunderband,
supports
and then
and
I'm already thinking of
top lane
KT.
tanks.
Possible Rek'Sai there for
Do
Perfect
is it just Kai'Sa Yone? Is it just Kai'Sa Yone, or do they just go Yone Rek'Sai and drop AD?
Those are not available, so that does mean that it's a lot harder to immediately and easily punish this champion.
Might just be Kai'Sa Yone, guys. And then we're gonna see Faker Akali on 3.
Of a swap. Looking at that bot lane too,
Vi?
knowing how effective Scion can be in those swaps,
Okay.
just withstanding pressure.
Vi is surprising to me. I don't see the value of Vi here. Vi is very surprising to me.
Players have loved
But I guess they just feel like they're gonna run out of junglers. Are they going Kai'Sa then? To just line up more CC for Kai'Sa?
And you want to get a kill combo with that Vi for your mid laner here for BDD. Are they going to drop BDD's pick, or are they going to drop the top lane?
Not a big fan of Vi slamming to Sion Job and showing.
Just play a tank or something, and you don't necessarily.
Then you gotta
have to
pick
go the
Kai'Sa here
Rek'Sai
for
answer
Dokkan.
into it, and so they could invest in the other lane.
I do like
What are you cooking, Skull? Rek'Sai, so Kai'Sa will get banned. We're not gonna see a single Kai'Sa Nico combo, guys. In this game.
Looking to go towards a 2 carry composition, and that is something that
Will they match support here for Keria?
Can punish really well,
Or will they just slam something like
Jarvan
Galio?
early game actually do bring out a surprising amount of damage. Jarvan is fine going later into the game, but when you have enough dive to guarantee that one of the two members
Sivir.
might struggle, that's why I like the Sivir pickup. Sivir is one of those carries.
So here we should ban Yone for sure, right?
One of the picks that's good into
I guess maybe we don't care because Nico Ziggs is not much of a lane.
reliably lock it down. So
They ban Yone anyway.
makes a ton of sense.
I appreciate that.
It does cost at least one champion from BDD with the Yone.
And let's see the Karma ban here, I think. Karma ban. I think you always ban Karma here, no matter what. Alistar. I think they gotta ban Karma. I think Keria. I'm thinking all about that bot lane prio and a good matchup into Nico.
For the first 15 minutes. The
They
question
banned
is, can
Ali,
they
which is
set
good
that same
scaling, I
up?
guess.
And there's also the fact that one of the best champions we've seen with Nico, one of the most impressive, is Corki, where Sivir actually has a good matchup into Corki, which frees up a ban for T1, which most likely... Okay, I actually was going to... I thought that they were going to throw all
Kai'Sa
of it on
ban,
BDD.
I like that.
Instead, going to take away the
Really
Kai'Sa
sharp
here
bans from
Dokkan
T1, I like it.
With Vi, with Rek'Sai, and with Nico. Makes a
What
ton
is
of sense.
Dokkan playing here,
it's
guys?
just too good of a Kai'Sa angle there for KT.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of KT's 1, 2, 3. I really don't think you should drop
Faker
Kai'Sa and
Galio
Yone.
as well gets taken off the board. The protection not going to be there.
And the question is,
Here, I wouldn't. Maybe Faker's gonna fish for a Casio pick on 5. And they just pick Karma here on 4.
obviously you know what support you're playing against, but a 2v2 a lot more complicated than that.
Lulu. It's basically Karma, but a Yordle.
He is really set up for success, and to use this Lulu to ensure that Keria can do whatever he wants in these fights.
Okay.
With the Lulu, you have extra
They're just
safety
thinking to
from one of the
themselves,
two
we want
carries
more
that
scaling, more scaling,
It
more
also is a
scaling.
lane
No
dependent,
pressure on the early
quite
game.
impressive, particularly when paired with something that
Ezreal
shoves
makes
well.
you capable.
Looking kind of at the options remaining for KT, the Ezreal certainly feels like he can stay at arm's length, gets out of the J4 kind of threat and pressure quite easily. That said,
I'm really liking T1's draft so far, guys.
Source of damage. Sivir takes a lot of time to scale up. You have a lot of amazing
Really liking T1's draft so far.
But with Azir and Orianna banned
I
away,
think playing Ezreal into, like, I think the sound is already never dying. And BDD blind picking here is not going to be super easy, guys.
Mel, maybe save that one actually later for later in Fearless. But some
Okay,
sort of
like
control
he
mage
needs to
that
pick
does
a
that with lot
mage.
of damage like you're talking
It's
about, like the
Victor, but it's so
only
boring.
problem would be
It's
then
so
that
boring.
you would be very vulnerable to the dive.
It's so hard to pick mid lane here, guys.
And this is what I'm
It's
wondering about is,
impossible to
what
pick
are you
mid.
gonna pick here? Oh,
Mel.
It actually is so that's crazy
Mel.
to me because I was looking at something that pairs well with Vi.
But they are preparing for the later
A lot of
games.
champions who would want to go with Vi are things that dive as well. Like think about the Akali, for example, but you can't really blind those at the risk of getting counterpicked. And instead, BDD says, give me the Mel, a pick that has been rising in prio this tournament. And I like Victor when it comes to a 2-carry composition. But you do need to get to your items because the early game for this comp is not looking too hot.
And I think that we have to hope, or at the very least the KT fans have to hope, that BDD's first game on Mel isn't his first ever game, but
right.
just his first competitive game. as we did see with Owner and Mundo early on, and now you're
Okay.
against Faker's Silas. Front page of Reddit.
Silas is decent. You have Nico Ulti. Honestly, it's a fine Silas spot. It's a fine Silas spot. Not gonna lie. Is that a skin pick? Like, what is... Guys, I literally played... I have my League client open from yesterday. I played with Faker's T1 skin. Silas skin. Like, he already has one. It's a prestige one. What are we saying?
I do think though, with the Silas, it really does help you with the early game issue.
Guys, I think though most Silas spots I've hated at this tournament. This is a decent one. This is a pretty damn good one, I think.
But I do think it makes the composition a little awkward. It patches your early game issue, but I do think now you have a composition that on one hand wants to play for the silver.
I like Silas into Mel.
Classic front to back, keep safe, absorb the initial dive that comes through, but Silas kind of does the opposite. So we'll see how T1 is able to navigate that, because I do think if they would have gone for the Victor, like the first item, spike or two, really doesn't feel that impressive to me.
And I feel like KT in the later stages of the draft actually drafted themselves some versatility here, since they indexed very heavily into range with both Ezreal and Mel having very long range. They can try and go for some poke damage early as well and try and force the shorter range T1 squad to do the engaging on them and look for a possible counter.
As we get into game 2 here, remember to log into your Riot account on lolesports.com.
Oh shit.
Watch Worlds live to earn
Oh
exclusive
shit.
world emotes, icons, and capsules.
All right.
But you might
Freaky.
not have time. You might want to wait until after whatever is
Freaky.
happening here continues to happen, because
All
Keria
right.
running for his life. Faker there to body block any potential follow-up damage.
Mel.
Comes down, gives enough information to know that KT is
Mel
back
is just
away,
the
but
best
KT
champion in the
making
game,
an
guys.
aggressive level 1 play to seize control of this early jungle.
And we do see KT again going for a very aggressive invade. These level
All right,
one
running
players
ads
in
real
the
quick
early
and
lane
then
phase was
predictions.
something
Predictions.
Just straight up better in game number 1. So to try to leverage that again. Not really going to lean to anything meaningful this time around. Keria didn't have anything
Prediction.
forced,
Start
so we'll be there
prediction.
with the main
KT
wave.
versus T1.
So
Game
unfortunately
2.
for KT,
Send in your
no
points.
big
Send in your
advantage
points.
found.
Send in your
It's
points.
Perfect doing a little bit of scouting here, but they are on the ward, so
All right.
I think either
I think somebody
Faker
else did.
or Owner is going to
Good to see you,
fall for
Enzo.
anything, and no swaps to come through, and we do have both junglers again pathing from that top side.
All right, we have Ezreal TP. I don't know. I really like T1's draft across the board. I love their draft. I think their draft is way better than the previous game.
It was the mid jungle that really brought this team together.
I think their
that
draft
got
is
them
amazing.
across the finish line. And when you look at Cuz and BDD,
I
right, these are
think
guys
the
who
draft
played
playing
together
was just
for
fantastic.
So damn long, and now anytime KT's backs are against the wall, these are the players that we look at to really make the difference and stand up.
Certainly so.
Cuz and
Such a
BDD
long
teammates forever.
history playing together.
This is
multiple
BDD's.
teams,
This is Cuz's
multiple
agent
years,
making sure that
and they
Tarzan
really
doesn't
do
join
trust each
KT
other
or
and have
something.
talked about how much it means to them to be here on this
This
stage.
is Cuz's
There's also
agent.
recently a story of almost, right? As we're going in again.
Okay, all right. Ezreal very strong in the early game.
Getting aggressive.
This is the beauty of Karma. That Karma can push a lot harder than Lulu in the early levels. Gumayushi already losing Flash.
They are there. And this time it's Dokdom that actually wins the arm race, right? He's the one with teleport, and Gumayushi doesn't, because as Ezreal, you are given the liberty of doing so because your kit has a built-in escape.
Let's see what Owner can cook up. Did he learn something from Tarzan? Maybe he can find ways to break the matchups.
Using very well. We saw them out macro KT once they got control, really applying a ton of pressure to the lanes. As right now, both junglers pathing towards that bot side, and Guma not having Flash available might be looking for something there, because both of them very strong early ganks as well.
Definitely true.
I have zero memory of BDD Mel. I think this is his first Mel game on stage.
The Flash, of course, expended. The heal expended, so a potential vulnerable point. Meanwhile, on the top side,
Doran kiting to get his W shield damage
really
off.
hasn't been able to wrest control of the lane in terms of overall priority.
I just don't think it's that good of a Mel game.
Doran from
Whose draft you like? I prefer red side big time.
Yeah, the sustain on Rek'Sai. So
I think T1's going to win
and
this.
These tank matchups will eventually
It's just a
start
question
to,
of what can KT cook up
whittle them
early and what
down
can Owner
and
do
look
to
for
break the
extra
matchups.
pressure there. Meanwhile, speaking of
Vias in
pressure,
bot lane. Here comes Owner. He wraps around.
False sense of security.
Wraps around like a BDD movement.
Nice initial sidestep, flash backwards onto Faker. The root connects. Good damage from BDD, but he can't quite
BDD
finish
use
the
Flash.
kill.
I think Faker should be happy with that. Owner, stick around, maybe Q the wave. Oh, he's recalling dry. All right, Peter's here. You have
Once you
to.
hit 6, that is a Mel without an escape. If you do find your
Ban
ultimate,
Trundle, give
BDD will be
Sion,
able to
pick
maintain the
Ezreal.
pressure
Are
on
we
this lane,
Fnatic? Are
but
we
he
the
does have to pay for it
baddies?
heavily.
And the critical part is that T1, they don't overextend the play. Because
Ooh, KT finding a little Gumi Yusuf.
KT getting aggressive, just
The
knocking
cannon
down
minion
Gumayusi,
tech.
taking
Why
first blood
not?
as Peter
Why
flawlessly
not?
turns into the canyon minion.
Lulu was on
Countless tower
recall.
shots.
We've seen this so
Gumayusi
many
suffering.
times, and it actually does get old seeing that happen again. Nico turning into the cannon so you can
Imagine
get
we are
that
playing
passive.
Fearless.
I'm right there with you, Kobe. You can
We're
just
playing
settle.
Fearless.
You can just keep tanking tower shots.
We're
This
playing
one wasn't
Fearless,
too
and we are
egregious
still
'cause
sick and tired of
FK
seeing Nico
quite as
turning
many, but they
into
pull
a
off
cannon
that
minion.
play. And this was, again, Peter and Cuz playing together. They had
That's the
linked
freeze
up
from
and they were
Faker.
looking to counter the mid play.
Let's see what
Then
T1
after the
can
mid
cook in
play,
terms of the
They
punishment.
just turn their sights, wrap around
Gumayusi
towards the
just
bottom side
opens
of
on
the map,
perfect
and
lane.
they find the
T1 are
value
trying to
there.
dodge the matchup.
Now T1 resetting, putting
Vi
Kuma
is
on the
hovering
top
behind
side,
Mel
knowing
to
he needs
defend.
a bit more time. This is
Javan
one of the
just clearing to
downsides
get
of
level
Sivir.
5.
We know her to be this wave clear machine. She can take control of mid.
Cuz is
She
backing
can
up
power
BDD
these
on the
dive
push
presses.
out.
She can be a late game carry.
Very, very
But
nice.
early on, if she falls behind, she doesn't do a lot.
I think the entry
T1
into the
trying
early
to get
game for
some more
T1 here
resources
is
in his pocket, trying to give him time to stack
going
the
to
goal
be-
so that he can be relevant in the fights to come.
And KT are off to another
You
good
okay, thank you
start
much
here.
to Tier 1, I
And for them,
appreciate
I
it.
imagine
Appreciate
coming
it.
in, scores has talked to them to. The early game was great. A lot of the things there went well. We're able to generate a lot of leads across the board. Early dragon stacking plus the grubs, but it was actually following through and not giving T1 any opportunities. We know how much resilience this team has. We've seen them do it again and again and again at Worlds. As a little bit of
Doran
damage over the
Moran.
door, but he's silent in a 1v2, so he'll be fine.
His potion,
so for
his
KT,
biscuit.
that's my test. The objectives early, I
to
trust that
level
they can
3.
get, but can they actually keep that
I
pressure
think these
up?
lane assignments are
This is one of
very,
the
very
advantages
comfortable for
of
T1.
Zion, right?
Very comfortable.
No real hard CC to interrupt the decimating smash here in that bottom lanes means Perfect can be more at risk when he steps forward to clear. Luckily for him, however, Gumayusi is behind. There's not a lot of damage threat there.
On
And
the
it's
bonus.
Peter
That's
playing with
my
fire,
Peter spotted
roaming
him
into
though. Here
T1
comes
jungles,
Cuz.
giving perfect information to Cuz.
They're
Owner
outnumbering on bottom
might have a
side. They don't
false
want to
sense
let
of
him get away
security
with
here.
this.
Doesn't have information on Cuz.
Owner tethering
Peter now
super
committing a
well.
little bit more. Q over the wall,
Very
the ball breaker,
greedy
immediate
though.
route to follow,
Owner
but
loses
gonna
flash.
to safety, uses the smite.
Cuz is going to take bot side crab and probably Drake.
I'd say definitely worth. I mean, Peter and Cuz, again, we keep on highlighting.
No, for Owner, because he got Grom. Yeah, come on, Kobe. You're a jungler.
I'm going to go, yeah, sure. I'll go worth there for Owner. Flash
Well,
for
now
Grom.
the lane assignments are no longer
Honestly,
that great.
highlighting,
Doran's going to be
Peter and
6.
Cuz once again, doing the setup work there
Divir
for
doesn't
the
have a
jungler
great
to come
time into
over.
Rec side,
And we'll
but at least
see.
it's okay. I
Can they
guess you can
actually
eat the
punish?
W
And
knock
actually,
up and
I
kite
love
away.
this from T1 because last time it was KT that
Maybe
were set
it's
up
not that
early
bad.
in River where they were able to generate some big leads. This time
Oh.
the trap is the opposite. As Perfect has made his way onto Guma,
What was this
but
interaction, guys?
doesn't have the damage yet. Not enough items yet.
Did
to
he
actually
Q
threaten
into a
this Sivir,
W?
but does
Did he
the
layer
kill.
it?
Crucially does get that summoner. It is a small advantage, but it could matter in the next few minutes.
I guess he
T1
just
has
layered it.
highlighted, though,
Never
get
mind.
The initial setup, get the initial vision down, so know that they're safe here to take the first Drake
All
of
right.
the game. KT with a small gold lead, but T1 balancing it out with this Cloud Drake.
Cool that T1 get Drake. That's a
On the
big
top
deal.
side means no contest to come through, and T1 doing a better job of not giving away too much control.
Crazy
in
that this is
game
just
two.
legal. Nico is just on
Dragon
base.
secured in the aftermath,
Vi just
and
pieced
now
up,
you also
pre
get
6.
your level 6 here for Owner,
Like,
so we'll see if they
how-
can
how did
actually
T1
apply
get
that
grab
pressure
and
to the
dragon?
lane. They did burn BDD's
How
flash.
did that happen?
But look at it, it's almost back up here, a quarter of the way.
I would have to
go for
watch a
BDD,
replay.
And Cuz is doing the work to get him.
I have to
that
watch a
vision
replay.
around mid lane.
I thought
That
after they
bridge,
pushed
that
out
extra
Owner
little
that
timer,
the bot side was
window
done.
Where you would be vulnerable to a J4 ultimate.
Might have also been the reason why KT they really didn't want to commit to that fight.
Interesting.
Because if Owner just ults onto BDD and Faker gets on top of him, like, what do? There isn't really any counterplay for the Mel, who again likes to play
Mel.
at range, slowly stack up that passive. Ultimate is available for BDD.
Silas
so
bleeding in the mid lane.
that execute might end up being valuable.
Faker's
in the
got
fights to
Nico
come, and there
ultimate.
is that stolen
But
Nico.
is it
I
Nico
think
ultimate?
By far the best out of
We will
all
never
those,
know.
unless you really want to go for a very specific play with like the vial.
It says Nico ult
but
if he
generally
stole
that
a
Nico
different
gives
ult.
so much value.
Actually, never
Silas
mind. It always.
has many ways
I'm
to get on
lying.
top
I'm
of his
lying.
opponents.
I got it twisted. I got it twisted. Sometimes you have the wrong icon and you still have.
Middle, onto Peter, catches the real target carry there for the follow. Flash out from Peter.
I'm trolling. I'm
Forced to
trolling.
use the
Nico
heal as
icon is
well.
always Nico.
And of
But
course, while he's
sometimes you have the
pretty
wrong
far away
icon
from that
and it's
ultimate,
Nico.
not having
That's
that
what I'm
for the
trying to
fight when he
say.
finally does, that
Sorry,
flash
guys.
is going to
I'm
be
getting.
critical.
I got it twisted. I got it
Double
twisted.
summoners off of the
I was
Nico,
smoking
off
some
of
good
Peter
kush.
could be very big. Is going going to mean that KT will start.
Oh, Peter survived the big combo.
Peter heals up off those honey fruits.
Which means that T1 have no gas in the tank to fight these grubs.
T1 is a little bit hesitant. And also this time their skirmishing just isn't quite as strong, right? In the previous game,
So good.
I think that they had so
Yeah,
much
Faker
power
can't really
there.
fight. Wait, is this lethal? Is this
Access
lethal?
to the golden clips is there.
Wow.
Wants to reflect a bit of the damage back onto Faker, but not quite in kill range yet. Crucially though, Faker no flash because of the previous play. Cuz still does have access to that ulti as we hear the farm alarm on the top side. Doran there just in time to clear out the wave.
No, I was trying to say that if you steal ult from Nico and she's a different champ, your icon might look different, but it's always Nico ult. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it's fair.
Like you can't steal Vi ult from Nico being Vi. You know?
Yes. 1 kill at 9 minutes.
I'm glad you guys are appreciating it with me. That's very nice. But we are seeing
less a war, more of like a telecom skirmish. Telecom scouting mission.
A telecom polite.
But I said it backwards.
Discussion between you two. Oh, you will take Dragon? We will take Grubs. That's very nice. Thank you.
Where's the blood? Or no blood?
Honestly, though, I think we might be in for a long stretch of farming for Guma. You know, you talked about it earlier.
It's going to be key for each team in this game, Coach. I think KT are on a timer. They need to break this game open before Sivir reaches 3 items, which I have concerns about.
Nice side set from BDD, just barely
nice spells from BDD.
Ballbreaker coming in for Cuz. Ops not to flash. The turn back from Owner is solid.
All
Faker
right.
on the way in himself.
Oh, what a fight! What a fight!
Across the top. BDD grabbing one. Faker will turn it back, but he's under the tower.
Lovely for KT. They take those. They take those.
The subterfuge from KT. Cuz actually spotted.
BDD.
That Owner was there.
Beautiful spell usage from BDD.
Let's go for the
double root.
He's ready.
And then we saw the Jarvan ult to cancel the Vi ult.
And once they do, they're too close
BDD
to the
movement
turret,
was smooth to line up the spells like that.
Yeah, nicely done by BDD.
Very
Flashing
smooth.
under and then roots Faker under the tower so that they can get the 2-for-1, get the 3 kills here for the Feats of Warfare in the aftermath. And this is even with the beginning of the play is actually quite nice from Owner because he uses his Unstoppable from Jarvan ultimate to avoid the CC from Cuz as he comes
Owner
back
played that as good as he could.
Then Faker into the tower range and BDD
I think if BDD flashes Vi ult, I think maybe he could live actually. Like into the tower.
And then also is the one that secures it.
Very important detail is that Gumayushi, after getting dove and laning against Nico, is just stabilized.
I'll flash. It's fine.
Give a quick rundown on this Mel's chance abilities. So basically her passive is something that she can proc with her autos. Her Q applies to passive. Her E is like a root that is kind of hard to hit, similar to like a Lux E that automatically detonates. Her W is what makes her basically like unkillable for half a second, and she reflects all spells. So that's like the core of this champion.
To the dragon fights.
And then the hope is that you land your spells enough to find executions on passives with your R.
kind of project a longer term for T1's kind of attempts at the turnarounds.
Oh, Sion didn't pay any price. He laned against Ezreal, he was chilling. Nico was like roaming mid and shit, you know?
The map and attempting another dive.
He's low, but reinforcements I think will be on the way, and it looks like the wave isn't in a position for them to actually make it happen.
KT, Diokdam has...
a little scared there, but Doran
and also it's like...
but Faker being this low does mean that Prio is there for KT. Does have TP, but they're not letting him.
No mana for Doc Dom, still advancing forward, knowing that he has Peter behind him to
Faker
cover.
goes home.
Will now retreat. Tension starts to fade. Top side, the TP coming back from Doran. Checking in on the sums. Obviously no flash for BDD, no flash for Cuz. Owner's flash available, could be big in the coming fights. Completed items for both sides, jungle mid.
All right, Cuz defending, I like that. Hobby advantage on Cuz, which is a pretty big deal at this point in the game. Gumayushi just eat a Drake auto. Doesn't work like that anymore as far as I know. Am I crazy? Can someone confirm if I'm crazy? Who's crazy? Am I crazy? Is Gumayushi crazy? Probably Gumayushi knows better than me on Sivir mechanics against Dragon.
Cuz off to the side. Ulti from Doran's not
Holy,
going to catch
that's a Sion ult already. Guys, T1 need to run. I don't know if this is a good fight. Perfect. I think T1 are very happy to walk away.
They're going to make a hasty retreat. They don't want the 5v5. Content trading that ulti of Doran for the Drake.
All right.
We'll see if they're able to get anything
I think they are
out
so
of it,
damn happy, guys. Like, I'm looking at blue side champions, and the fact that they got the Drake and walked away, like KT, you gotta step to the plate. You gotta snap. You gotta say beach, and then you gotta get in there, you know. This is a robbery. Now T1 can really stall it. They can really stall it.
Doctor, I'm gonna push one more wave.
Not necessarily that it's like the soul is fine, whatever. It's more about the fact that it's not super easy to force the game for KT. They still have Atakan. Let's see what they cook up with Atakan. Is GD up to Sivir 3 items? Yeah, it should be. Unless KT like continue to expand the lead. Because 3k gold lead is still quite significant. It's still quite significant. I don't want to be, you know...
Close to 41 as well. Really only waiting for Doran. Neither support has
That's a whole ninja
yet.
tabi.
In about a minute, this Herald fight, I think, going to be a big breaking point. And we'll see if T1 needs to fight. I do again want to echo T1. I don't think need to fight this, but knowing them, I think it's fairly likely that they will.
Excuse me.
Would be fun to watch for sure.
You saw those Ezreal ult there?
For Doctum, definitely very big here, so we expect KT to go set up towards that side of the map fairly quickly here. Only 45 seconds left on the clock, so they're going to transition their extra resources over this way. Doctum and Peter here first control the mid wave, and then wait for Cuz to rotate.
Keeping good pressure, of course, that Trinity Force completed.
This was overheard in the KT training room.
Can provide. Luckily for them, at least, Guma has the red buff.
Basically, there was a journalist in the outside of the KT training room.
Remember in game 1, it was Guma on the lethality bars, infinitely pushing mid.
He overheard Peter saying,
"Guys,
I just pretended to be good. I don't know how I ended up here.
Do it in the 1v2.
Why am I in the World Finals?"
Really hard to punish. I also want to echo, last game it was the Poppy. This time for
I'm joking, of course. I'm joking, guys. Peter's the goal. There's just something about the name Peter. There's just something about the name Peter, bro, that makes it so unserious. But he's like one of the most lovable players ever, so I don't want to be a hater. It's just something about the name. Like when a support it's called Peter or Mark, I don't know. It's hard to take it serious. BDD has flash. Combination.
Layering into CC a little bit off. BDD unstoppable for a brief moment, ready to use the ulti, but Faker has stolen one away. The
all right.
Is there from Peter.
That's one kill though. One kill. Cuz is gonna be able to kill Faker too.
CC'd for an eternity.
All right.
The Kingslayer healing not available in time as Cuz is on a killing spree.
So T1's idea was to make the quick play before the Rift Herald fight, but KT, they close the trap, they get 2 back for themselves, and the teleport from Doran does signal they want something.
I need to be careful.
Tower going to fall. Likely not enough damage to kill Doran, but at least zoning him away as they set their sights on the objective. Herald already started. Cuz will secure it uncontested.
Melult is pretty sad to steal if you're Silas.
I'm like, oh, a good amount of... No, they don't have damage. The play still works out, though. Very nicely.
What happens if you reflect Silas ult with Mel? Do you steal Silas ult and then you can steal somebody else's ult?
That mid-lane turret feels like it's sure to fall. And whereas last time, KT wasn't able to actually break the game, it feels like this time
not a lot of good ults for Silas this game. Bro, you have Nico.
The reinforcements for KT were beautiful.
Again, T1, they want to go after BDD. They want to take down the star player there.
It has no flash now.
But it is the rest of the team that assembles and they get there in time.
It's tricky because Sivir Lulu, like Lulu can't be the one
over by the Rift Herald.
like roaming so hard.
They had to make that play really quickly. But
Nico is giga broken on Silas case.
Not only do they lose the extra kill,
it's
but they
legit all you need, yeah.
lost the objective. So now Rift
I think Rek'Sai ult is also not bad. Ezreal is fine.
Allow KT to really press this lead. That thing basically is going to guarantee you another tower, and they can truly open up this gold lead.
The tricky thing is like when you play range supports, your 2v2 needs to be stronger on the mid wave. But currently, the Okdam is just pushing the waves as Ezreal, so it's hard for T1 to gain a lot of traction in the map.
Of this Jarvan paired with the Silas really just take far too long to finish off what should be a very vulnerable control mage.
And when Faker and Owner are trying to attack him and they
Gumayushi is now contesting and fighting.
Getting roots off on them under tower aggro.
Of course, Cuz is the big beneficiary when it comes to those kills, though. 1.2K.
I'm curious what Gumayushi is going to buy on 3. His Skull popped. He's looking to get gold for Navori. Breaking the mid turrets is very nice for KT. I feel like T1 don't need to fight this Drake, by the way. But T1 is psycho enough to do it anyway. I feel like it's so unnecessary. They could just give this space and let Faker.
Faker's ulti
I really don't think T1 need to fight.
To hijack the ulti of Peter.
Look at Gumayushi, bro. He's so forward. Why doesn't Perfect flash on him? Oh, Cuz gets caught. I feel like KT is way too scared, by the way. I feel like T1 is completely aura farming them. Why doesn't Perfect just flash on Gumayushi there?
Spots them in the darkness. The
filthy, filthy.
But they've stopped moving.
T1 is like so disrespectful. CC chain on the Peter. Big Nico ultimate. BDD getting value. BDD getting value. Owner Southern Sky. Guma Yusuf. BDD Penta. BDD Penta. Guma Yusuf. Guma Yusuf.
Ricocheting, tearing through the dreams of KT. Guma with the moves at the end. He gets the extra
extra kills
It's a
and cleans up for
10.
T1.
And
I have to say,
think
T1
got
is
the
so
timing
damn
there
disrespectful.
On the polymorph perfectly as Faker.
They are
with
so
a
disrespectful.
blind chain. The follow-up is immediate, but the most important members
They are
of
so
KT
disrespectful.
alive.
Like, this is not a good time for them to fight, bro. Perfect could have flashed like 5 seconds earlier onto Gumayushi, and I think they just win the game.
It doesn't quite work out.
T1 aura farmed them.
Flash ult. Peter gets the ult off, which allows BDD to dish their damage. But watch here.
Like KT was just like standing on them. Standing on them.
If he stays alive, if he's able to get the execute, maybe that could have been enough.
Gumayushi played this so insane, by the way.
And then the Glitterland slows down.
Bro, he played it so well that Dioklam gave up queuing him.
Looking for a bit of revenge. Owner doesn't quite make it over the wall with the flag and drag with the ball breaker taking him to safety. And Gumayushi does not care. Look at that record at the bottom of your screen. He might have faltered in the early game. He might have been behind in game 1 and game 2. But this man is a team fighting demon. The dragon starting to fall. Turn back for Faker.
CC chain.
Fake lives. Lane. Owner moving in. A cataclysm across the top side.
BDD doing good damage. Cousin one. What a goofy fight. What is happening on the screen?
On the side of T1.
Peter connects with Gumayushi. Gumayushi falls. He's not done yet.
And now it's Owner picked off as well. KT fighting for their lives. BDD still standing crucially. The extra damage. Doran set to fall. A double kill for the KT mid laner.
And BDD stands supreme on the mill. Stays alive through it all. And that is going to be the Otacon.
BDD said in the trailer that he was inspired to become a mid laner by Faker's play, and he was inspired to pick Mel in this game by Faker, and he's dominating on the Mel. Clutches it back up, and it's after a huge play from Faker, but BDD is able to use the ultimate to snipe him at the end.
And it's an overplay here. T1 try the force the hand. They waited in game 1. But they're not actually able to get on top of BDD. Flashes over the pit, and then Peter ensures that Perfect can get on top of Guma. And
situation is great for
BDD
KT.
just
Winnable.
stacking up the
Winnable.
passive, getting the damage
Very
down.
winnable.
And
T1
this
are not
is
fighting
a
compact.
really
I feel like
crucial
T1 has been
team fight
very
win here
disrespectful
for
this game.
KT.
Very
The funniest
disrespectful.
part to me is that while BDD
They
was
split the
chasing
fight
down
up.
the last
They
of
need to
those
play
kills,
around Gumayushi a little bit
Gus was actually
more.
just doing blue buff.
It was almost that.
He was like, "You guys got this. He's gonna steal away."
I feel
the
like this
blue
game
buff.
is so
You got it,
accelerated
buddy."
now.
Yep. They also grab the dragon.
Gumayushi's 1,000
in the
gold ahead,
aftermath.
so it's nice.
KT retaking this
KT, you gotta
team
press.
fight really is meaningful. They put
You
a
gotta
stop
press.
to the T1 Dragon stack.
They got the Otacon.
And you can see how
Good night,
team
y'all.
fights go
Enjoy the
wrong
watch
for
party.
T1. Even though
Hey,
Gumayushi's
take
been
care
allowed
of
to live
take
for
care of
so long
yourself,
in these
Jin.
fights,
All the
Doran
best,
and Owner
brother.
don't quite have the damage to finish these kills. It's really hard for
Wu
Guma
Tang
to
forever,
get in
man.
position to follow up, to chase down here. He has so many members of this team to work through, and T1, despite the deficit, have been fighting very well, but KT
BDD is
clearly
insanely
upping their
fed.
game in this
Gumayushi
draft and in this
is approaching
performance
3
in game
items
2.
rapidly.
And
He's gonna
that's
go for
one of the
IE.
issues that we did see with the Silas, right? Because you have this hyper carry in Gumayushi, who has the backup of the Lulu as well. But
Considering
Faker,
there's
he's
Mercs, I don't know why
very
Perfect went
cooldown gated, and he
Mercs
has
this
been
game.
falling
Like, this is the
behind thus
easiest
far,
ninja type
has
of game
been
of your
going
life.
for a lot of
Why is
plays.
he on
As we all
Mercs?
know, Faker ain't no coward. He's going to keep going for those plays.
You don't ninja
But
tabi,
he does need to line up with the
makes
rest
him
of the team. I
unkillable.
think that his role, particularly as we get deeper into the game, needs to be one of a little bit more
This
restraint.
makes him
because
unkillable.
The damage from Doran and Owner is going to become less and less relevant as the game goes on.
Gumayushi, the hope for T1 to carry a lot of the DPS for later on. I still think some of these looks from Faker have been good looks as far as the initial pick, but the counterplay from KT has been so good, especially in that last one, grabbing the extra kills. And now you're looking at BDD over a 2,000 individual gold lead and trying to create his death cap right now. As soon as BDD gets death cap, this Mel is already obliterating people. It is just going to delete members of T1.
Already has that XP advantage too.
Yeah, T1 are a little bit too crazy with their fight selection. Like, this could be their doom, by the way. Like, they won a fight they shouldn't have won, and then they just went and took another fight. They're not having respect for game states, which maybe is a part of the T1 charm, you know? Because they are winning games, they're winning fights, they shouldn't be able to win on paper, or like where they have lower chances, but they make it happen.
Because I think we've seen, as we highlighted coming in, Rek'Sai has been both great and very mediocre. I don't think thus far he has been able to find the backline axes as
Cousin Faker wants
Faker cutting back.
teammates going to
BDD
take a
almost
glance at one
15.
another. Nothing's going to happen now. But the Otacon already taken by KT. Their next site's going to be on either the Baron in a minute.
I think KT need to press Nash, by the way.
Second Drake for them.
They have to press Nash. I wonder if BDD is going to reach death cap and then you just go balls to the wall. If he finds it, it's this is the moment. This is the time. 16 on Rek'Sai, BDD death cap. You gotta go hard in the paint on this Nasher.
A lot of damage to finish that tower up.
But if he gets a tower,
makes it pretty easy.
BDD has enough vision to push the next one deep.
It is. You want a fist fight, he just tunnels away.
I just hope that jungle Rek'Sai doesn't get nerfed for all this top lane Rek'Sai.
This is what you have to accept.
That was from the pros.
It's collateral damage.
BDD has it, right? He has it.
Tunneling away, getting the turrets.
That's how Kobe felt about Volibear, and then look what they did to Volibear. It got nerfed.
You want to talk about it?
I do not. What I want to talk about is what you guys brought up earlier.
BDD looking for poke. He doesn't have death cap yet.
Because it is so heartwarming hearing the interviews from all of the KT members talking about how
BDD
they want to perform well
pushing the deep
for
wave.
BDD so that he can shine
Rabadoo be a death cap.
Peter especially talking about
Because if Gumuji gets a base for IE, it changes everything. But if BDD base is on death cap now, TP's back, and they force Nash, I need everybody to rally around here. Perfect. Hit this wave. BDD, TP, perfect. TP. Let's force. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Let's leverage our strength. We have death cap. No IE on Gumuji yet. Come on now. Perfect's pushing one more wave. He's waiting for Mel to show up. Diokdamovic, Diokdam.
And Doran perfectly placed and baited Dokdam. Far too confident.
Doran lying in wait makes Sion look like an assassin here. Walks into the charged up Q. And that is the perfect play.
Such a good sell there as well.
Oh my days, KT. KT getting desperate. KT pulling a T1, but they have no AD damage. It's only BDD. Guys, they don't have good damage for it. They don't have good enough damage.
We don't know. Look at
Oh,
ready to turn back.
BDD almost landed the E.
Continues to hit the target. BDD ready to clear the
What's the HP on this Nash? It's like 6K? 9K, okay.
Because 9K,
Doran
but he is determined to take this objective. The blast
using
shield
the
keeping him
Sion
relatively
nose
healthy.
to get a little
BDD
whiff.
poking off to the side. Gumayushi for now uncontested.
BDD wasted W here. He wasted W.
Dokdam is up and available, and he has the TP.
And now Dokdam is back.
I actually love this stall from KT. They're able to
Interesting stall. Interesting stall. I feel like T1 maybe overreacted. They could have probably gotten this Drake, but T1 is like, yo, you know what, guys? I swear, Frankie said, guys, keep it in your pants. We don't need to fight. Get items on Gumushi, and this Nexus explodes.
Right down to that dragon and
I really hate Diokdam's item.
It makes sense that T1 gives it up because looking at the spikes, Guma didn't have his eye, just now finishes it, and BDD did have his death cap. So fighting just before, really your main hyper carry has that crucial throw at the break point. Definitely not the right call, but it's really the confidence of KT to say, hey, you killed Dokdam, that's fine, we're going to put some pressures. He finishes
Serpent's
Fang, which against Lulu and Sion, gonna get a
guys,
ton of value.
like Serpent's Fang, like you can buy it on Rek'Sai, maybe slap it on Vi, bro. Like,
with 3 items.
but it's 35%.
This KT, you know, dive
It's 35%, bro.
Because Mela has very long range. Sivir, while
It's
he does do well in
35%,
team
it's
fights
like
later on
nothing.
and can ricochet and make use of Lulu very well, sometimes it is hard to play around longer range.
This item has no ability haste, no pen, nothing.
Real poke damage here, so have to be cognizant both of the engages from
It feels like he bought
the
pickaxe
Nico
on accident.
as well
I don't know, bro.
as dodging a lot of skill shots.
And again, we're looking at Guma to be the difference. Dokdam has really been kind of silenced by the attention that T1 have paid to him, by his own misstep in the mid lane.
She's such a
At
psycho,
3 items
bro.
matching Sivir. Is it really where you want to be on the Ezreal? Has gone for the Serpent Fang. In the face of crit itemization, it's going to be so hard to match the damage.
I'm gonna risk the whole game to get a little Q in. I respect it so much.
Into a team
Kate was an industry plant.
for one of these critical objectives. Baron is on the map. Scuttle Crabs have transformed.
What industry?
They can pop this and then immediately clear out the rest of the vision and then try and draw T1 over.
I love it when, you know, we talk about these players, we're like, oh man, they're doing so, and then you look at the demo charts, and like, yeah, that tracks. This to me is a breaking point for the world's title. If KT are unable to actually take this game, you're going down 0-2 against
Hype train
the
incoming,
most successful
just for
org
free,
of
alright.
all time. That's perfect.
Perfect, question mark.
Spotted, but is Rek'Sai, so should be
Thank you very much,
okay
Martin, for the
now.
Prime Game. I
But
appreciate
for
that. You
KT,
Fatsuka and Shokes as
they
well for the
haven't
gift.
been able
Appreciate
to
it.
really
Thank you,
break
thank you,
the
thank
game.
you.
This gold lead has I think it was the
All right,
half, like maybe
T1 just sucked at the air. All the air that was in this game, all this fighting that happened, it was all because T1 wanted to. They got 2 Drakes for free, remember? When did it nerf Serpents? No, it's just range penalty. Range penalty against melee penalty. Melees do 50%. Range is 35.
If that's not enough to close, you start to wonder if any lead really is. T1 have not played flawlessly. Faker and Owner over pushing a bit. It's what's given BDD this massive lead on top of, being able to play those side lanes so well. But now level 16
getting 4 items.
He has the tools. He has the damage to carry these fights.
My pleasure, Minority Pharaohs. My pleasure. Thank you for being with me for five World Finals straight. That's amazing.
It all comes down to this. The
There goes
final
on.
series of the year for League of Legends. Can KT make their stand? They've got Vision on Baron. Currently, I believe we're just awaiting.
Someone mentioned Dr. being the worst player in the World Finals history. Nah. Guys, players like Baolan. Bro, I think I could play support for IG and we would win. I swear.
Then we'll get to see.
I'm not the worst
at the
support.
next Dragon, the confrontation here, or if someone
That's
is
what's
able
up,
to maneuver
Bertalone.
some vision around the Baron. He's got a lot of tunnels available to him.
The funny part is, guys, is that I like cold streaming for Worlds hasn't been a thing that long, but I appreciate that you guys feel that way.
For Vision here and their damage, if BDD is there with the W from Cuz, definitely can do a lot of denting to that Baron.
TP up towards the mid lane, coming in from Doran.
I think co-streaming World started in 23, no?
Willing to force the fight here. They have bot push in their favor. They know
What year did you stop coaching? 22 was my last one.
Interesting breakpoint too, because Cuz finished this Guardian Angel, but Owner did not.
I joined KC. I don't know if this counts or it should count. I worked as a coach for a couple of weeks.
Are gonna give them much just yet.
Were you co-streaming in 23?
Because of the lack of soul point, both
I don't know if I co-stream Worlds, but I did co-stream. I think I co-stream Worlds.
Onto a Camtech Soul.
Roddy Sack counts a.
Particularly T1 will get a crazy amount of value out of it. Both
All
the
right.
shielding and the amount of help that's available.
There we go. Cuz with the smite. Owner didn't have his. It's a big one. Global blue buff. Cuz is GA. Let's see if Owner has GA as well. That's an 800 gold deal from Cuz.
Try to get control of the wave, but the angle's a little bit off. Shouldn't matter too much. Mystic Shot still giving him the range advantage over Guma.
Guys, Showmaker ain't joining KC. Like, we gotta stop smoking crack. You know who spread this rumor? It's like the biggest troll on Spanish Twitter, named Visar
This is really
Busto.
just about the mini-map. It's about the pushing waves. It's about who can find these little advantages. Good news for KT, getting that TP out of Doran, holding on to Perfect's TP for themselves, but they need to get more if they want to be favored in this fight.
GA's done. The third item for Faker also has a stopwatch BDD.
All
Not a
right,
full completion
KT.
quite yet.
I think still, guys, these 2 Drakes that T1 have gotten have given them so much time. T1 can do nasty Nasher plays. Cuz is spotted now in Vision. Very important to KT leverage Fog of War.
Calling the bluff. They know.
Oh, it was fake buy. It was fake buy on top side. Holy, even I got fucking confused with spectate buy-ins.
As you get into the fight, keep your eyes on the key carries.
Snappy.
Guma and BDD. If either
Faker,
one falls,
very late on the TP. Perfect. Harassing Silas. Doran taking a lot of damage here from BDD. Not from Yokdam, that's for sure.
Might just come down to the 50-50.
The EQ out. Cuz got the
Tried
dragon.
to make the counterplay, but walk away empty-handed.
The
All right.
damage is really good from KT.
Now this game turned, it became very Korean.
With the
Thank you, Minority Virus. Thank you very much to the 2 months. Thank you very much to the T1. Cypher, thank you very much to Prime Game as well.
They're like normal teams. They see T1 start Baron, like, okay, we have
Fake, this is Nicold. This is Nicold, guys.
The KT cognizant of the amount of damage that
Sign
T1
out into
has,
bot lane.
and it's
It's a
simply
big
not enough.
commitment, big commitment.
As the
Perfect
soul
playing a very
point of
patient
this
game.
Camtech
Perfect
Soul now
done
secure for
his
KT.
job as Rek'Sai. Just chip away on turrets, made this whole ass tunnel system, make buses free on the Summoner's Rift.
Play that we saw from KT in the early game of Game 1, but was sorely lacking in the later stages. That said, T1 constantly on the hunt, waiting, looking for these angles.
Dam is going Spirit Shojin
One
next.
tiny mistake, they're looking to pounce.
T1 now looking to pounce. Doctor
Thank you very much, guys, for
Dom, pass over the wall. Peter looking to make a play.
All right. Keep in mind, this is a Nicold. This is a Nicold that Faker has. He didn't hourglass the Wilds. Perfect, a little bit too deep. Perfect. He buys time. He tunnels through.
It's a heist.
Perfect.
He buys the time to take
All
Faker
right.
down.
I thought I jinxed you perfect, I swear.
Peter on the chase. They'll only connect onto one, but it's
Big
enough to
root on
start
the back
fight in
line.
their favor.
Gumayusi can't really hit. Gumayusi can't really hit. This fight is too awkward. Gumayusi trying his best. LDR,
pushing
IE.
into the jungle of
That's
T1,
natural.
zoning them away from
That's
the Baron
natural.
as they set their sights on that Red Bull Baron power
Perfect.
play.
They win the critical
Perfect,
fight. They find
perfect,
Faker. They
perfect.
get the advantage. And
Got in the
Perfect
back
is
line,
able
bought
to
enough time,
escape.
ulted through. BDD with the flash. Doran the
Over
Moran.
the wall, sidestep on the decimating smash. Peter there to cover.
Not
Guma
sure
can't
what the
push for
play is,
anything else.
Doran.
Doran getting chunked out.
Doran
That's
gets
the
killed.
ulti to seal it. BDD going
Crazy
godlike.
noob.
Guma alone in the mid
Thank you
lane.
very much for the tier 1.
Objective slowly falling. Owner zoned off. Perfect there with the knockup. Needs to
EQ.
lock it
Owen
down.
tried to
Owner's
do
not gonna
T1
have a
magic,
chance.
but KT have
it
watched
takes
that
some
DRX
time, but
finals.
they take down
They
the
watched that
Baron.
DRX finals. They're not going to let international be
KT
stolen.
went for a couple of team fights. They didn't go their way, and they didn't get to play the video game. This time, it's restraint. They're waiting patiently, find the opportunity that they need.
The bullets are kind of cooked.
It is the catch onto Faker.
Bro, I'm
that
straight
sets
up
it all off.
retiring from bullets, bro. I'm so
Into
trash at it.
Vi
It's
combination,
unbelievable.
Gets his Zhonya's early. And then here, Perfect at the back. This is one of the best changes they made to Rek'Sai. After using your ult, your W just goes on a 1-second cooldown, so you can then use Tunnel to escape. It adds so much more survivability to the champion. Being able to escape, and on the world stage, they show it. Then the rest of KT, after they took down Faker, they could push through for the chase.
I love as well there, because maybe I think the rest of T1 could have gone for a play to try and save Faker if it wasn't for Peter also holding the angle there. You can't just walk past the Nico because Peter held his ult, and now the Red Bull Baron power play for KT, 8k, 9k gold lead here.
KT's really doing it, Red Band.
Guma incredibly far ahead, 4 items,
Really,
has a bit
really
of life,
doing
still
it.
can clear the waves, but the range, the threat that KT can bring with the Ezreal, with Mel, from
Let's see.
BDD, 11,
Let's see if
3,
Faker
and
can
3,
do like some
3,000
freaky Nico.
individual gold lead. His first competitive game looking damn good. Faker going golden. The second the chains miss, he doesn't want to push for anything else. Ball break over the wall from Kaz, ready to go, but he's not going to overextend because the mid lane's already falling. KT taking their sweet time with this one, knowing that T1 have one shot to turn this back in their favor.
It's just Guma.
I think
He's
Faker's
just
been
a
watching his
simmer,
own
trying his
highlight.
best,
He's watching his own highlights.
KT doesn't give him the opportunity to do any
He
damage.
did some
Continuing to
Jesus
push,
take the
has
wheel
access to
shit.
the tunnel to escape. He's just been a thorn in the side of this T1 lineup. So many Rek'Sais haven't been able to find this level of performance, but Perfect has been a nightmare for T1 to manage. Waiting now off on the side. Takes out the control ward. A single empowered cannon minion pushing as another wave stands
I was
behind
like, yo,
KT,
so Faker
ready
might
to
be
keep
able
the
to do
siege
something
going.
freaky, and then
The siege is unrelenting from KT.
He said,
The Baron
bitch.
buff, still buffing up the cannon. The poke
all right,
damage
Faker's got
still
flash.
coming
Faker still
through.
got flash.
Owner faking the engage. Throws
Bro,
down the
that was
flag,
all
misses.
preparation for the engage that is about to
The
come
Q
through,
ensure
guys.
that he doesn't go too far forward.
Faker's getting
KT
Rabadubi's
don't
death
quite
cap.
break open that bot lane inhibitor.
Looks like instead they're going to base. They
Interesting
still
force of
have
nature
perfect
by
timing
here.
here
I
on the
guess it
Baron
works
that sets up for the Camtech Soul.
well
That's
into
what they're
Mel.
going to play towards. Mid lane inhibitor, not the best one.
Mel.
Faker might actually get his death cap, which would be a colossal spike for him to get. I just don't know if they're going to have an opportunity.
The issue
to actually
is
contest this.
that Nico's is
Again,
running out
Perfect
soon,
to me
guys.
is in play
Nico's
on
running
the
out
edge
soon.
of these engages so nicely this entire game.
And the other thing to remember is that Faker had taken away Peter's ultimate in the previous fight. Now, of course, has access to the cease and desist. Now wants to make the plan to
Perfect. Uses the plant. Look at that, bro.
Keeping him healthy.
Perfect. Possessed by
KT standing
Zeus's
strong,
jungle
poking
control.
T1 as they walk into this choke point. BDD waiting for some of those major cooldowns to be used before he takes a step forward. Mega Blast Cone.
Good
Getting two
positioning
members
here
of
from
T1 over
KT.
the wall.
Let's see if they can
KT
find the
retreating
poke on
back down to the
Gumayusi.
bottom lane as
Gumayusi
Cuz
has to
starts
play
the
a very
objective.
dangerous game.
Flag there. Spots the objective play.
Gumayusi, it's all on you,
Faker
son.
on the
It's all
flank.
on you,
Perfect
son.
Not going to give him the angle. KT starting to retreat.
Good
Starting to
poke.
get
That's a
forced
sign ult
backwards.
onto
Doran to kick things
BDD.
off. Peter to look for the arrow.
BDD
Faker
kites
using
it
an ulti of
away.
his own to be
Big from
stolen away.
Peter.
BDD taking out the
Gumayusi
fight.
falls.
Down
Ult is late.
goes Guma. Cuz
We have a
making
series,
it
ladies
work,
and
but
gentlemen. We have a
Petey's on the
series.
way by
We have a
Carrier,
series.
And all of KT
Wait,
now
2 for 2.
collapsing
2
on
for
the
2. How did
T1 support.
Lulu kill
At the end of
Peter
the day,
and
it is
flash over the
only
wall?
Owner,
That's soul.
and he cannot stop the
I don't think it should
soul.
matter. Perfect's too OP.
KT get the soul,
Bro.
and they want the
Perfect.
Nexus
What a great
too.
game from
Perfect
Perfect.
continues to
Perfect.
push down. They've learned. They've
What a
adapted,
great game
they've
from
stayed
Perfect.
strong in the face of the game one loss.
Damn.
KT firing back against T1, but do they have the power to end the game? Another TP.
Let's see it.
Doc Dumb on the way.
Doran can hold the wave.
giving
Doran can hold the
everything to
wave.
clear
I don't know how they
waves.
crack Doran.
Owner
All right,
and Carrier
perfect. Gets
here.
access to the
Surely
minion.
the Ezreal is
To the
enough,
turret,
but
sorry.
the creeps are falling back.
Doran flashes
Doran
out.
remains standing.
Serpent's Fang.
T1
are not out of it yet.
Doc Dom needs more, and he cannot get it.
Guma's up in 10 seconds. The reinforcements from T1 will arrive.
And T1 will cling on to this game. No Baron up minions means that KT
didn't get it done yet, but KT just gotta breathe easy. Keep your coherence. Keep your coherence.
T1 battered, but they'll get one more shot.
It's all gonna be great. It's all gonna be good.
KT
2 inhibs down.
The series.
You're gonna be able to do it.
The roller coaster keeps going up. So look at BDD trying to kite Owner and Doran on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Peter had the massive engage, which allowed
I think Gumiushi played is kind of ugly, and I don't know. I think T1's team fighting here was just ass across the board, no?
And he was caught by that counter engage. And
the team fighting here was just ass across the board.
Going down doesn't matter if you don't have your own damage dealers. As in about a minute, the Baron will come up, 2 inhibs are down, and KT looking to equalize the series here as Doc Dom hits
Nico got a lot of value there, Peter.
Full build there. Full build for Guma. Now has the lifesteal. 100% crit chance. If he has the space to work, he can do the necessary damage. Deathcap's still a little bit of a ways away for Faker. Likely he recalls and finishes it here. But in the previous fight, did have the Pot Blossom, but couldn't find that big angle, couldn't find that big moment to shift the fight in the favor of T1.
And the timer is great for KT because it's the bot lane inhib that is still down for another
Gumiushi has no flash. That's the big signal. I think the fact that Gumiushi has no flash might just lose him the game.
Straight up end the game.
Patience, the name of the game for
because KT is going to poke with BDD and Doc Dom on the entry.
They've gotten over eager in game 1. They've made some of those fumbles.
Looks like T1 should lose this.
Earlier this game. The push is in their favor.
I have to say, great game from Peter, great game from Perfect. These two,
still, they'll take their time walking.
I don't know, I've watched all of their games in their career, and I still can't believe it that they're doing fucking tricks in the World Finals against T1. Doran trying to create space. They need information on Nash. I don't blame Doran for this. He needs to. He needs to, guys. This is not Doran's fault. Guys, they have absolutely no information, no breathing room at all. As far as they know, they're already hitting Nash or whatever. He needs to walk.
If they wanted to get back in this game, but that one does not hit the mark. That's
Baron,
the second one for KT.
The Sayonara was goofy, yes, but
T1 hitting a wall.
It's rough.
I didn't expect it to be so literal. KT now push on the top side.
Got him good there.
18 out of 20 for that one.
Beautiful, beautiful KT.
Score, some would say.
Bro, I thought after what we saw in game 1, I thought that this would be like a very, very easy T1 win. Let's just draft the scales well with an early game that is secure enough in my mind. They got to swap through and Gumiushi was in good condition. But T1 was so greedy about their team fighting, I have to say.
Following after. T1, a last desperate hold here in game 2. If they can turn it back, it takes them to match point, but KT set to even up the series in the 2025 World Finals. Doran isolating Cuz. Peter going forward, finds 3 with the knockup. Perfect there to follow.
Alright, Faker!
Knocks down Peter.
He only kills Peter though. Gumiushi channeling his Teddy.
Everybody, the Sivir finally allows
Cuz.
to take over the fight.
Perfect.
To take him. Faker still alive in the scrappy fight. The extra healing is making all the difference.
Chemtech Soul.
doesn't quite have the damage
Chemtech Soul.
KT
Kinda cooking.
holding on for dear life. Doc Dom.
Cooking. Doc's outside.
Doc Dom falls. A final hold for T1. It almost turns in their favor. But Perfect is going to end the game. Guma dies.
Bro, I thought for a moment that T1 was doing something crazy.
Even up the series.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Perfect, reliable as all hell in this game.
Bro, Perfect and Peter. Perfect and Peter smashed their face off.
And with the alpaca thumbs up, brings KT to 1-1.
KT resilient.
I have to say, guys, T1 are such fucking psychos, bro.
Guma, Carrier, stand.
These fights that T1 is taking. Look at the game state, all right? It's like you have like right now. I just compare right now, and
really just take far too long to finish off what should be.
I can't believe that T1 is like, you know what? We're gonna fight this.
Trying to attack him, and they dive these towers. He's getting roots off on.
I don't know.
Under advantage.
Here, I thought I'm looking at this, guys. Look at this frame. How is this? What is this frame here? I feel like KT actually got courage in the middle of the game. They legit like got so much courage in the game, But the fact that this is happening on our screen and like this is crazy that this is on our screen. Here I thought KT is just choking it, you know? Like not choking, but you can see like here in this moment, the fact that we're not snapping, we're not looking, for me is like they have nerves, you know?
Jack the ulti of Peter. Chip.
And then eventually they do it. Eventually they do it. But it's so late, you know?
Because the most fed member, they're immediately going to delete him, and the rest of KT try to pull the trigger, but they can't quite find the angle. BDD, Doc,
and this fight, bro, look how well Gomayushi plays this.
Perfect. Spots them in the darkness. The tremor sense showing him what he needs.
New champion ad? Oh shit, let's rewind it.
Series. We saw him in the opening ceremony. Now let's check out the world debut of Zahan. Take a look.
All right, let's see it. Whoa. Whoa. All right. Jesus. Holy, he has a hook. Wait, it's just Zinza 2.0, no? Jeez, the music goes kind of hard. Okay, he has a knock-up like Zinzao as per usual. I don't know, currently he just looks like a better version of Zinzao. I don't... He just... Bro, he's a Zinzao with a hook. Death from above? Yo! What the dog doing? Yo. Ah! No! No! What are we saying? Is that Arabic? Nah.
Incredible debut. Zahin just made his mark.
Nah. Allow it, fam. Allow it, fam. Nerf it. Nerf it. I don't even know the numbers yet, but nerf it.
Thank you.
What are we saying, bro?
Yearly catch up.
Yeah. It's our one-on-one here.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah.
That match was incredible.
I know.
They're both in it. We're having a series.
It sounded Arabic, no, in the end.
What a KT fan is live. Talking about what we've seen so far, the stage looks sick. The finals is sick. What did you think about the opening ceremony?
I thought it was incredible. I mean, like, there was just everything kind of came together, right? And then the music and just the storytelling that we've been building up all year is fucking cool.
All right, Paul, tell me, what was
They need to get the Saudi money? Nah, man.
So,
Come on, now.
as you can kind of see, right, this whole theme's been building towards sacrifice and this kind of doing the right thing, this kind of moment where you have to be brave. And so that's very much a human moment. I think Zahen and Zin kind of coming together for that is all about this transformation. And we really wanted to create something that was awe-inspiring and just kind of get you in the feels, and we're just humbled to be able to debut that to everybody here.
I love hearing this. One of the big questions, though, whenever a champion is going to be released, is the speculations online. Where is it going to be played? What is the goal for this champion? Tell me more about the kid.
So this guy's a top laner. He's a fighter. He's a bruiser, and he's really all about auto-attacking. So the more he's auto-attacking, the more that damage is going to increase, the more he's going to be able to sustain. And that's very much of a Darkin. He's a kind of good guy Darkin. So he's still good, dangerous, and the more he gets up and close to you, the more he has chances to stay alive. He has a revive. So we're really excited about that. I think he's going to be a lot of fun and just bring something
I don't know, this champion, you know what it reminds me of?
PBE tomorrow.
Okay.
And
I don't know, this champion reminds me of when they released Death Knights.
25.23.
Exciting.
It reminds me of when they released Death Knights in World of Warcraft, and Riot was like, Blizzard was like, Death Knights are hero classes.
I want 5 games.
All right.
I want 5 games. I want to see KT stay hungry, right? Keep it calm, keep it cool, and then do what they got to do. But, you know, if T1 does what they do, we'll be fine with that too. But
nah, bro, pick a different one. I don't want to add this choky one. I feel like I veto this one.
This has been such
Rude,
an
because I
vetoed
vetoed yours. Like, you have to choose, you can choose 2, okay?
Lovely, and just like we're all bonded by this League of Legends experience. It's been humbling. I love it.
Oh, it was amazing catching up with you again. Enjoy this telecom war, and thank you so much. And that's all for us here for now. We will be right back for Game 3 in just a couple minutes. The telecom war is on. Let's see what happens.
The Dragon starting to fall. Turn back from Faker as he catches out Doc Dom. Cuz there to try and peel, but it is too late. Owner moving in. The Cataclysm across the top side. Perfectly canceled. BDD flashing over the wall. Gumayusi still living. Perfect on the chase. Peter wants to fire back. Cuz running for the hills. 2 down on the side of T1. Maguma might be enough. Perfect. Gets the bite. Tears right through him, and now it's Owner picked off as well.
Owner did was a good time.
BDD still standing crucially. The extra damage. Doran set to fall. A double kill for the KT mid laner.
Can we get...
And BDD stands supreme on the mill.
Yeah, this one we can have, yeah. He's been a part of my background picture for as long as I remember now. Look at that. There he is. Mr. Sunshine, BDD himself. 1-1, guys. 1-1. Wait, what's that? That's Jarvan?
Now and forever.
Damn. Jarvan fucks. Jesus. Damn. All right.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong.
Ain't no way we're talking about chairs as if that.
Infinite precision
Guys, if Kato had the secret lab chair, he would make playoffs.
To bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
If he had a secret lab chair back in the day,
세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고 가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가
he wouldn't have canceled it. He wouldn't have canceled it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Big votes to the prime. Herman Miller's gold to the bro. KT can win. Yeah, I think T1 was very bad at pacing the game.
Means that not only do they lose the extra kill,
like here after this fight, right? Like, how do we open up? And this is what's up.
Potentially caught out, Cuz looking for a bit of revenge. Owner doesn't quite make it over the wall with the flag and drag, but the ball breaker taking him to safety, and Gumayusi does not care.
And then here, look how this fight just erupts here for T1. They lose composure, lose position completely.
But this man
How does this
is a
fight end up like
team-fighting
this?
demon. The dragon starting to fall. Turn back from Faker as he catches.
Faker had a rough game, I think. His engages weren't on point, you know.
Is out Doc Dom. Cuz there to try and peel, but it is too late. Owner moving in. A cataclysm across the top
BDD
side.
missing spell. The thing is, like, Sivir is walking with like 480 move speed. Yo, Martin, thank you very much for the gift of sub. Appreciate that. Thank you. Far too kind.
Peter just gets the 3-man route after he ults.
The patience that was demonstrated by Peter first.
I Faker got caught here too. I had to say, guys, with Faker, this was a very rough performance from him. If I think back to
in the ensuing team fight, because
if I think back to the engages and so forth, I don't know how people can like. People are blaming Doran for this game. What are we talking about?
Extended range connects onto 2, which sets up.
How could we blame Doran for this game, bro? He found like the game change. He found a very nice picks.
Yeah, and I really want to call out.
I think Faker in his fight selection was a little bit rough.
Extension again. Also perfect at the beginning.
I think also it wasn't an easy Java game, all things considered.
Off 4 people. I actually thought he very quietly had a pretty strong game on this Rek'Sai.
Wait, Uzi is on broadcast?
Did you see the end of that game?
Look at Uzi. Is that it's Uzi? No, look.
Perhaps we'd be telling a different story, and I think it's so cool that it is Peter and Perfect. Of course, we're going to highlight more, right? But these were some of the question marks. They've had an amazing Worlds run. Can they replicate that in the grand final, Emily? So far, yes.
Well, and the biggest thing is we talked after game 1 about where do KT need to step it up. They need to step up their coordination in these team fights. We just saw from that play that we ran how their coordination is working.
Chuck's wearing a tin foil, but that's a gold foil.
Early games have been
Are you kidding me,
really,
bro?
really strong.
You don't know your metals?
It begins and ends with Cuz.
I mean, the whole early game, the way in which they're gaining control through making proactive players on the map. The fact that Cuz is punishing everywhere across the board is really exciting to see, and it comes back to those players as well. We're seeing resources being given to Perfect in the top lane. We're seeing those ganks working alongside Peter to make early game action happen. And the fact that these players are stepping up on the biggest stage, there's always the question of nerves in an environment like this, especially playing against a team that's so experienced, they're so familiar with this stage. But again, it just feels like that these players are as comfortable as they can be.
They're super comfortable, and I've loved their early game plans too, right? From
I feel like KT built a lot of confidence in this game. They built a lot of confidence in this game.
I really love how they played around the bot lane.
I feel like
I also love the way that both Cuz and Peter are working together to set up these early games.
We talked so much about Cuz and BDD coming into this World's Finals side by side, and Vetty, you have a lot of good things to say about this jungler.
Absolutely I do, because you're completely right that the two together are really kind of the foundation of what keeps this engine moving. Cuz provides that early game impact, and then BDD, we saw him at the end of that game running with 12 kills on the Mel, providing the damage that his team needs to win out on these team fights. But especially Cuz, for me, was a big surprise, because we talked about how Owner is this staple, this stalwart for T1. To go up against him and have these type of early game performances very much surprised me.
Absolutely stellar, and I feel for the KT story, right? If you go down here 2-0, reverse sweep is incredibly difficult, but they kept pushing, and I feel like that is one of the hardest things to do, Emily, versus T1 specifically at Worlds, not to mention in the World Finals.
Yeah, exactly. The resiliency of this KT team, not just today, but especially in the Gen G series, has really, really impressed me, especially after watching them kind of biff it domestically sometimes when the pressure was on, right? So I think the big thing that I really love to see out of these two games, like Vetty already said, it's Cuz, the way he's setting up these early games, it's the way that
I think even in game 2, I think they were very timid, but I think after they won that one fight, it was as if like the pressures came off, you know?
That does mean they get a little bit
like that fight was so crucial, I think, when they won, because I still look at this moment here on mid, and I think it's crazy that Gumayushi can spit on them like this.
The lead this time is bigger for KT.
Look at this. Look at Perfect's position here.
I think T1 don't want to let them get this dragon.
Look at this. This is crazy, I think. This is crazy.
Battle cruiser.
But then later, KT started fucking slamming, you know? They were very, very timid. Very, very timid. And then that fight on mid, when they won, I feel like KT started playing completely different.
I mean, honestly, it's an incredible question. But I will say this. For T1, I don't ever feel comfortable doubting them, because even though KT won that game, some of the ways that they were able to hold, that they were able to delay, reminds me that this is a team that wins titles for a reason, and it's something that KT are going to have to keep contending with. They've won the early games back-to-back. Will they do it again? I think I like what Vetty said. It's going to come down to draft. It's going to come down to a lot of these key picks.
Yeah, they have been really methodical, and I like what I've seen so far from KT on stage. They were really controlled, and they had to be for so long in that previous game. You know, standing the test of time there against a team like T1 and being able to finish off that game was critical.
And I'm coming into the series, there were a couple of questions for me. One was, will Peter and Perfect
Twitter cooks sometimes, you know. Sometimes Twitter cooks, you know.
Much can. And secondly, for T1, the
But
things
cruiser
that have made
operational.
this team as dominant as Worlds are still there.
Shanks is in advanced talks with Carmine Corp, having passed a background check confirming he has no history of problematic behavior.
That base defense almost felt like it could turn the tide, like it could have been enough for T1 to turn it. But the most consistent thing this season has been the early game dominance from KT. And I think a part of that is due to the laning presence of both Peter and Dokdam, and Owner really, thus far, getting out jungled by Cuz.
And it's not just a good series from Cuz, it's a good tournament. It is a good long stretch here, I feel like, from him. So I'm excited to see what we get.
Oh, the Faker's on the screen, the crowd goes wild.
There is a little bit as far as the reduction of champions for jungle pool, but he still has some pretty high priority ones. You know, the Trundle here is still a very big piece.
Have you seen Baba Smith's tweet? Curious what they have in the plans? I have no idea, bro.
And he's been really good on that. Meanwhile, for Owner, you've got some of the specialty picks like the Nocturne as well, and you can get.
I think losing Busio is a really big deal. I think.
And having full send
I made a video about it, and I said that Busio move is the biggest move in the whole off season. 100%. The Busio moving from FlyQuest to Europe and KC is the biggest thing by far.
To go blue for the first pick.
All right, blue side for the first time with T1. They won one red side, which is of course a very big deal. T1 ban Yone. Let's see if KT. All right, they don't do it. They don't do it.
And sadly relearn. Not one though. The KT won a second crack at.
I think we're gonna have Whippo jungle, Gakko's top lane, and then they're gonna find a support to fill, like Ayla or something. But I feel like Flag will probably pick up like a new name.
Looking at Renekton as well. Both these top laners are known for it.
Yeah, considering Lion is rumored
doesn't have a lot of bad
to get Smash. That also looks very interesting.
Yunara open and will just get picked straight up.
All right. I trust Gumayushi. I trust Gumayushi. Damn, they went double purple. Double purple. Ali Bobby, Dr. Mundo.
Can just take over, and it's going to make it a lot harder for T1 if they go for too much AP in the
I think we're gonna see even more purple from KT. I think they're gonna go fucking third pick Kaiser. More purple.
But it's not the carrier.
Guys, they picked the Dr. Mundo away from Owner. The Gold Mundo.
That's definitely a carrier champion you do want to see.
The Gold Mundo.
That bot lane priority for T1 has resulted in some very, very powerful picks for them. I'm very interested to see where KT go from this super tanky front line, though. You know, Mundo has been
okay. The Renekton takeaway, I respect that. I don't mind that.
All of the success that
it's one of Perfect's main champions, Doran's as well.
We'll see about possible counters for jungle later on, and you get Doran.
Let's see that. I think Kaiser on 3, right? We're gonna go Kaiser on 3. Koki, all right.
Kind of wondering whether they wanted to give Perfect
well, I guess it makes more sense with the Mundo to have Koki just play a poke game, long range game. And then imagine if BDD plays like a Syndra in this game. I kind of like their draft, you know. Can Mundo flex to top? Nah. I doubt it. Renekton can itemize well into Mundo. You just need to be a little bit of a freak. You can go like Blade, you can go healing reduction. Your cam is shaking? Yeah, it's because my leg is shaking.
Versus in the finals thus far, Ezreal You know, a couple of those ults not quite calibrated. So I think Corki is one of those champions where you have a lot of power and you have a lot of safety.
Yeah, and Corki not the most contested AD, but the one that we see the most often in the context of this tournament, and it is a really night and day difference between the great Corkis and the fine Corkis. How you use that first Trinity Force power spike can really
Let's see now, T1, are they banning Ornn?
The second ban phase, we see the Lilia taken away from Owner. Obviously a champion who can really just kind of dance around the Mundo. If you don't hit a cleaver...
Let's see, Ornn, Gragas, Gnar, Zoe, they're targeting BDD. Makes sense, makes sense. Denying the range poke champs. I think T1 feel already that they're gonna lack engage. I think it's very smart to ban the poke champs.
Yeah, some of the BDD specialties there.
Because I don't know what kind of engage T1 can find from jungle. Because here, if KT, I don't understand the Lilia ban, but if KT banned like Nocturne, I think it would make sense.
Yone was one of the first bans, so they can't.
Galio ban from KT. The Lilia ban is so weird, no? This has to be like some crazy ass. I don't know what they're talking about.
Just the taunt is so much value for protecting.
Is T1 gonna ban Syndra? What are they banning here, guys?
Even if the Yone is taken away, really just struggles
Cassiopeia.
Like the Galio. Now the Cassio as well. You highlighted the target bans. BDD, you said it, it's getting personal.
And it makes sense as well with Rakan, Renekton already both locked in.
Now we match top lane here on 4.
Mid-jungle 2v2 of Mundo Cassio doesn't necessarily inspire that much confidence. It is something that can be quite devastating if you can get through the early game, which thus far KT have definitely been solid on. As Perfect looking for another tank. And BDD is going to need some serious damage because
BDD needs to have something that has range.
But early on you're going to be
and I wonder here if T1 are just going to slam Victor Nocturne. But Nocturne looks so bad too. I don't know actually what they should piece together with the jungle here. There's Victor.
Faker in the previous game didn't opt for the Victor. This time around, seems like he just wants
so I'm just thinking about an AD champion to deliver Rakan. You kind of want scaling. You kind of want scaling. But how do you find scaling, guys?
It really can take over games.
Is it BDD Akali?
You want scaling and you want something to deliver Rakan. Combining both, I don't see how. So either you go the scaling route and you pick something that
which has been kind of slowly coming up as a pick this tournament.
Is in the AP direction, or you just
speak. A lot
speak.
of damage on their team, and they add even more damage on top of it.
Please.
The Syndra potentially to come through. Now, of course, the Viego. Normally we see it paired with champions with a ton of burst damage, like the Syndra that is being hovered.
Guys,
a champion that can find resets in these fights and really take over against something like an Alistar.
Viego is hype, but I have to say, KT are cooking here, guys. KT are cooking.
The best Viegos we've had in the LCK. BDD.
KT is cooking.
The best Syndra play that I've ever seen.
KT is cooking, bro.
And he will be locking it in here.
KT is cooking.
BDD Syndra.
Baking soda.
Also, you know, a scaling champion nowadays, stacking up the splinters. So Mundo will be scaling, Syndra will be scaling as well. This one is going to be.
Yeah, the awkward part is like you wanted to set up Yunara for success in this draft, but you haven't. You haven't set up Yunara for success.
With that Renekton, it's going to be fireworks.
Absolutely is. T1
I feel like this top side right here.
For both sides, and a lot of new champions being brought into the fold.
Bro, I said I liked T1's draft in the last game.
The Syndra.
I said I liked KT draft in game 1.
And there was a lot of content.
And I'm gonna say I like KT draft in this one. I might go 0 for 3, guys.
Mundo that Cuz played in this
even though I didn't predict them to win in game 1.
Professional game of it as well.
Worst draft always
All
wins.
of the junglers really being forced to
World's
pick
magic.
up that champion. And now we're get to see it in the grand finals.
For both teams, this is the reset.
It's a good idea to play 3 lanes at the same time with Nashor, only if you have information that allows it.
Both early games have taken control. Dominating the map, finding advantages, punishing where T1 have overstepped. But in the mid to late game, it always felt like T1 might just find the angle to fight it back, regardless of what happened in the early game. Will this finally be the game to buck the trend? Will T1 pull ahead for the first time this series, or KT set to run away with yet another early game?
I don't know. I feel like this is.
There's Renekton, there's Viego. And there is that Rakan.
Holy Cuz is here to do business.
Normally a little bit of time, but this is basically the opposite of last game. That was 2 carries. This time they basically have.
Yeah, I thought based on what we saw in game 1, I didn't think that T1's just gonna be able to pace out the game 2, but T1 is too impatient. They are rock and rolling, rock and roll maxing.
on the patch that has not been given over very frequently. Faker on the run from the early move here from KT, though.
BDD Syndra is legendary
And if we
indeed.
have a moment to reset, right? A moment to breathe before I'm sure inevitably fist fightings happens.
I don't know, guys. I think that KT has so much better draft. The more I see
Despite
it.
the fact that they are in the World Finals, it has not been smooth sailing for either team. Guma, of course, subbed out. Doran coming in for
Look at
Zeus
Peter
this
getting
year.
benched and
when you look at this lineup
unbenched.
for KT, players swapped in and out. Peter, multiple
Whose draft you
times.
like? I
Perfect on
think
the top
KT
side,
have a
doubted.
way better
It's such a
draft.
testament to the tenacity of these players that they have come all the way to the World Finals.
Because there was a lot of hype behind Wei coming in after basically doing the challengers.
I agree with Pilov. We are definitely going to Game 4, guys. There's no way we don't go to Game 4. I will going to Game 4.
Peter that is here at the World's Finals, and I already talked about it in game number 2. It has to be said because this man was
The main question for me here is like Gumiushi and Keria have a good lane matchup, which is cool. They have good lane in top lane as well. Renekton against Kisante. I just think KT's standoffs are very, very good.
And how reliable he's become.
Like lane matchup wise, T1 are very happy.
Game that they lost, you know,
So if they can explode this
very good
game,
as well. So perfect.
early game wise,
Really showing up here for KT
would be
as
amazing.
The entire team has Guma pushing up.
Good
on
trading.
Yunara
T1's
with
early
the
game is
Q
way
charge,
stronger, guys.
looking to
Way
use
stronger.
that priority.
It's just that these games have gone so long, so I don't know how relevant it is. But let's see. Maybe they can make it relevant now.
Keria and Guma also the access to the Gleaming Quill on the Rakan means they'll be able to keep their health relatively topped up. See how long they're able to secure pressure as we take a look at the entire
Team
map.
fight for T1 is pretty good too. No, it isn't. That's the problem. I think that the team fight is pretty rough. But the early game is very strong.
About taking return damage.
Yeah, multiple pushing lanes here for T1 with top side and bottom side.
KT has won early game in all games, so maybe we're gonna have a change of pace if T1 are the ones driving the game.
If he can actually make use of these pushing lanes and go try and punish, because probably going to bounce back to the other side.
Does Victor scale well this game? I don't think so.
Faker's actually been doing a really good job in lane.
Combination in the nation. Wait, Doktam just... Did he hit Q on Gumiushi? Or was that just Rakan and heal covering the damage? Who else would you have picked instead of Viego here? I think it's very hard. Like, you want to pick something that scales, but also something that delivers Rakan. So... It's so hard into a full tank front line to pick a bruiser that makes sense. Pick that into Mundo Kisante, you know?
Trade that you're looking for on Mundo. And owner down here will be known, so they're going to surmise that it's just normal clears.
What about Jax? Jax jungle.
And I want to draw attention.
It's just not a good champ, brother.
Phase for Faker has been really solid. Actually able
Would
to
Cedric be troll? Cedric would be okay, it's just that I think that you want to pick something
but has been pushed in for most of it.
a little bit more scaling, you know.
Since owner got bottom side Scuttle Crab, communicating. All right, Doran, go in. Get your ward timing here for the respawn of these Krugs.
I just feel like Sejuani would get so outskilled against Kisante Mundo, no?
Didn't catch it at the
It's
time.
so
That is a
outskilled.
massive cooldown to lose out on. Again, Syndra, one of the biggest weaknesses of this champion across countless times we've seen her in pro is that, yeah, it's
Yeah, I
easy
don't
to
know.
stay
It's
ahead,
not an
it's
easy
easy to stay at
spot.
arm's length, but once you
It's
lose
not an
that
easy
flash,
spot
you're
to pick a
incredibly
jungler in, I think. Doran's doing great in the matchup already. Already a plating gone.
Something we also should talk
Fantastic.
about. As Mundo, you always want to try and activate your ult as
Really
low as
big.
possible, right? That's when you get the most value. But that is something that's very scary. There's obviously also the
But there's no flash.
Diego does,
Am I blind?
just the threat of that execute.
When did that happen?
With the setup that's there from the Rakan, from the Renekton, it means that Cuz is going to have to play very respectful as we do have both mid laners now TPing back to lane and BDD again. If they can keep track of owner, should be feeling fine.
Base Faker, he said,
needs to be very careful.
BDD is a great laner. I'm going to buy Null Magic Mantle.
Looking for farms, and sometimes that can be hard if you have multiple lanes getting pushed in, but on the reset here from supports, both junglers.
Cuz's
will be
base
up
is so strange.
with
What
their
is this
supports
recall?
and Combining for some
Tom Rubery, double pink.
For now in the early game, T1 holding on to a relatively small
Whoa.
lead. Again, it's mostly Doran on the top side. Although some of that can be mitigated as that wave is caught. And Gumiushi with a small...
Nothing happened, Baxus. Just Silas doesn't get an ult.
Coal. Again, Corki, that first item always
Doran,
quite terrifying.
chipping away.
So slowing that down big for T1 in the context of these early game plays. Owner
But he can buy Giant's
will be
Belt, I think, on
starting
900 Gs on first base. Actually, at 770, maybe he just doesn't want to wait.
Drake's last game, but
800.
it's about the lanes, right? Because even though they got those Drakes, it did feel like KT was able to again settle these early gold leads as because maybe doing some poking, but I don't think an actual contest is in the works here.
As long as he has his
KT
passive
can
up where
accept.
it is, he's not too worried.
They're
Hex straight
poking a
down.
little
BDD waiting in the darkness.
bit.
Multi-man.
Peter!
The CC layering is
They don't
there.
have a lot of
Doctor on the
damage,
way, but
bro.
He's only level 4. Owner now running for his life. Forced to flash
The
away.
constant
Ulti
DPS is
comes
not
out
so high
Faker.
from
He doesn't have a lot
KT.
of mana left. The Dark Sphere hitting. Slowing
Maybe they can
Faker
burn
down.
Faker's flash
The
here.
chase
BDD
coming through,
has
but they
combo
really don't
very
have what they
soon. The
need. Ulti there.
stun, the
His power
stun.
unleashed. The weak scattered.
Faker,
First
you got
blood for
flash.
KT.
BDD Syndra finds it, and they do get the first blood. Doctom
Big
does
Dick Daddy.
take the actual kill and gets the money into the Corki. to
Faker,
fund
what
his
was
Trinity
that?
Wars.
And the Syndra is a BDD
Faker about to
classic
get the
for a
sub.
reason. He's been known for mastery on this champion for a
Arata,
very long
thank you very
time.
much.
And I'm kind of shocked. I really did not think that KT
Disrespectful from Faker, guys. He's just dry. 15 CS behind. Flash is kind of air when he scatters all of that. Bro, he could have flashed way earlier, bro. Guys, please, please, please. I know it's early in the morning, but he could flash way earlier. Keep himself outside of Syndra ult range, and that would be fine, you know?
All the balls down with the ultimate and does find the kill. As you say, though, Dragon over to T1. So they can look at
Knockdown tried to barrier to make sure this base doesn't get cancelled.
Panic barrier in that moment.
No, I think he tried to cancel
All right,
the base
all right,
cancel
all right.
barrier.
It's fearless, guys. It's
Don't
fearless.
take damage then, but he was a little bit too late.
Which means that everybody is just fearless in the game.
So
No one has fear.
awkward,
Thank you for the
situation
prime.
for Doctom.
Appreciate
Will be
that. Thank you
down
very much.
the barrier. Of course, not the
ISB1.
most important summoner spell, but does mean he needs to be a bit more careful when he does reset to
Alright.
his top side.
Doctom is going to go top to match the lane.
Of this lane. Recall for Doctom, only getting him that phage. Not ideal as
Some
Faker
proxy
needing to
action.
continue to trade.
Baker with
The siphon
Mercs is
power
very
of
strong in the
Faker is
lane.
Such a strong early game trading tool, just to make sure that BDD really can't
BDD,
run
how
away
many
with it.
stacks does he have?
Doran
What's that
going for the-
crocodile doing?
Go for the
38.
proxy here. You want to get your extra 30
Okay,
seconds? Well,
Inta.
move up and catch the
Inta.
wave before it joins up with the
Look at
opponent.
Kisanta though, he's
It's gonna be
in a
Cuz,
different continent
has
as
an
well.
inside route and access to the alligator, though.
Alright.
That's a Mundo with red buff.
Yeah,
Doran.
Mundo.
Syndra's coming.
Doran.
He's just dead.
You only have one piece of
He's
CC.
cornered.
Yeah, that doesn't work on him.
All
He's
right.
going where he pleases. Doran, I
Mouse.
think this might not have been what you wanted.
Mouse.
BDD on the way, hoping to get this donated. Doran, I
EE.
think.
Well, he's stalling.
Oh, he didn't
Varga
get the
might be
wave.
in the game, but this is certainly a magical journey
Alright,
for Doran.
guys.
as-
Victor. Is Victor getting a plating? Hey, guys.
The
Viego is
execute
getting
going to do,
grubs.
but not gonna happen.
Viego's getting grubs.
Well,
Syndra lost 3
It's important to
minions.
choose your timings when you go to
yes.
proxy.
And also a reminder that no matter what you
Cappuccino.
see in a world final, it's not always
I
going to
think
work. in
the
solo
thing is,
Hey,
before
got
anyone
grubs?
says, they got the
I take it
grubs,
back. It
Loom.
was a
He made
genius
a
play,
Mundo
yes.
ult for
Yes.
move speed.
Guys,
Eh?
Kaz would not be
grubs
able to
for his
contest
team?
this at all, bro.
You know, they're still up in gold.
Like, there's a big
buying
top
time, he got his
top prio
waves.
gap.
I'm gonna
Like,
ask you
these
as
grubs
the
were
LPX,
never being
are you
contested.
giving him credit for that as a calculated play? It's up to you. You can decide. We'll
I
go
think
with you.
Doran didn't need to do this in this moment.
I mean,
It was
normally I feel
unnecessary.
very confident to make a judgment call like
The
that.
enemy team
but
had no
Doran has
counterplay.
Often missed the fight, both in a very positive sense and sometimes in a more questionable sense. So, but I
Perfect
to
just
Joe, obviously, the Mundo
got so
getting
much
ahead
breathing
was
room in his
not
lane
great,
phase.
But he did actually get a lot for this, right? With the grubs
Faker
going
equalizing,
over,
but
it
keep in
did
mind,
feel like
Faker
it was
bought
just
Mercs, guys.
unnecessary, 'cause I think the first
It's like,
proxy was
if
great,
you have
but
a
the second
situation
one,
where someone buys
Top
Mercs
laners
and they
versus
go
junglers, who
even,
comes out on top.
they're
Perfect
actually
knock
like
waiting,
behind.
Owner out over the wall. W coming in
Perfect.
there from the Yunara. Perfect waiting for a bit more time.
Alright.
Cuz they don't want to fully commit here. Doctom and BDD. Scatter the weak is good. Will at least be some more poke damage back onto Faker as Peter
Peter
TPing in bot
Parker.
lane. Headbutts back Guma.
Ooh, dodges the Slurkle, and we will be seeing Perfect make his way towards the top lane.
Or the slowing circle,
Yeah.
I assume. Okay, got it.
Max lives on.
He
Go,
does.
man.
I don't love it, but you know, we're an LCK versus
He's
LCK
decided.
match.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's good.
As oh, Perfect actually going for the.
It's
4-0
Kraken of Blade,
first.
I think
There is a lot of
Kraken
healing
always.
on the enemy team. We'll get a decent amount of value of that.
Yeah, and we just saw Perfect had to respect the possibility of an owner execute play, you know, down there on the bottom side, trying to get an extra summoner spell or something out of the skirmish, but because of the arrival of Guma, had to respect it and back off from the extra possible damage.
This
there.
Kisanda Mundo
So
going to be a
remain
problem
very
late?
calm
I think so, yeah.
And you can kind of look
Like
at
the start
it
in this
as
early game is
T1
really bad
have
for T1.
paid
I
for
really
each
don't like their
objective
draft.
with one kill
It's like you
for
have
the
Yunara
gold,
first pick and you
for
don't
their
set up a
dragon
great
and
draft
for
for
their
her.
free grubs
I
to
really
get to
don't
this
like
point.
that, you know.
Pathmaker Q3, but of course Perfect already used his own ulti. Dominus meets ult advantage for the side of Doran.
I just think that you have to recognize. I think you have to recognize pretty much when it's just a scaling of T1 is very weak. They have good matchups everywhere, but I worry about their scaling in this game.
That is the ultimate gone for Faker. So
Let's see if Gumayushi can 1v9 on the champion that has the highest ban pile in this tournament.
On lockdown because is there and Mundo
That's a hard steal.
To be unbothered.
Continuing to do
Item gap here from Cuz.
damage as well. Lock up there, but
Peter.
Ono is unstoppable. Peter caught out for a brief moment, immediately going to be forced to ult. That's the unbreakable. The flash, it doesn't connect. The Q
Peter
doing
hates the
absolutely
floor.
nothing means T1 are able to walk away.
He hates the floor, guys.
But it doesn't cost KT much yet. Gumayushi standing on the backside, ready to transcend if he needs to.
Gumayushi, look down.
Trying to stop him from getting his fight. Gumayushi
looking
for the reset to keep the fight
doesn't
going.
flash. What is BDD doing? BDD, you gave him a reset.
Taking over BDD.
Oh my days! Oh my days! BDD dropping the ball.
Here, but it might not matter. Reset
it's
on the ulti
perfect.
from Owner means he gets to back away, but the health bars are low across all of
Lockdown tries to rocket from the back. Some back shots.
Objective.
Perfect goes deep. Mundo with the steal. Perfect with a nice W. Perfect no mana for ult though.
Oh! Down goes the 80 carry. Docked him on the way out.
BDD TP, BDD TP like fish in a barrel. Can BDD do it? BDD. Oh, back movement with the Q land from BDD.
Who take the Drake and the play.
KT, completely relentless. KT.
He chases down the kills.
Bro, how did this end up positive for KT?
At first, this play looks dire for KT. They
Gumayushi buys so much space.
Tries to get the execute,
so much space. BDD flashes in and does this. Knockdown flashes.
And then, as Peter goes down, I want
Jeez,
you to watch
it's
what
the
Knockdown
long
is
con
able to
indeed.
do here, because
I don't know,
he
Kesante
keeps
Mundo already
hovering
looking
over,
pretty OP.
firing these
Perfect gets so
rockets.
much
The
value here on
poke just keeps
W.
connecting, and Perfect goes in, and all he needs to do is buy time and buy space for his Corki to Gatling gun his way through T1.
Huge moment there. Corki doing
I don't know. You know,
hits
KT. They look a little bit goofy at times, but this looks like it looks like they play in a way that if they die with honor, they will go to Valhalla. That's what I love about them. They're like, we're fighting, and then everyone says,
the steal started to feel like it was going to balance out, but in the overall extended fight, KT just keep on doubling
they fight
down.
with such
and
honor.
Folks, I'm starting to think the
And
Mundo
KT got
might
Drake,
be a
guys.
problem.
KT got Drake. This was a massive win for KT. Massive.
That's almost 10 times as much damage.
Massive win.
Silly.
This is Cuz's second professional Mundo game.
Yeah, on track, looking good. And I gotta say, Owner, he gets the Kraken Slayer. Uh-oh, Gumayushi has not decided to ult. Knockdown might be in trouble here. Knockdown does not connect. Peter trying to get a bit more space.
Hey yo, Gumayushi. Get in with the charms.
Maximum dosage popped just to get him in range.
BDD's got no flash. That's the connection. Stun don't matter. BDD, you gotta lock in BDD.
One of the hardest parts about these control
BDD has played a borderline flawless.
Trades is when you try and play the
This has had a flawless year, but he also needs to understand that his team has come to rely on him being impenetrable.
Right, Cuz shows mid. Ult obviously felt like
Impenetrable.
it wasn't going to do too much, just wanted to get to the fight as soon as possible. And I think shouldn't line up too poorly when it comes to timing.
So we gotta lock in BDD. Because right now BDD has had an ugly game.
Fully commit onto the Syndra and take down
I think BDD needs to do better than this. Currently it's Cuz, Perfect, Knockdown. They are the ones stepping up.
But BDD who's flashless, Knockdown who's flashless, really vulnerable to the potential engage threat that can come out from Owner or Carrier if T1 can find these angles. For now, a battle of vision.
Syndra is not buying CDR. What is the Syndra build, guys? The Syndra build is straight from 2019.
Nearly neck and neck, but a complete
Brother,
item
go
for
cool
Faker
down.
is going to make a big difference.
T1, if they can get backline access with Owner, Carrier, or Doran, the fight is going to be really hard to play out for KT. BDD's position is going to be paramount in these fights.
One-shotting with Syndra in 2025.
It was the rest of the team that kind of bailed him out. Then got picked there as Cuz walks forward with no fear.
Yeah, he has to let his front line do the work that they are built to do. Peter, Cuz, and Perfect.
Nice cues. Celestial position is gone.
The teleport is ready.
Can I use the Ignite? This Ignite is kind of important. But I guess Owner has healing reduction
nobody
already.
else that's going to come and gank him.
There's no Mundo on the enemy team. Scryer's Bloom used as well just to confirm that fact. Pressure in the mid lane in favor of KT means that they're going to get first setup on the Herald. Now there is still vision here from T1 if they do opt to contest.
Long flank from the Crocodile.
There's the TP, there's the flank.
Mr. Crocodile.
Behind. Flashing forward,
Dr. Arm has no flash. Crocodingus is coming for him. Gumushi cuts through. Gumushi loses half HP, but it doesn't matter. That's a reset. Peter, that's not your teammate. That's the enemy, Corky.
Owner setting up for the angle, but he's
What
not going to
the hell?
overcommit. Reset on the ulti. Taking him out as T1 start the objective.
And a big mistake there.
It's kind of like a scene in The Walking Dead where like one of the characters just refuses to accept that their family member is going to turn into a zombie and then they get eaten by their family member.
For a kill on the opposite end.
Come on,
with
Peter.
Any of these Viego compositions, if you get the first kill,
Come on, Peter.
it just feels so good as Keria sets up the
Nice
play
flank
here.
from Doran
And
the Moran
Doran
as
has nowhere to
well.
go.
Keria with the Rakan.
Ward value that allows Doran
Gets the
to couple
delivery
in for
like
the flank.
Kupang. Peter.
Incredible. And Peter,
Peter.
that cow is in the wrong area.
Definitely was. You could see how he had a bit of hope, a glimmer of hope. He peeled 2 people, but when the third comes in, when it's Doran on that flank to seal the
It's
deal
okay,
on
Peter.
the kill, to make sure that they get more
It's
out
okay,
of that play.
Peter.
And gentlemen, Gumi
Like T1 have had the better individual plays, but KT has had the better team play.
Has the mobility, the tools
But
to
BDD's
really
got to
start
lock
taking
in.
over. You can
Peter's
see
got to
he's
lock in.
already
It's
getting the
World Finals. Come on
confidence
now.
to step right up into Doc Dom's face, even in the face of that Trinity Force.
Diego Arasarisa should have knocked back perfect. He was in W.
High value, but
He would get stunned into art there, and he would have maybe no way to flash out, so he just flashed.
As Keria not sitting on
Peter,
slide.
Hex flash.
Peter, this is psychotic.
Knocks
Oh,
Keria back over the wall. Here comes Doc Dom. Down goes
LeBron
Keria.
James.
Little bonus kill on top of the
Jesus,
Drake.
Peter, all right. This is what we need. This is what we're talking about.
He doesn't have
There you go.
slide. His team is playing the cross map. Not really a reason to try and fish there.
Doran
Keria, I agree there with Chronicler. There was no reason for him to do this.
Certainly hitting like a truck.
All right, we have the cross map. Doran tries to wiggle away. Doran the big lizard tries to clear the wave, gets the wave, gets the majority of it because it's tanking. He ults. He's a tanky boy. KT getting a lot of gold. Victor on the TP. Yeah, perfect matching.
All of T1 now
Herald used on mid-wave.
KT still winning out, still coming out on top, but in the mid lane, it's the Herald that's been used. T1 going to try to transition.
Cristiano Heraldo.
Breaking down the mid lane tier 1, and it's yet
no
another
Drake.
TP in the sequence of play.
Well,
BDD wants
TP,
to
just
deny
remove
it.
TP from the
Scatter
game,
to clear out
remove
the
flash
rest
from
of
the
wave. It'll
game.
be a chunk of damage, but the tier 1 will not
Remove
drop.
summoner spells from the game. There are no more summoners. They have been retconned. They're not even in the lore anymore.
They've got Cuz. They've got Mundo. He can tank up that tower. They go for the dive. They make the play.
What is his
very
Viego
nicely
build?
and very quickly.
Honestly, I don't mind it.
We do see
I
the
honestly
goal
don't
lead
mind
has now
it. No joke.
evaporated.
I think it's fine.
Basically reduced to nothing. Was 2K just a little bit ago, and I don't want to see.
He does a shit ton of
Mundo
damage.
Interessante with
I
Keria, so
kind of like it.
That's too much, man.
That truly will be too tanky to take down. Honestly, though, Keria, like you were talking about, sniffing around the dragon, and KT actually turned that pick onto him into a lot of value here. A nice little bit of ballooning of the gold. See if they can actually push it
This
forward.
Croc
They'll
makes the
figure
game
in
feel
the side lane,
4v5.
trying
Nah,
to
bro.
keep the
Croc has
pressure
value this game.
And it's really interesting to me looking
Croc
at
is fighting
scaling in
against
this game, 'cause I
3
think
melees.
Yunara
Bro, he
and
literally
Victor
just
obviously
flanked
still
and won a
great,
very
but
crucial
when you
team
look
fight.
at the raw 5v5
Oh,
power of particularly
yo,
that
guys, give
Mundo,
Doran some
that
love.
Syndra, that Alistair combo, I think we're seeing
Give the
T1
man some
really
love.
hard force plays because they don't necessarily feel confident. I think
He's doing his part of this World Championship.
Right? If you ever get the pick, if you can ever start, particularly with this build from Owner, get that early execute, because he has so much damage available, but you're front to back, trying to get past these big beefy targets down the line might become a problem, especially if they keep stacking dragons.
I mean, definitely could be, right? You're waiting for Guma
Can you explain the lore behind summoners? Bro, they summoned champions in the past, bro. It was complete ass.
Major cooldowns. And if Perfect and Cuz are still standing when those ultimates are gone, that team fight is not
like fucking Pokemons.
6 seconds now to the Otacon. We're looking at the bottom side of the map. The push
Is this
in
Yunara
bot
item
lane for
good? I
now
think it's
is
solid.
in favor of KT.
I think you can play Hurricane this game though, but
T1
PD is just so much raw
well,
stats.
2 items on their carry.
I think
Guma
PD
holding
is
onto
just a lot more
small lead
consistent.
Despite the catastrophic earlier fight.
But I think this doesn't look like a bad Hurricane game.
Looking to potentially start the major objective.
Like Hurricane, in most cases, is going to like give you more high-end damage, but PD move speed and attack speed is so good.
So Carry has to
So
do a lot of heavy
consistent.
lifting. Has the sums available, but so do the carries of
And
KT.
look at the lane allocation here, because BDD no teleport up in top wave was actually catching it. So T1 trying to take advantage.
Good
of that
call from Kobe.
information, knowing it's going to take
Good
BDD
call from Kobe.
a while to walk to this area. Owner though is
Ram
taking
Kurhamu.
a significant amount of damage from the Otacon as well as
Alright,
getting
Owner's
shredded
not so
from it
tanky,
here.
so he's
So
even
KT
taking damage
feel
from the
like
base damage.
They are fine.
KT.
I don't know. This is a very strong point in the game for KT's comp.
Cooldown. So KT might just try to draw this out.
BDD doesn't have the execute yet, though. Perfect has no TP. I wonder if T1 know. KT have so much range. So much range. That's why I think their combo is so dangerous. They have so much range and poke, which makes it difficult because T1 main engagement is just Rakan, but that's so hard against these champions. Thank you for the blessings, guys. Alright. He's trying to make them remember you.
Does not connect crucially, so Dorn will walk away, but he
Doran
walks
can
away
flash.
ultless.
He actually got the W
I think
there
here,
on
if
the,
Perfect traded
on
flash for
the,
flash and hold
Renekton
Q3,
Ruthless Predator, I'm pretty sure.
I think
something
it
gets
would be
done.
really good. I think
Wins that trade
Doran's
heavily, also
flash is way
presses
more
tab. I
important
was
than
like,
Perfect.
I have a thorn mail and
Let's
a
see now
Jack
if
shows.
Doran has
Good
item.
luck,
That's a
buddy.
Starak. It's a
Starak's
big
now
one.
gone for Doran, though. That is a big cooldown. That will give this Renekton a lot of power, but not having the ultimate, that dominance available, might prove for T1 to not be too big of a hindrance. We'll have to see as Keria, again, trying to set up some vision here.
Keria has made countless plays to bring T1 to this point. Rakan, a champion with so much agency, but again, it's hard in the face of a Mundo, a champion who gets to ignore that first piece of CC, who has so much healing. KT zoning away T1 while BDD pushes the wave.
Critical team fight here. Everybody on 2 items
Everyone
basically.
is approaching.
Looking
Flashes
for the
available.
setup.
Now T1 continue to poke their head in, but they really
looking
don't have
for
control
a
of the waves. They're
Gazelle.
waiting for
Perfect
Guma to
marking him
push out
back.
mid lane, but they really need to respect the
Let's see how they're going to use these
engagement
big
of BDD.
Chemtech plants if
The
someone's going to
Darkseer
find like a
combo
crazy
can be
flank.
devastating.
That is very
without a
squishy.
cleanse effect to his
Definitely
name.
die in a combo. Celestial position might keep him alive
Because Otacon and
long
the
enough to
Dragon
dash
both on his
out.
side.
KT have so many nice poke spells.
If you win this fight,
As
you might
T1
not
tries
just
to
get
enter,
Dragon,
it's
you might get
very
Otacon
difficult
as
to
well.
enter.
We'll see,
Owner gets
T1 might
information.
build up the Dragon
Gumayushi
and
loops
play for the
around.
objective.
Perfect's
That's
here.
perfect.
Owner looking
Perfect
to
gets a
darkness.
W
Perfect
off. Very
unstoppable for
crucial
a
there on the
brief
stun.
moment. T1 happy to have the poke chipping away at that health bar.
T1. I really like how spread they are here. I really like the spread here.
Is big. Scatter going wide, also massive.
It's like a
huge
smorgasbord.
cooldown. At this point in the game, Perfect over the wall with the blast
Peter.
zone. Knocks back Guma. Redemption going
Alright,
down. Cuz holding
Redemption.
on to maximum dosage as long as he can, but it's Faker off
KT
to
is
the
so
side.
confused. I feel
Not
like
too isolated.
T1 has
5K
disrupted
on
the
the drink,
ranks.
getting
KT's
lower.
positioning
Eyes
is so
on
strange. They need to
Peter, the
regroup.
Alistair to make the play as
They
Faker
need to
tries
play more
zone
like a
away.
porter.
KT
That's a
is Peter
combo.
in the
That's a
clutch.
stun.
Scatter to follow.
Doran
Damage
is
is not
deep.
there. Exhausted is Faker.
Here's the
And Keria
Keria.
tries to turn it
Doran
back,
delivers
but he's
him.
all by his lonesome.
Smite from
Doran cannot get
Viego.
into the back line. KT
Gumayushi.
managed to find
Perfect
the
bites
initial
enough
kills, but he
time.
got the pop off. Guma missing completely. They get the Drake, but it might cost
Gumayushi with the
T1
flash.
everything.
He flashes into the wall, and that might be the Otacon going over to KT.
Cuz continuing to go where he
Guys,
damn well pleases.
Are we having a
T1
King in
forced
moment?
back.
Are we having
The
a
tier
King in
1
moment?
tower starting to
Are
fall.
we having
Otacon
a
already
King
getting
in
started by the
moment?
remaining members of T1. Peter waiting as well.
A critical team fight for KT. They don't care about losing that dragon because they get the gold and they get the Otacon in the aftermath. I think that was critical that T1 made split calls here. Look,
Guys,
they don't have Viego damage
let's
with
take a
their
look at
dive.
this.
So Owner finishes the
Combination,
dragon, but look
nice
at Keria.
stun.
He
Doran
goes
with the counter
Doran.
engage
So
to cover
Keria and Doran
Victor.
dive the back line. Both stocked them
And then
BDD,
Gumayushi.
but they
Gumayushi
didn't
dashes
have their
forward to
burst
try to
damage
hit.
there with them.
But then his position was off. I think Gumayushi, if he hits the Kesanta together with his brother, maybe they could kill him.
So you have
Because
to
that
pull the
damage that they
trigger.
missed on
Doran
Kesanta there,
tries
maybe
to
it would have been the
salvage, but I think
difference.
at the moment, that's the right call.
If they
So
hit
about
Kesanta
Guma,
there, what if
Owner,
Viego
you
gets
just
the
don't
reset?
have the damage to kill that Corki.
And Perfect comes up huge once again on the Cassante, and he even survives the play.
Feels again
Sandra
like
is
a
almost on reset.
No doubt. The
I think
highest level
Keria
we've
also-
ever seen him at. And the big thing is here, by winning that
he
Otacon,
was
you get
delivered
more
by
XP, you
Doran,
get
but
those flowers, which is so crucial for this Syndra, who's
I
crossed
don't know what happened
the
with his
100
W.
mark threshold on those splinters, getting closer to 120. You get some every time you level up. So that
Faker's
level
not playing the
advantage for
tanky
BDD
Victor build,
just
guys. He
pays
cannot
double.
get engaged on like that. But I think that Doran made the right decision to counter engage.
Any fight that T1
And I think if they get the reset there on the Kesanta, I think it changes everything. Changes everything.
Perfect. I think you have a good opportunity. And okay, let's be real, Cuz also is about it's getting close to level 16, not feeling too good about
T1's
that.
draft is very, very hard to pull off, but at least they got the Drake.
You need to start the fight with an early pick, but for that, you need to be the aggressor. And I think, that engage we saw, if it's KT that is calling the shots, the Viego comp just doesn't hold up.
Yeah, I mean, you called it right before it happened, but Peter, the engage.
Then maybe Faker use too much clutch juice in the play-ins and the Swiss and everything.
You have to be on the same page.
Maybe this is T1, the other T1 players' fault, you know? Like Faker might be out of clutch juice.
Of their team fighting.
Usually, like at Worlds, he was allowed to save it till finals or until JDG. Oh, big plant, big plant!
On Yunar, the strongest.
Bomba!
On the patch.
Hey?
Again.
Okay,
Learn from
will
the
send it.
previous game. Will not wander into the fog of war, whether it's Renekton or
I think
Sion. The
I'm
lesson
gonna
has
get this
been
up.
learned as Cuz has
That's a
been
snap
caught.
onto
Initial
Mundo.
CC is good.
Mundo's got
Cuz getting
flash.
right through with the flash
Gets
to
over the
keeps
wall.
him standing. Peter trying
Peter
to zone away. Ulti from Guma means they want to keep
wanted
the
to
fight
help
going.
his boy. That's a
The
turn
scatter
from
doesn't
Peter.
quite
Peter
connect
has
up
ultimate. A lot of
quickly.
damage there
He's able to
from
just free fire.
Dokdam.
KT forced backwards, but Faker now half HP.
The poke war is very back and forth.
Peter, what a psychopath! He went in instead. A lot of damage to come down, and KT
Does
then
his
looking
ultimate.
for the chase. Cuz connecting the cleaver.
Does his
Still has
tanky.
access to the
He has
maximum
ultimate.
dosage, zoning all of T1 away.
Baker
just
so
barely
ballsy, bro.
able
Baker
to
so
make it out.
ballsy. Jesus.
TP is his. He can get back to this fight if KT tries
KT
to
holding a
force
very
the
nice
Baron.
line here.
Faker
Let's
can
see if
TP back
T1
in. A lot of
snorted.
cooldowns are gone, though. Look at the ultimates that aren't available
No
for
Gumi
T1.
ult, no Viego ult, no Rakan ult. KT want more. They're not ultra lined at all. It's a very smart play from KT. I like it. Dorian gets cancelled. He gets cancelled. If he said something racist on the timeline. Honestly, you get away with saying racist shit on the timeline nowadays on Twitter.
He's all-less.
Gumiushi has no flash. Buzz.
Mundo pushing further and further.
Peter gets the kill.
Operational.
KT are doing
Baker
it.
flashes out. They're really doing it, Red
On
Band.
the Renekton as he's trying to go through the wall. BDD stuns him as he dashes.
They're really
and
doing
the
it, Red
reward
Band.
might be Baron.
There is still the opportunity for a
KT
steal.
draft.
Owners there. He doesn't have his ultimate though. Flash about to come up. If they don't steal this, KT might set
Keria
up for a
has
soul
smite.
point as well.
Keria has smite.
Coming in from
Viego
BDD,
has smite.
well called. Potential 50.
Cuz has been so good with the smites this tournament. That's the snap from Keria onto Corki. Can they find the reach? They can't! They can't!
Deleted! In the blink of an eye, KT take everything!
And the scatter from BDD will not let them pass. Dokdam lives. And that's Baron.
Listen to that crowd. Listen to that crowd.
Ladies and
They
gentlemen.
are riding the
Ladies
roller
and gentlemen.
coaster.
Is this really
KT
happening?
With the advantage.
Is this really happening? Is KT going to win the World Championship? Is KT going to win the World Championship? They're playing a better game. They're playing a more electric game. The power of friendship, the power of love. Perfect. Having the series of his life. Us is just goated on the Mundo.
To deal with this Mundo. He's
The
just not
draft
taking any
edge.
damage.
Score.
And then they know to start up the Baron, draw T1 to them. The desperate play from T1. They flash in, they try and burst down Dokdam, but the peel is there. Dokdam does not fall.
Jesus.
And KT, they've got
All right.
Baron, they've got a 4,000 gold lead. They also have
Holy score is like, this is so easy. It's so easy.
in their favor.
And almost the entire
So
year,
easy.
T1 have dominated this KT lineup.
Holy, imagine BDD and fucking, imagine BDD and score. Imagine if they win Worlds,
Years,
bro.
it's KT who have T1 on the back foot. KT who once again have a gold lead.
We need
this
to
time, not
protect
from
Doran, though.
snowballing early, but fighting
All right,
incredibly
we need to calm
in the
down.
mid to
The
late
game is not over yet.
And for
The game
this
is not over yet.
roster, with
T1,
Dokdam, Peter, and Perfect all being
T1
subbed
can do
out at
magic.
various different
but I have to say, their
times
draft
of
is
the
so
year.
ass. Like,
For
what
them to
magic is it
work
to be
back
there, bro?
to this
There's no
point,
magic to be done. Their draft is
inspirational
just
stuff.
so
KT,
outscaled.
Can they do it?
We saw it in the previous game. T1 was almost able to find their way back. Kuma doesn't have a third on him yet, though. That execution is not quite there. And trying to play a pick comp from behind is known to be an exercise in futility. Look at Perfect. He's not afraid.
T1 have to be careful. A single
Guys,
scatter connects.
Perfect is legit the MVP of this game. Cuz and Perfect have been insane this game.
Level 16 here on the Mundo
Cuz
as
has been
well.
crazy.
That rank 3 ultimate is big.
It's Mundo Kisanta, Shaq, and Kobe, bro. They are so OP, bro. Fucking every Mundo Q is just a three-pointer, bro.
Already. Only 3 away now. Level
Perfect has
16
been
for both
absolutely
mid laners.
insane.
Carrier with a good combo, Faker with a good ulti. You can see the path to T1 turning it, but it's just so hard to imagine because
This Mundo is juiced up.
anything at this point in the
It's
game.
completely juiced up.
And the BDD, 3 items done. 10-stack Dark Seal, slow and steady. As this bot lane inhib certain to fall.
They break the base.
They're accepting
20
it.
seconds.
Doran maybe trying to trade an inner and top.
Doran tried to get tier 2.
Cuz just getting a crab for his efforts, as now the 3 item spikes have been hit for Faker, for Owner, and for Guma.
Perfect, just aura farming them on
KT
them.
waiting off to the side. T1 seeing opportunity. Doran continuing to
They
push
get the
to
red
top
on the
lane.
exit as
T1
well,
wanting to
KT.
Keep KT around, deny these resets. But there's no real major example. Faker caught out by Peter. Cuz on the way in, but nothing's going to come from it. Ulti goes from Faker, and Peter's just going to walk away.
Okay, they just walk
Again,
away,
no major
man.
objective, so it's not a big deal. But T1 has to be
KT,
careful.
bro, KT, I think after that game 2, they changed completely how they played. They are so damn confident. I feel like the moment they saw that T1 bleed, they are different. They are so different. That crucial team fight in game 2, I feel like everything changed after that. Everything changed.
For Doran, in addition to the red buff, plus this outer tower as well. So a little bit of gold
Cassandra is already
back
top.
in their favor. But KT, they stand just 2 minutes away from a
If it
Dragon
bleeds,
Soul
we can kill
arrival.
it.
That fight will be critical.
Yeah, that's Cuz level 16, and that's a Cassante.
That's one of my favorite lines of all time from a movie.
That's
You
If it bleeds,
so much
we can kill it.
Just Cassante?
I didn't need to add more. You guys both know.
Yeah, refer to Showmaker.
Yeah.
For the rest of the description of that champion. And honestly, that is the immense
All right,
tanky
finally
front
BDD
line
is
that
going to
KT
get his
has
stacks.
to their advantage. Those 2 champions that you
119.
mentioned, plus Peter's possible engages here with
Cassandra is
Alistar,
unkillable
that
Demon
KT
King.
are going to try and use
The only
once they
thing
draw
that
T1
can kill
over
Cassandra
to
at this point in the game.
And we keep
This is
repeating
all
it because
mistakes.
I think it's the only way, barring a colossal
Bro, you know, I was so
mistake from
impressed.
KT, that
I was
they
so
need
impressed
to find a
by
pick of
my boy.
BDD or Dokdom. These are your 2 main
Like,
targets.
my boy
BDD's
getting rank
flash
1.
will almost be up. BDD
You
and
know,
his team also have the
on Korean
benefit of
server.
getting to
But then
choose.
I
They
started
just play
playing
for
Dr.
Baron.
Mundo
They don't
myself,
care about the dragon,
and I am
so
less
just the
impressed.
sole point.
I'm kidding, of course. He played majority
Maybe
a
this Yunara can do some
majority
magic.
Rengar games. I'm just
One
messing
have found
about.
themselves in deficits in a game like this. It was the 3 of us. JDG looked like they had them on the ropes, and they found the comeback as the TP comes in.
Keep it from behind. They want to catch out Perfect. Perfect can try and use Doran as an
Perfect.
escape route. Carrier has to be careful.
Perfect. Finally, the only way Cassandra can die.
Q3
That's
back through, using Carrier.
maybe.
Perfect on his way out.
Save Private Ryan. Save Private Ryan. Oh, the W. Yes,
Eyes on Faker and Doran as Perfect collapses out to safety. That's the ulti used by Guma.
Why did he give him the ultimate though? I'm selling. Oh, that's the flash forward here onto BDD. Oh, that's a reset. Push him away from the top stall.
Making it happen. Guma fails the flash. It stops the fight from going through. Doran getting whittled down.
Flashes the spell.
Again. Who
Faker.
Peter with the CC.
Cuz.
I cannot believe it.
He missed the Q. He missed the Q.
Holding on.
W.
As T1 in the end might finally get to
the meatballs. The meatballs.
Faker trying to chase down
The
the extra kill, but
meatballs.
so is Cuz.
I think the time has worked out better for KT here. Look, the jungler for KT is up, Cuz.
All right, guys. Gumayusi flash, Faker flash, Owner flash.
them.
Everybody flashed down T1 for this one. I think the flashes on blue side are way more important.
7-0 and 6.
Let me tell you guys, Chemtech Soul is not that good on
It
Mundo.
felt like that T1 magic was coming through.
All right. So they get the flash stun to get the burst damage on it, Chronicler. But this fight gets so scrappy as you see the carries that are still left up. Dokdom finishes off of Doran, but then Faker is able to get the shutdown.
But it's the deficit that they're in
Okay,
that
this
makes
Mundo is
that
Thanos.
close. In a normal
Why is Chem not good on
situation, that
Mundo?
catch
Guys, I was
just
not
ends
serious.
it.
I made
BDD will
a
get
sarcastic
caught
face
as
to the camera.
Baron
I stared
is
into it and then
surely
this.
in the eyes of KT on the precipice of match point.
Obviously, it's broken on Mundo.
Coming down to that
Like-
low of health bars. Now with a Chemtech Soul, so difficult here for T1 to finish off kills this time around. Let's see it.
KT's
The
actually
setup,
really
though.
doing it, bro.
He throws the Scuttle Crab away. He
They're
knows it's a
actually
little
really
bit
doing it,
dangerous
bro.
at the moment.
Not a single flash available on the Rift. Any
They're really
misstep
fucking doing it, bro.
could cost T1 the game. KT on the precipice of match point.
I don't know. They
We've
first picked
seen
Yunara,
T1
ended
not
up with
out
a
of this yet, no
very
matter how
wonky
strong
draft pool.
Cuz looks.
Like,
T1
look
though,
at this
again,
this
the
top
power
side that
of
T1
this
has,
Chemtech
and
with
tell me it's not
Cassante
just
and
the
a Mundo
most
is a
C-tier champions
terrifying
ever, you know?
prospect for T1 to contend with.
T1, I think they need the Infinity Edge on Gumayusi.
Guys, Gumayusi is outranged by every champion in this game.
Time for him to actually get that because KT can just threaten this Baron. You keep the map dark. You
This Camdexo is really good for KT, guys. It's a game changer. It's a massive game changer. Gumayushi has no IE yet. He's not spiked at all. Kaz is pushing forward, throwing cleavers. Tanky HP. Kaz is getting more poke in.
Peter trying to spot Owner to force him out of the pit. No smite for either support, even with the spellbook. As T1
Mundo presses W. Didn't press I yet.
Still there for Kaz, crucially.
You guys know that there's no cooldown on the CC immunity.
Not enough damage.
If you pick up the money bag.
T1 taking a
At
little
this
bit too
point in
much
the game
poke.
for Dr. Mundo.
We'll see if KT actually want to pull the trigger on this or set up a bait. Eventually, T1's going to run out of the resources, but they do know with that ward.
Look at that bot wave.
Pushing in the favor
Massive bot wave. That bot wave is going to take the inhib for sure. The super creep.
T1, the pressure point is on them. KT have baited them into the trap.
Dr. Mundo.
Peter from the darkness.
Peter onto Doran. Kaz, got to ult Kaz, very dangerous. He heals. It's over. It's over.
She drops. KT taking it across the finish line. Faker forced back. The bot lane open.
The patience on the Mundo spelled here.
KT moving to match point. The KT roster coaster.
They're really doing it. KT's really doing it.
We're still not done.
I think they're just straight up playing better, bro. They're drafting better, playing better.
Match point in the Telecom War in the World's final.
Jesus, guys.
At this tournament of dominance when it started, and people doubted the quality of their opposition, and then they beat Gen G, and now they're taking T1 to match point. KT monstrous in Worlds 2025. Let's see what the AD has to say about it.
KT saying 1 is all you get, just like Gen G. We will take that match point, and they walk past the cup thinking we're gonna be back for it very, very soon. What an incredible game, and what an incredible roller coaster, I just have to say it, that we are on.
That was a fantastic Mundo game.
It's just incredible at Worlds for
Kaz
KT
MVP for me in this one. Kaz perfect. I think Kaz played as good as you could hope for. Bro, he played a perfect game. Like, how can we ask more out of the Dr. Mundo in this game? Really fantastic W usage, ult usage.
The magic of the World Championship is it gives the opportunity for players to shine. And for KT to perform like they are today is what we love to see at the World Championship. What a phenomenal performance. And I really want to dive into talking about
this draft was just too OP, I think. This draft was really OP, and they played a fantastic game.
I think the most important thing to me, though, is that it's not like KT have been flawless, right? They have made mistakes. It's more about how they then deal with it. How, like, especially, like, Peter makes a mistake on the Owlstar.
I don't know if T1's draft can actually, like, improve. I feel like
every single person on KT has kind of taken turns really stepping up in a lot of places, and that has made a difference.
Yeah, their early games
it's just
have been great
playing
overall,
Rakan solo engage.
Talk about this Mundo. We have to talk about it, right? I think it's become one of the most contentious and important picks in all of the World Championship.
I absolutely agree. I think it was a great pick in this game. Cuz played it excellently. You could see in the later stages, they just had no answer for it.
Damn.
Yeah, they had no answer for it. And one thing I did want to point out, despite the fact that
Fantastic.
T1 did have the early lead.
All right, at least one draft call fucking landed, you know?
KT has been scrapping.
I didn't think KT's going to win this game based on the data we had in the series and the draft.
The feat of warfare, and I love to see this coming out of
Quick
KT,
mock draft.
just that kind of aggression.
I do as well, and Azale, we were talking about it
we
before,
can have a look.
but this is the World Championship final. This is when people make the mistakes they usually wouldn't, and this is where people step up where you usually wouldn't expect it. And I gotta say, this last fight we're gonna see, where
the flexibility of blue side is that you can set up bans, right?
Guma fails the flash, maybe it looks different.
Yeah, it absolutely can be a series-deciding thing. I think it was a game-deciding play, as we can watch this. Eyes on Gumayushi in this play. Faker got such a good chunk
it's
onto
just,
Doc
right now,
and
I don't even know what's exciting anymore, bro.
Doran decides, you know what, we're going to go for it. He flashes over the wall.
We are in Lucian territory.
Lucian. Look at Guma here. Steps back. then tries the flash over the wall, doesn't get over, and as a result, he is out
Yona
of the
will
fight
be
for
banned
such
for
a long
sure.
time. The ulti is expiring. Imagine if he is there with all these low health bars. T1 probably get that kill, probably take
Mid lane
the
is also
dragon
very
and delay the
strange.
soul.
You know, we are in Aurora territory, but both of these players don't like playing Aurora so much, you know?
In these environments, they still constantly look for opportunities, constantly look for ways to flip the game.
There's really no reason to trade Orianna Azir anymore.
That pressure, and while it is in conjunction with key mistakes that we're seeing from T1, the
There's like
fact that KT is able to find these
Caitlyn,
opportunities
Aurora. I'm just thinking about
punish
all
the
rules.
mistakes
What is
a
like crucial
testament
at
to
this
how well
point?
they've been playing
It
this
absolutely is, and teams haven't been able to do it for 3 years.
Top lane, we are in
How is it
Ornn
KT that's doing it, Emily?
Ornn territory.
I mean, they haven't won yet. I'll just say KT's MO is to kind of bring you up to the point where you're like, okay, maybe they can do it, and then they just, you know.
That's
they
what you
let
told me for the
down.
semis. That's what you told me for the quarters.
And it's what I'm telling you right now.
And they are getting closer and closer.
There's
You have to give them the
Aatrox.
credit. They're playing incredible.
I believe there's a lot of stats so that we have to look at, because Emily is saying that because
Jungle-wise, I'm trying to think. It's like Pantheon could be like okay. We also have like the classic melees, right? Like Seju and so forth.
Often like a reverse sweep or pushing you out of Worlds contention. They all hurt so much.
Yeah, and speaking of resiliency, I don't think
I don't know, it kind of looks like Caitlyn is just a crucial pick, no? I think Caitlyn is the crucial pick. But the issue is, blind picking Kate is so hard.
Finals history, because it's the
You have
only
Jhin available.
I look rattled. I'm just gonna say
As
it.
an
I
answer,
look rattled. It
it's hard to
doesn't
pick
feel
it
the way
early.
it did last year.
I mean, so, well, this is the thing, because I just can never count T1 out in these positions. Because, as you rightly said, they've been in this position many times before. Even at this World Championship,
I don't know.
against AL, they've been pushed
also
to the
like,
brink.
Braum is out.
T1 are 6-1 when down 1-2 at
Yeah,
Worlds.
but Mundo was up.
I mean,
Mundo is
no
gone.
secret Mundo for Ona this time around. But for me, like, Cuz has been such
Ziggs
a
is
superstar
also pretty
in this
damn
series,
strong.
and I can't do anything more than
But how
sing
do we
his
piece
praises
together
for
a
how
good Ziggs
spectacular
draft, you
he's
know?
been.
I mean, no one can argue the history obviously is in T1's favor. They have won so many times in Telecom Wars. They've showed up in these big moments so many times, but it just feels different because KT does feel like they have the magic on their side this time around.
Thing is, what's
It
weird
only
for
has
both
to happen
Xayah and
once.
Lucian,
The history doesn't
both
matter.
Xayah and Lucian,
You take
their
them all, you don't care
blind
if you win
pick
the World
combo is out.
Championship here,
Rakan and
specifically for
Braum.
these players, right, Emily? And that's how I want to kind of go into this break and go into the
Bro,
next match for
is
a
Red
player
Side
like
just better?
Perfect, who everybody counted out. A player like
Is
Peter,
Red
who
Side
had
just
that
better,
start and
guys?
completely turned it around. They are
Or are we
rising
just
to
gonna
the
do a
occasion.
simple
Yeah, I think
Galio
the
first pick?
tag of like Band of Misfits is very appropriate for this team, right? Like, no one expected them to do particularly well at Worlds. Like, I didn't think they were going to be incredibly bad, but I also definitely did not expect them to make it this far.
we just
and a
go in
lot of
this
that
direction for
was
T1?
because of so many players we did not expect to be performing as well as they are. Perfect. I want to shout out Peter as well. Those two stepping up in this game. Also to get here has been fantastic.
They have it in the palm of their hand, but we saw someone on screen a second ago who's heard that phrase before uttered about his enemies, his nemesis on the other side. It is 1 and 2 down for T1, but you can never, ever count Faker out. I hope we're going to a game 5, but maybe KT just do it.
They'll have to earn it.
Dude, just fucking stop banning mid laners already in the 1-2-3 for T1.
Scatter the fall, but the fall damage is not there. Exhausted is Faker, and Carrier tries to turn it back, but he's all by his lonesome. Doran cannot get into the back line.
We also have Kalista.
Managed to find the initial kill. It's perfect. Pop off. Guma missing completely. They get the Drake, but it might cost T1 everything.
He flushes into the wall, and that might be the Otacon going over to KT.
Cuz continuing
Crazy,
to go
what a
where he
momentum
damn
shift,
well
bro.
pleases. T1 forced back.
Ash also still up. No, it was picked game 1. The Ash Braum, you remember? Seems like I'm the only person on
I know
Earth.
a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you.
Seems like I'm the only person that enjoyed the opening ceremony.
needs some work.
Can even ban out BDD? We're getting to the point where maybe you can ban out BDD, but like it would just get interesting.
And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere,
I think Galio is the crucial pick.
It's summer.
We just need to see a Galio draft from T1. I think that's the connector.
You know
the
what?
Galio.
Because you really asked for it.
And I think you use the 1, 2, 3 bans to set up Galio to make it as strong as possible. So you just target the pool of BDD.
Somewhere else. It's winter
And BDD has Twisted Fate, he has Veigar. What else has he historically played? Lissandra he played at certain points. I think Nafiri low-key goes kind of fucking hard. LeBlanc he played in the past. Who's saying it was bad? Apparently everyone on Twitter. Well, I really enjoyed it, so I don't care. It's just fun sometimes to see. Okay, so I'm gonna make a sandwich real quick. I'm so hungry. Honestly, Twitter is not real life. I swear it's not real life.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Battle Cruiser operational.
On the 32nd month, T1 falls to BDD and the boys.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Light.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No one can stop me but me. Too bad. On fire. Rewired. Go higher. Go harder. You wanna. I got it all. You'll see it. Start to cross the line of a shoulder. Ain't no more time to be it. I'll take anything you throw. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Set it up all night. can't even come close, nah. Counting up money, collecting bodies like Tata. And chicken trying to catch it to me like, ha ha. Better stop playing with your one life you got, Stars across the night of a shoulder bed. Leaving more time to bleed. I'll take anything you thought. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Set it all night over. See, give me my shot. You can't take me down. I'll go higher.
All right, bros. You know, if T1 lose here today,
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where
the illusion will
League
be
of
shattered.
Legends Carnival taking place here in Chengdu, where 1.8 million fans have passed through over the course of the weekend.
If T1
And
lose here
watching now
today,
is KT against a lot of
the
expectations.
illusion
almost all of
might
them, I
be
think it's safe to say.
shattered.
Take us in to match point.
They have been playing
Everyone
so
that plays
incredibly
against
well this
T1
tournament. They have still only lost 2
will now
games
think it's
the
possible.
entire tournament. 1 to Gen.G and 1 to T1. KT.
Dynamis, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Appreciate that.
It's inspiring.
But we have seen teams be in this 2-1 position before and not be able to close it out. T1 themselves have found themselves 1-2 down and bounced back in the most pressure situations. But after that game, number 3 in particular, it does really feel like KT, their meta read seems so on point, and the level of
Dynamis.
gameplay in particular is, again, having watched this team just go through a rotating door of, we had Potta come in, we had Wei at the beginning of the year, we had Costing, and yet here we are, 2-1 up against the greatest League of Legends organization of all time.
And I have so much respect for players that are able to work their way through difficult times, complete an arduous journey, and make it back to the very top. So with this roster, can KT actually eliminate T1?
All right, team.
As you said,
Let's go.
T1 are notoriously
Pantheon
hard
ban.
to eliminate from Worlds.
Well, let's
They
see.
have been there
Are we
before
gonna
with
see the
their
Galio
backs
first
against
pick, the
wall
Ziggs?
in must-win games. And now into the draft, T1 once again on blue side here.
Give me
for
Trondo
game
first
number
pick.
4 of Fearless Draft.
Pantheon Ziggs taken off the table. As you said, T1 on blue side, mid lane prio picks also off the board alongside Carrier's Bard.
So Galio, Nocturne combinations, maybe a Camille in there as well. Some of these
Kalista,
T1 champions
Galio,
that you have seen them
Caitlyn.
use create dive comps. That could be a tool that they use very aggressively. Okay, they're going to start out with bot lane.
That is the first pick.
And now
Damn.
we have, for the second game in a row, despite the struggles on Yunara in the previous game,
All right.
T1 doubling down, tripling down on Gumayushi, being the center of their early draft.
KT, are we picking
strategy.
Caitlyn?
Yunara
Are we
did
picking
not work out
Caitlyn?
for them. It was not enough. The Kalista, an incredibly oppressive champion at early stages of the game.
Caitlyn Trondo.
For an
Honestly,
explosive
Caitlyn
bot lane
Trondo goes
matchup, but the
hard,
jungle
no?
is there for Cuz.
Caitlyn Trondo.
Huge.
I'm known Trundle blind. I don't want to say hater because that's too much, but I don't love it. We'll see though, Cuz thus far has earned the confidence in this tournament and is really good into Kalista, being able to slow her down and make sure that she doesn't get the space.
Does
that
Owner
she
just slam an
desperately
AP
needs to
champion here,
fight.
guys?
This is also, again, there's a layer to this, right? There is the fact that
Caitlyn Trondo. Called it, guys. I called it.
Against Gen.G.
Because keep in mind, you can pick a range super on 3 into the Renata blind that is coming through.
Fight for that bot lane prio.
I wonder if T1 pivot. Guys, what if T1 just pivot into Nautilus and don't pick Renata?
That Peter is actually going to play
Nocturne
a
lock in, but Trondo's very happy to play against
They
Nocturne.
have actually, for KT, they did like Caitlyn Braum. They didn't necessarily fully index into a Caitlyn Lux or Morgana or Karma type lane. And so they definitely have some options still open to them. But I do really like Siege
Do we pick Galio and drop support?
range there with Trundle because you can make use of that pillar. But here is the
I think we
Nocturne
have to
that we
know.
were talking about earlier does get locked in for T1, and I really do think those combination comps are going to come through.
They
for them
slammed the
with
combo.
heavy dive. You get Carria's
Guys, I have
Renata
no
here.
idea what
He's
Faker's gonna play.
Have a big one.
And for lane, that feels good. But Renata, blind can get punished. Obviously, the 2v2 is absolutely devastating. And that's why T1, I think, have really struggled in this series. It feels like KT's early game has been better. Almost all of the times is BDD going to be blinding Cassio or playing Cassio into what is already such a short-range composition. Is going to be feeling impeccable.
I like it. This is becoming an impossible Kalista game to play.
KT over the line against Gen G.
Ladies and gentlemen, BDD is banning Hui here, I think.
Luckily has the Kalista to bail her out.
Is ban Hui, and what the hell do you answer to Cassio, guys? Victor is out, Syndra is out, Mage is out. There's no more mages in the game. There's only Hui. Hui is the only champion to pick here, no?
T1 bringing out a lot of comfort, bringing out a lot of power here in the first phase.
And you can protection ban the Galio because you third pick this Cassio on red side.
Galio ban either way, they respect it.
Down on even the few options that Faker
they respect Faker's they respect his greatness.
The Camille Galio Nocturne just will not be there. I like the Ornn though, as far as the ban, because you know that KT have very strong scaling and are building towards that big team fight.
And it feels kind of awkward because normally what you'd want to do into Cassio is outranger, right? Go for something like the Hui, which we've seen a decent amount of.
Guys, are we gonna see Dora and Jace?
It doesn't really synergize that well with the Nocturne, right? You'd rather play something that can actually dive deep.
Unironically, Dora and Jace game.
But trying to play any dive into Cassio, into Trundle, into Caitlyn.
Hui ban.
There you go.
Guys, we might get Faker on Anivia.
We don't care about
we might get Faker on Anivia here, the rerun.
BDD with 2 bans towards Faker, 4 in total here, setting BDD up for success.
And we knew in a world of Fearless, depth of champion pool was going to be incredibly important because getting that win on Mundo. Owner not able to find that win on
Jace is good into what's showing.
More conventional meta picks can take
Dora's playing Jace.
KT feels so set up for success here. Faker's champion pool so heavily diminished.
Or he's playing Jax. But the thing is, if you see Cassio or Kate, the only thing that you can play, the only thing you can play is Jace, guys.
Really has relied on him over years and years as player, as coach. And
no
he's
way.
setting them up again. Oh my goodness, is it going to
no
be
way,
the
Peter.
crank?
The Blitz, I don't like the Nomos matchup into Renata. Feels nigh unplayable, but Blitz is a different story altogether, Peter.
Top 10.
Huh?
Okay, an answer into the power that this Nocturne can bring. Denies a lot of the dive.
Yeah, exactly.
I swear, guys, it's time. Jace is there at 4-5. Jace there at boom.
So preemptively grabbing the Tom Kench.
It's time.
First Kench that we've seen this tournament as well, and it's perfect that he's going to get the counter pick. What is Doran
Unbench
going
the
to go
Kench.
towards?
Dragooner.
That is a Doran classic.
Guys, it could be Faker's champ. Faker plays Gragas too.
One of the
2022 spring split. Do you remember?
I was thinking about this.
There's the Anivia. We called it.
Locked in.
And then
Obviously
Jace.
a champion against champion,
I think
like
Doran's playing
Trundle
Jace,
and Tom
guys.
Kench, the power of that
I think
really
Doran's
slow
playing
you down
Jace.
the walls
I
against
think Doran's
Cassio
playing
can be
Jace, guys.
devastating.
What is it going to be for Doran? Ornn is on, Yorick gone. Often we see these blind picked.
And gentlemen, it feels a bit scattered from T1.
All right.
Got to be the Gragas.
Dragoon.
They round it out. Okay, it is a bit versatile.
Dragoon.
Honestly, though, I'm favoring the KT side at the moment, and they get counter.
Ain't no way.
I'll take a breath.
No, we're not going to get baited by offers.
No room for
Aatrox.
breathing.
No.
Mordekaiser.
Oh.
What is he going to lock in here? Perfect. What's the R5?
It is interesting because Mordekaiser is a champion that can still split push even when faced with Nocturne comps.
True.
So I do like it even when T1 have ways to attack side lanes. With Nocturne and other people joining. It is
I don't know. I don't think Mord is that crazy
always
here.
have threat there due to the Mordekaiser ultimate.
But maybe Mord is just OP with the buffs.
There's almost no reliable hard CC on the entirety of this KT lineup. They're really going to need to have full map control, be better on the setup, because on the opposite side, you have these walls that can catch people out that matches the one piece of CC that feels like could do something for KT, which is the pillar. You've got the stuns, you've got the Renata, the Gragas to potentially set up these plays. Huge, I think, burden on Doran.
Where the fuck did this Tomkins come from?
And it was 2023 spring finals where Doran had
Bro, I think Tomkins ruined the whole draft, no?
majestic performance on the Gragas. That was
What the hell is Tomkins doing here?
To which this day,
No, I
in
didn't think the
LCK,
Samkins threw the whole
there is a
draft.
discussion as to whether or not he was robbed from MVP for how good his Gragas was, and that is with match point.
Imagine you could win lane against Renata and Kalista.
KT on the cusp.
I don't know, guys. I think T1's gonna win.
In their first finals after their first semi-finals. An unprecedented run, but they are going up against T1, the greatest to ever do it. A team hungry to find redemption for Faker. 2015, 2016, denied in 2017. This roster wants to be the first to make the three-peat happen.
The ever elusive three-peat.
All right.
And as you say it, Keria flashes the Faker emotes. See if they can actually.
I think T1 wins this, guys. I don't believe in the Tom at all.
T1,
The issue I have with Tom is that I think that they have a losing lane now with Caitlyn.
Every single game must win for them to extend the series.
Bro, if they had Karma, I think it's insta win.
Including the level ones.
Faker trying to move away. Good damage going down on Owner, forcing that early flash out. You have to be terrified now because Cuz is going to start to take over in the jungle.
Yeah, Trundle definitely can go for invades and look to punish flashes.
Yeah, PJ Trundle with a flashless Nocturne, definitely big, as we can see. A little bit of a trip down memory lane. T1.
I don't know, someone in the chat like is spamming. No, it's a Nocturne denier. Yeah, as if I don't fucking know, mate. I am taking that into account.
Many ups and downs, and in this modern era, it's
you think that Nocturne can do shit against fucking Mantra E of Karma, man?
It's a Nocturne denier, Mauro. He eats when Nocturne ults. Wow.
23, 20, or
I know,
22,
man.
23 and 24.
Nocturne can, you know, it's not team fight tactics. You know, he doesn't need to like ult into the enemy team.
And how fitting is it that
you think he could ult into Trundle, Mordecai, Zacasio in the first place? You think they need Tom Kench? Who needs to be unbenched?
To go get their first world's title. See if they can do it. Okay, Owner, no flash, but it doesn't matter. He can still clear as Nocturne. You want a full clear at least 2 times.
He can beat the jungle camps.
Yeah, and then...
You know, he doesn't need flash.
Yeah, just clear in peace, and then your flash will be up in no time.
You straight up just made your matchup losing. And I think that gives T1 chances in the game. I think if KT had Karma, the Nexus exploded. Straight up.
Aggressive with their cooldowns. Obviously, if a single Noxious Blast connects, the potential for BDD to just run Faker down is very real. Nice handshake coming in. Immediate barrier coming out from Dom.
Then you guys, Tom Kench solo losing the game.
So super dominant 2v2 here already from the side of T1.
And I do think you kind of know that when the Kench gets locked in, you're just not going to have the laning pressure. This is really a pick that is expected to have pressure as you go deeper into the series, right? As you, or rather into the game, when the dive.
What do you think about T1 draft? I think they got saved by the Tom.
Anivia and Gragas really.
They got saved by the Tom.
I think the Nocturne and the all-in from Guma and Keria feels good to play into, but Anivia really makes it hard for you to
everything else, though, I think KT's draft is better.
W's off, and Gragas kind of self-explanatory. His ability to create space. Keria!
Flash away. Keria tries to get him with the Q flash. Dom. Quick on
they have no vision in River, bro.
That is a flash down.
No vision in River. T1 is relentless, bro. Like, imagine Trundle just skip the camp and look to pillar, you know, on both.
6 to really force this dive before Peter has access to that ultimate.
Big for this T1 bottom lane that T1 want to play
KT Super Team was 2023.
Kalista, Renata, Nocturne trifecta that they've been able to get for themselves. And
it's still a very hard draft for T1. Like, I just think that the bot lane matchup gives them chances to fight now.
The ward as well from Doran, who took.
And I believe in Kumayush and Keria in drafts like these.
Go ward the second one, so they'll know that this time around, because it's done the same.
I think the Anivia spot is pretty good. Outside of Caitlyn, I think Anivia is really good in this game.
I do like, though, you see, even though Nocturne isn't necessarily like the #1 dive champion, all the precautions are being taken. Cuz actually hovers there to see if they go for
I know people didn't like Anivia the first time he picked it because it was a completely different game. Like playing Anivia against Ambessa, Wukong, Galio is not the same.
T1 here in this 4th game.
Kind of double value when you're able to shut down that Caitlyn early game that so often is incredibly impressive. Now, though, on the top side, Doran may have to be careful. Good awareness, though.
They should
and
know.
See the potential gank coming, knowing that there's really no play on the bottom side to be had. For
I think they read that Trundle is not going bot based on the spells that Peter chose. That's my guess.
Stages of Mordekaiser versus Gragas, not too big. Plenty of sustain on the Gragas, no problem.
If I'm not crazy, I think they saw the thick skin.
As both junglers will go into their
hard pushing the wave. Dogtama was on 20 CS, blood.
Of course, for Owner.
Faker, what the hell is that? Alright, maybe he's baiting BDD, but BDD has enough mana to crash this.
Recall there. And we'll see once again when the Nocturne does end up towards the bottom side of the map. Currently, though, Keria and Guma.
Caitlyn pick into Kalista is good, but I don't know. The Tomkench. Tomkench is goofy, guys.
Taking not the best of trades, but not really bought it.
This is not a Keria Tomkench.
We'll see if Cuz can make something happen. Might look here. Has his Raptors just now done. Making his way over. Even getting a summoner or getting the egg would be big.
Faker grounded. Cuz on the way in. Good wall. The
Faker keeps flash.
Full committing even though he has no mana. They do manage to get the
Cuz he's gonna flash over the wall.
Out of Faker.
To eat.
Cuz,
Peter's here. Peter's here.
The tongue lash there. They want to get the kill to
Greedy from Faker. Greedy.
Could be the deciding
the fact that BDD went for that, bro. That's a
to BDD to make
very crucial
happen.
distance.
But it's Cuz that gets the kill again.
This
now
is why you draft Kench.
That benefited them.
Call me king. Call me demon.
Keria and Guma are
Owner smite. Owner smite.
50-50 goes to Owner. Flash away from the handshake. Is Peter barely able to make it out alive? Good recovery from T1.
And he flashes for that. He's like,
Faker's
no,
back.
Trust me.
Back
I
again.
got this. Takes the wheel and finds
Shady's
the
back.
50-50 steal.
Sometimes you need inspiration when your team
Alright,
backs against the walls. You just lost out first blood mid.
Alright, we're workshopping that Faker. It's just Yoktam is giving you practice. I don't know what he's doing,
throwing it there,
but he's giving you practice. God bless him.
For the flip.
You're practicing. You're practicing, bro. Like, how many games of Nivea did you play in your life? Like
Get
4.
The objective, and now
So
they set up Doc Dom in the mid lane, but Peter a little bit late. You can see how while BDD was comfortable in that 1v1, it's so difficult for Doc Dom. If a wall had appeared just a little bit more behind him, he very likely
there we
would die,
go.
like
The
one we're
practice
seeing
paid
here.
off. Come
Luckily,
on now.
Peter is there to cover. Knockup will not connect. Nice initial stun from Faker. Procs the phase rush.
Peter wants to lick Faker.
Doesn't have any damage.
Anonymous gift. Thank you very much for the anonymous gift. Appreciate that.
Side of KT.
It's nice. You know, you get a little indicator for where you need to throw your stun. As Cuz will be able to maintain this lead.
Well, match point.
Kill that he got. Owner about to hit 6 though, and that is going to be
what is Faker doing? What is this?
Perfect flash away.
What is this?
Doesn't want to
what just happened on our screen?
To come out a few seconds later on the wrong side of a wall.
Wizardry. I think Doran just didn't want to base.
And I do really love when people play.
I think Doran just disagreed. He just disagreed with this lane swap, and he didn't recall.
All right, so much tension though, so much
and then Faker just said, "Doran, fuck off."
The swaps back out.
He said, "Yo, it's my time to sit on the computer.
Up to the top side of the
just
map,
fuck off."
And Keria
He's the big brother.
Trying to push in on BDD's gas.
He said, "Yo, I'm taking over. I'm taking over this lane."
It's feels like who gets to the objective first, right? If you're able to...
Nice, Caitlyn Tomkench can't even pressure the Nivea off the wave that ulted on it. That is, bro, I don't know, bro. It's Tomkench, Caitlyn are just looking at the Nivea clearing the wave 1v2.
Displace them either with the wall
at 7 minutes into the game.
And there's a lot of damage available early on to take
down
respected
Nocturne ult, I guess.
For KT, again, it feels like it's going to come down to what can we find in the team fight.
Yeah, an excellent lane assignment from T1 again. Faker easily able to wave.
Excellent lane assignment, bro. That was
good lane, mid lane control from Keria.
I guess so. Faker, genius.
Walks his way up top side. Immediate 3 grubs secure.
T1 continuing to stack the objectives that they
Do you guys think Faker says that all the time in the team? He's like, when you win 5 worlds, you get to talk. When you win 5 worlds, you get to use the bathroom first.
Up to top lane.
When you get 5 worlds, you get to eat the last piece of chicken.
Hey, they got the first dragon as well. You know, the way in which they did it was high risk, but ended up working out. All planned. Oh, I mean, Owner knew, you know. Otherwise, you're a Nocturne that uses his flash for no reason, but he trusted his smite button.
And they know that they are going to need to continue to stack those objectives. So we'll see if the emphasis on the earlier Dragon Soul for them does come to fruition. Kalista, of course, looking to be a snowball.
Ooh, and I do love that it's Docton playing that Caitlyn
Who
skin
scales
from
better?
operagx. The last time that T1 lost in the finals, it was against that team as Faker.
I do feel like Anivia scales good this game. I know it's a meme in our community, but
Continuously maintain and look at the top side. T1 keeping these waves shoved in.
I think Mordekaiser is a beast as well, though.
And this feels like the first game where T1 are able to build such a
Like if
clear
Mordekaiser just flash Anivia, you know, and bullies him in the cage, that might be enough, you know.
From pushing in, from building a greater advantage, and you already talked about Drake stacking, right?
Case scaling is not bad either, yeah.
very
I think all in
effortlessly
all,
contest the
I
big
think
smites to the game,
just
and when Oner and
KT
Guma
scale
are
better.
together,
I think that's the
it feels
easy way
pretty
to put it. It's
impossible
not
for
that deep,
KT
actually.
to stop an objective that T1 have started.
Guma on a lot of champions is pretty good at contesting dragons as well.
Has been known for that, yeah.
Yeah, he has stolen, even at this tournament, multiple dragons on different AD carry champions. This time around, though, we continue the Farm Fest.
It doesn't stop. You can't cancel Renato ult when it starts flying.
The LCK to the
It wouldn't be your final cast if we didn't get a little, the appropriate pace.
And Nivea has been scaling for fucking 4 best of 5s already.
Sure.
We're not going to do that here.
No. Professionalism.
Yeah, obviously. There's a hex plate now done here for Oner. We'll have that available.
Can you stop Nivea scaling? Well, she's a bird, so she can scale a lot of mountains.
20 seconds.
Ooh, BDD close to his.
At this stage, however, it feels like T1 just ahead in terms of overall.
Yasuo
trials.
can't
Yes,
stop.
BDD
It
has
stops
different
Renato.
push, but really
Yeah,
has to
I
be
said
careful about
cancel.
wandering into Fog of War when Oner has access to that ultimate.
There are ways to make it not
Has
hit.
finished the Sundered Sky, not opting for a Trinity Force, knowing he might need a bit more sustain.
Calm game, calm game.
Onto Peter and T1 with
Very
the
calm
spot lane
game.
push, very likely set up to be first to the Drake.
Do you ever feel like a
Trying to,
plastic bag
Scout out,
drifting
and
through
this
the
time T1, if
world?
they can set up again, trying to regain control
All
into
right, Drake
Renata,
number 2,
into
guys.
Olivia. Kind of a nightmare. We haven't
Sundered
really
Sky
talked about it
ready
too
to
much,
go on
but
Trundle. I feel like
engage
Kaz
from
wants to
KT
fight.
is
He's
not
calling,
the
he's
best.
rallying the troops.
It's really
But how does
looking like
KT
a
bot lane
full middle
connect?
or bust.
KT's bot lane, how do they connect?
Faker off to the side, decent damage
They're
on
sending
KT.
it onto
Oner going
Trundle.
all
Trundle.
in.
That's a flash out from Trundle. Faker with the wall.
just barely able to
BDD.
skirt around the edge. But the
Looking
objective
for the
set up
lethal now.
For the side of T1,
Mordekaiser's here.
KT want to claim it for a bit more.
Renato
Ulti
ult to
coming out
master
the side of
play.
Keria. Drake down.
Peter
The back line
went
of
so
KT
deep.
berserk as they look if they can turn
Battle
it back, but
Coco.
again, they don't have the tools to keep
Perfect.
the fight going.
Doesn't ult anybody. I thought he just ults Anivia then. Oh, why doesn't he do it?
Perfect fighting off to the side, dragging Faker into the death realm.
Oh,
In the meantime,
Woody,
BDD starting to
all
walk forward,
fruity.
Thorn potentially cut out.
What the
vacuum?
Factory buying gaze.
Showing
BDD.
BDD clutch in the moments to count. Turning it again. KT were losing the fight as they lost the objective. Gumayushi will not be able to make the bailout work. The Drake to T1. The fight to KT.
Oh, Doran's going to want that one back. The
Faker
big whiff on
providing
the
cover
Gragas
fire.
engagement.
Peter not
Peter?
going to go too far. The thick skin.
Peter!
Yeah, it's not going to save you.
Yo!
Caught up in the hype, caught up in the moment. Faker.
He's feeling himself. He's feeling himself.
getting a
God bless
little
him,
bit
bro.
ahead of
It's
themselves
all
there.
good.
The
It's all
roller
good.
coaster sometimes
He's
a bit of a
vibing.
bumpy ride.
And just like that,
But as we
Dokdam is ahead on
highlighted,
gold.
It's BDD
Peter, my goat.
that
Relax.
takes this fight into his own hands. That you see KT
Wow,
at
I have to
first
check this
very
Doran
respectful
combo.
of
What
the
was this
amount of
Doran combo?
Disengage available
The
on
Doran just
T1.
grief.
And it's not until this pillar comes through that they're really ready to commit.
Yeah, and they try and pincer them against. Then Doran goes for
Oh,
the big play.
he got knocked down. He got knocked down.
BDD hits the ultimate.
But BDD
killing
with
all
the
rest
ult,
of the
petrifying
DPS, getting those
games
stuns.
was a nutty one,
T1
bro.
get chased out.
And Perfect, while that was
Wow.
happening, took out one of the big DPS sources for T1.
Wow.
Even though he doesn't actually take out Faker, we can see
Wow.
there the BDD topping those damage charts. And
Fuck is
Faker
this true damage
just
from
hitting
Kalista?
Mordekaiser.
Nothing you could do. Guma, BDD, the points of pressure that we look at for both
Does it
teams.
count the
Gumayushi
passive
does
of
go down in the
Renata
end, giving a
after
lot of that
W
gold back
as
to
damage done?
Dokdam, crucially for this KT lineup. And BDD
To
now
yourself?
with the Roa fully stacked, even as Faker struggles to complete
Red buff?
his,
You think red
is
buff
in
did
an excellent
1,000
position
damage?
in the
Why
fights
would he
to
have
come.
red
Again,
buff
a
at this
minute
point in the
30
game?
seconds now until that
It has to
Herald is
be.
available. Top side
I
still
think
close. Mid lane
Renata
still very much
W
dominated by
damage
Guma.
counts as the damage you do
Would
to
really
yourself.
like to have that prio advantage ahead of this next objective.
Yeah. They made the call.
Renata R.
Just
Bro,
try
he's
and
on
go
the
for
same
Dokdam.
team as Renata.
Doran getting in there for the knockback, but they didn't have the
Set
damage
W
to
center.
follow
Okay.
back up.
Guys, shut up.
And so the extra
You're all
kills
muted.
here for KT, but T1 preemptively got the dragon. So that plan of stacking the Drakes is still there.
Ooh, and this is a
How the
game where I think
damage
Ocean's
Guma
actually
does
gonna get
under
a ton of
Renata
value.
W
Make
to
sure side
himself.
laning's so
He
oppressive.
does damage to
There
himself
are a ton of champions on either side that have
after
been
the effect
unsustained.
runs out. I think
Gonna
that's what it
become
was.
even more annoying when you become basically an immovable object.
That red
in
rune that gives you
side.
damage after a dash.
And a lot of
Yeah, that red rune
champions that
just did
even with
1,000
the
damage.
ROAS, even with the Seraphs, are gonna
Sudden
chew
impact
through
needs a
ton of
nerf.
mana.
Like,
As right now,
it's okay. It's okay. We move on. We move on. I'm letting myself get stunlocked here, guys. We're wasting
despite
precious
everything that's
seconds of
happened,
the
game
World
basically dead in,
Finals.
right? If anything, it's in favor of T1, given that we've seen the Grubs go their way.
What if you mortal ult Gragas when Gragas ult midair? Then is Gragas ult but
And remember the
fizzles.
context of all
Well,
of
it
KT's
hits,
kills.
but it doesn't hit you. Like you take him to the
a
realm.
lot of full committals,
Gragas ult is a
very
projectile, so
long
if it
cooldown
left the
stunts
champion, it
and
left the champion.
abilities. T1 still have a much easier time setting up fights, setting up picks, and because they've secured those 2 Drakes,
2 minutes
they
to
will
Drake.
inevitably be allowed to force
No
at
blade on
least
Guma
one
Yusuf,
fight
guys.
on their
No
own
blade on
terms.
Guma Yusuf.
Even now, as we see both teams setting up for the Herald.
And I think that will be necessary for T1 because KT.
How would
they've
Swain
used
be
this
his
Caitlyn
support?
so
Worse than
effectively from the
Tomkins.
very beginning of the tournament, and they've constantly looked towards the late game with this champion for Doctum and the siege power, the extra range.
Gumayushi.
KT right now.
I like how Gumayushi is playing, bro. I don't know, there's something about Gumayushi being on elimination point.
They've got control and access to the river
Something
as
about
well,
him being on
so they can
elimination point
continue
that makes him
stack
lock
these
in.
neutral objectives, and that's the way that they're going to apply this pressure to KT and not allow them a lot of extra time in the game.
Early objective stacking going the way of T1.
Gumayushi, does he have blade, guys? 1 minute, 1 minute to Drake. 1 minute. Say Drake. I hear like him, Ocean.
Left on the clock would be
All right,
big.
Doran can keep this wave from breaking it. It's okay, it's okay. Ult that shit. Yeah. Yeah, come on now, Doran. This is your comfort zone. You're the Korean wonder. Come on now.
Trying to stay standing with the thick skin.
Look at Anivia as well, guys. KT feeling the pressure. Weird way is like, you know, KT is tasting victory, the world championship, while T1 is like, we've been here so many times.
They're
This is a
ready
Tuesday.
to keep Doran safe this time around. That Gragas will
And then we
not
got a
be
full tower top,
taken
guys.
down.
Good
And
sequence
then
from
on the
T1.
cross map, the top side turret falls.
And now they're in a perfect position to contest
Middle
this
ruin
next
dingus.
break. The good news
Gumayushi
from
life seals on the
KT is
wave.
Doctom finally has that
He
collector.
potions up,
Able to
refillable.
chip away at Gumayushi's health bar, but with the Blade of the Rune King and a red buff, Guma.
Carrier, little grab.
KT
Spooky
poking their
Carrier
heads. They don't
gaming.
really have the vision, but they do have a ward on the
All
flank.
right, Cuz is very tanky and very manly at the same time.
We'll just take the more conventional path through the mid lane.
Gragas ult almost on CD. They use Nocturne's ult as well.
Trying to hide there on the Ocean Rift, looking for a
Doran
big
the Moran on the
displacement.
flank.
Herald summoned in the
4,
mid lane.
3, 2,
5v5 at the
1.
pit. Flash ulti available for
Doran the
BDD if he
Moran.
wants
Look at
to
Doran the
try and fight
Moran.
it. Perfect
He's
isolated off the
bowling.
side. Hostile takeover stops Peter from going any
All
further.
right,
Top deck to
Faker.
Blizzy
Perfect
isolated.
chose the
Cooking
one
barrel
person he
for just a
can't
little
beat,
longer.
I
Now
think.
the Drake is gonna go down. Taking
Owner
it.
gets it.
Doctom
Owner gets it.
isolated.
The
And
clutch
Perfect trying to
jeans.
force a fight with Faker, but he gets nothing as the wall comes in.
BDD, he's also
The ulti
Korean.
from BDD, he might get a couple more kills, but again, the objective belongs to KT. Even as T1 begin to fall, Faker and Carry are ready to turn it. But have they overcommitted the wall there, trying to disengage Carry up Faker?
Whoa,
running into the
T1,
pinch,
you need to
obliterating
recognize a
full
lost
damage
fight,
clutch
T1.
on the
Phase
chase,
rush
waiting
comes
a
on
few seconds for the
cooldown,
pillar.
just on
With the
time.
stun clutch to disengage for the side of T1.
T1, they get the dragon, but at what
Holy.
cost, guys? The gold here going over to KT. Some of these kills.
Holy.
Ooh, it is tense. I mean, T1, I
Also
think
point
it's
for
still
T1,
good
guys.
because they can still keep up their timeline.
I think
for
you take it if you're
Dragon's
T1.
Soul.
I think you
I
take
think.
it because of the
You know
double
what's
steal that
important?
comes
You know
through,
what's
right?
important?
Because
A
they
very
are
nice flank
unable
of
to get
Doran.
this dragon.
You know what's so
Owner gets
important
to
for
secure
T1
again.
is the fact that the
And I
game
want to
can have
look
a
at the
game
amount of
deciding
flashes that
moment,
are
you know,
blown here for KT,
so early.
as Doctom
I have
gets
to say,
taken
I
out,
think that's
completely
a
focused
perfect
by
ult to the wrong
Guma,
target.
who stays alive until
BDD
BDD
gets a
on
beautiful
top of
ult as
him.
well.
But the stalling here is a big deal, and the trades aren't that bad when it comes to kills here for T1. And with that
Peter
objective
hasn't
going
played
their way,
Tamkench in, bro. He's playing, I don't know, he's playing Tamkench.
And I think the big thing that
He's
I'm
just
looking
swimming
at is
around.
the
I don't know
effectiveness
what
of this
Peter's
comp bench.
doing.
This is a moment
Guys,
where across this series,
Peter,
Peter, Doctom have been
Peter,
doing well,
lock in,
even
bro.
when Doctom's been getting caught out. But
Lock
you saw
in,
there's
Peter.
a disconnect. Peter flashes in to try to devour Doctom. Doctom flashes over the wall. They can't get the angle. And those moments of miscoordination are effortless for T1 to punish. And this is something they cannot afford because they're already falling behind in terms of map pressure. Even if they have a kill advantage, they're behind in gold. Single mistakes like
His
that
owner so
could
far in
cost them
Cuz's head. Bro, before this game, Cuz had his number, bro. Cuz has played a way better series. Like even this game, Cuz was playing super well. I don't think it's that you can't say that owner is in Cuz's head.
To go steal it. Can he do one more? Does he have
That's completely
one more
unfair,
in
man.
him?
And started off the game without a flash to speak of. When it comes off cooldown, he flashes to steal it. And again, this is the member that we've heralded on this T1
Cuz has
lineup
been
as the
absolutely
most
fucking tremendous at this whole World
point, being
Championship.
clutch around these objectives
In a world
is
where you
crucial
have
because now
junglers
you
like
see the
Owner,
runway, you see
Cuz,
the
I mean
path to
Owner,
victory, the Otacon,
Tarzan,
the Soul
Canyon.
stand in front of T1.
We are sitting here contemplating if Cuz was the best performing jungler at this tournament.
Go in the distance.
That's how
Will
good
we
he's
go
been.
the distance here? On the world final stage.
If we start a Twitter poll, can we ask for Game 5 blind pick?
I'm down.
It's a throwback.
Let's get double Zeds, double Shens back
Fearless
in there.
Game 5 blind pick.
Run it
Who
back.
gets Finals MVP?
We could do
We
that,
don't know
right?
yet.
It's fine.
We have that authority.
I think this is a very hard one to say, honestly.
Absolutely not, for anyone concerned.
But I think if we have to pinpoint somebody, it has to be BDD.
And that does mean
He's
that
just been so
I expect
consistent.
T1 to maintain prio
He's just
in
been
these
so
lanes,
damn consistent.
Because not having flash means that you're much more susceptible to a Nocturne showing up and taking your lunch money as owner. We've seen him and Gumayushi often be the deciding factor together. As KT,
Two items on both Casio and Anivia. Snake versus Bird.
Understand the gamble that KT are in because
KD
T1 are
pull
collapsing
out,
and in the
pull out
meantime
game.
waves are being deleted.
Feel like
It's
Renato's
costing
gonna
KT
cook, you
hundreds
know.
of gold just to be
Massive
here.
Davy Wavy.
And if T1 take the fight, it might just
This
cost
might
them
just
the
be
game.
a Smite battle, but Perfect might just look to grab Owner.
The ulti not stacked up.
Perfect.
Going forward just a little bit longer than Death Realm to come
Perfect.
out. Owner going to respond with an ulti of his own. Turning
Perfect.
off
This
the
is
lights
not
on
the
his
way
team by
Perfect.
both lineups.
Atakan
Gumayusi
resets
Perfect in the
Perfect
Death
is
Realm.
lonely in his
Guma
own
takes,
Death
though.
Realm, like
T1 Focusing
80s.
on the objective. Cleanse used from Carrier.
Nivea wall,
Heal on the
Faker
way.
buying
Faker finding a bit more
space.
damage. BDD isolated.
Davy
Hostile takeover gonna
Wavy.
connect onto BDD. It won't have much effect.
Gets
It's Cuzco to take
stunned.
Faker out.
Faker's
But
creating
knocked
space,
out.
but
He
Carrier
might take
falls.
Carrier, but it's
Atakan is
taking
Atakan.
the
T1 got
Atakan.
it.
Guma securing the objective.
And there it is, the second smite for
Ooh,
T1. Strikes
perfect.
again.
Dropped the ball a little bit.
As Atakan goes
I have
their
to say this,
way.
Anivia.
Oh,
this
man,
is
that
a
was
good
a
moment
tense
of
one.
Anivia
You can
action.
tell the call
Anivia
from
did a
KT,
lot of
I
work
think
here.
in the beginning is have
Anivia did a
Mordekaiser
lot of
just
damn work
run
here,
at
guys.
Owner and try and ult Owner. But look at Perfect getting kited. The Anivia does so much work keeping him at bay. Carrier as well, trying
Perfect,
to help
just
find a
ulted
delay.
Gumayusuf.
And then as the ult goes down there, they kite it back out. Otacon resetting. They put so many spears.
How did
into
Carrier
this
fall?
Otacon.
Did he just get headshot by
I cannot
Dokdam?
think of a worse champion to pull into Death Realm 1v1 than a Kalista that has been accelerated. Unfortunate from the side of KT.
This is a Caitlyn
you see that
pacemaker
they have
damage?
the damage, that they have the
Jesus.
items. They just cannot put it where it counts. And ultimately, that just means
Bomb.
that T1 are even further ahead. 23-9
Jesus.
the score in terms of
Caitlyn's
medals.
OP, guys, with
1,000 gold
Tomkinch.
advantage and 20 seconds until T1 are set up to take the soul.
It's going to have to be
I thought Mord is going to look to ult Nocturne, but Nocturne held W the entire
They're
time.
second to the objective.
This is soul fight, guys. Gumayushi has
And
no
if this
two
soul
items
goes
yet.
over, barring an Elder flip, T1's got to be feeling real
Itemization is very even, guys.
Perfect
Perfect, getting chunked. Faker with the movement with phase rush. Faker smurfing it.
Cuz still eating a bit of damage.
The clutch gene.
A bit tough to deal with. You can see the pierce that lands onto Dokdam.
This might be the last fight of the whole World Championship to decide everything. Faker has to flash out Trundle. Miranda Moran tries to buy time. Here's a Nocturne ult.
BDD to try to turn it back, but it's a split fight. T1
Oh, this is a very awkward fight. Renata doesn't have ult yet. Renata doesn't have ult yet.
Dorn has been isolated in the death realm, but he managed to make it over. Flashback! Absolutely dukes him! And now it's Perfect. Caught in a 1v1 with Faker right as he comes out. He is stunned, but he won't be taken down.
Hey,
All of T1
what's
in the
happening?
pit. The spears
Regroup, Faker. TP, regroup.
Faker's going to teleport
Owner's
back.
got
They're
flash.
recalling Mordekaiser and the
BDD's Road of
Anivia.
Ages
Fight
pops.
just continues to go.
Dokdam tries to find autos.
Dokdam take over connecting.
Finally, the 13 of the game.
Continuing to move in. BDD waiting over
That's
the wall.
why I picked Tomkinch to bait the fight. Owner's a 1 HP. BDD gets stunned by Faker.
Cuz in the pit.
It's zone. Gumayushi reaches.
To get the soul. KT might be able to fight the next two mini members of T1 standing. Ocean Soul to T1.
T1.
On KT.
It's game 5.
And I am
It's game
starting
5.
to hear some silver scrapes in my telecom war.
Oh my
Holy
God! T1
damn.
stand up, get the Ocean Soul, and they have made every person in this stadium.
Bro, this was
stand
the
up as well.
moment. This was the moment.
Gets hit
Doran
with the
realized
carrier
he's
ultimate
like,
immediately Peter trying to bail him out.
I am
They're
no
both so
longer
low,
the
they get pushed
outsider
out.
on T1. I am
blocking the
T1.
Caitlyn ultimate,
Bro, this
protecting
Houdini
Owner
shit
here
they
as
just
try and
pulled
get
that, bro,
back
was
into the big team on the
crazy,
top
bro.
side. BDD was running straight at them.
Guma
Guma
is
gets the
playing
lead
out
there
of his
by
mind.
Carrier and Faker on the other side.
Guma's playing
It's
out of
Guma
his
skirting
fucking
alongside
mind
the
this
fight.
game.
And the fact that Faker, even though BDD got his ultimate off, hit him with the stun. So he didn't actually get to do the damage that he
Kalista
needed
first
to. As the double
It's
fake
oh
out
that
from
smile.
Doran.
He's having
And the
fun.
Mastercard prize at the moment of the game.
Holy.
Ocean Soul secured
He's
for
having
T1.
fun.
Plus, in the lead up to that fight, Faker was
Thank you,
fighting
Mozart.
so well with the Anivia.
He's having
And there was
fun.
a moment where the Mordekaiser was trying to pull him in, but the Trundle pillar also bumped him out as well. I mean, the annoyance of the late game Anivia, the kiting here that he's able to pull off. really created so much space.
And T1 seemed to perfectly understand their strengths in comparison to KT's weaknesses.
This has been an amazing, best game by far so far for Faker. Best game by far so far.
They do not have good tools to
Fantastic control of with the Nivea.
At 20% health, 30% health, because once they see that pillar go down, they know there's no way anyone else is getting on top of them in the back line. Now, Soul in their favor, Flowers in their favor, 5K gold lead, and they're set up to take the first Baron of the game.
And it's again
all right, here we go.
When it comes to summoners
Anivia does crazy damage.
T1, call the T1
you know, they added
Baron.
so Anivia actually can slow Nashor and objectives.
And KT,
technically not, but just so she has the freeze damage.
T1 have secured every single
Big stun.
this game. Cuz moving in, but zoned away.
All right, so look at that, the slow burn. They're playing the poke game. Let's the ultimate. Okay, Gumayush, what is Perfect doing, bro? That's a Road of Ages. Road of Ages, Anivia, son. Oh, we praise Perfect way too much the way he's playing now.
Seal the deal on the kill. KT desperate to get anything. They've already lost their top laner. The game rapidly slipping away.
They're trying their best to not let this game go to 5 as
Doran
Doran
the Moran.
still searching.
Doran is also playing really well, I think, in terms of like how annoying they are. Like this Gragas and this Anivia, bro, this is like a kid's show, you know? The bird and the fat man. Oh, Doran, no, I praised you too quick. Doran, kiting. Ocean Soul, though, Ocean Soul, Billie Eilish. Gomayushe, Ocean Soul.
It's not going to take a Baron. T1 reminding us why they are
ending?
here.
Are we doing Nash? I think we're doing Nash.
They can do in a world final.
The T1 ensure that we are going the distance. We are getting our full value out of this series as KT just cannot close the gap to T1's backline.
The turn off of Baron to grab the kills, and now they will secure the objective. Here's another look at it. So Doran had just body
I think the Casio look-in was fine, but I think maybe the Galio ban maybe was just a mistake, you know.
Even with the Tahm Kench trying to eat him up, Noctam still has
Galio would have been really bad for T1 to play, you know. Even though it's Fake a Classic, I understand, you know.
Game is good as lost, and Peter, it's
I
not
understand.
an enviable job. You're trying to
it's
play
Fake a Galio, legendary, you know.
A single man do that well.
But it would have been the game would have been way harder.
We knew it was a gamble, and that plus the blind Casio, I think, really getting punished so nicely by T1 in this game.
Yeah, and the top lane difference as well. The Mordekaiser has not found a lot of value. He's getting kited a lot.
Holy moly!
And hasn't had very high value ultimates either. So we'll see as we
Tahm
progress
Kench.
in this series. If we
I called it, guys, in Champion Select. I told you guys this Tahm is gonna solo lose the game.
So they definitely should be able to.
I'm sorry.
20 pedal lead.
I'm sorry.
Grubs. We haven't taken a turret yet, Kobe.
They got more items. They got more money.
The cool thing for KT is, obviously, if the game ends here, the cool thing is that T1 have to go into a game where KT have side selection. And it means that we might just get like a Zig Zoe game to end the series. Zig Zoe.
This game is looking done and dusted. Owner pushing in the mid lane. KT can't really afford to split as that tower falls. The threat of T1 dying.
Why no Kalista ban? You don't have room. Like, what are you talking about? Kalista first speak. Bro, this is an insanely hard Kalista game. But they just made it easier with the Tahm lock-in. But this should be a hard game against Trundle, Caitlyn, Casio.
35 seconds till
Woody,
we see
no
that
Fruity.
Elder come up.
30 seconds till Elder,
If
too.
T1 really wants to wait for it with 2 inhibitors,
Inhibitors
so they
down.
can just decide to back off.
My man is saying, why
pressure
didn't
on
make Gumayushi Kalista? Bro, this is a very hard Kalista game, and Gumayushi just fucking pulling it off.
Knowing how important it is for them to stop the soul from going down. 20 seconds, a TP into the mid lane. Maybe going to catch out Gumayushi here.
It's chilling, it's chilling.
Perfect. Again, this is the problem. No matter who TP's in, it's so effortless for T1 to just walk away.
Yeah, perfect. Guma is 2 levels up on the top laner.
Cuz caught out, isolated, immediate subjugate to try and stay standing, forced to flash back. BDD in the darkness! 3-man! But it's Doran to try to turn it right back!
Ocean Soul, the Ocean Soul, Ocean Soul!
Take over the gold deficit is just too massive. Even a miracle, even an incredible angle was not enough in the face of this T1 lineup.
Is that a quarter kill? It's a quarter kill.
The quadra!
Yo, Owner stole the Penta.
The silver scrapes!
Guma lives the engage, and T1's hopes
Base BDD, bro.
live
Base.
in the grand
Respect.
finals.
Respect
And
BDD.
the telecom war has never been this insane.
Respect to BDD.
World's finals. Game
Damn.
5.
Spicy. Spicy.
A back and forth. Absolute dominance in game 4, though. The story for T1.
I can't
as we
play
get
number
ready
one
for game
candidate
5.
because
Let's send
I
it back
nuke
over to the
my
analyst desk.
YouTube bots.
They're on it again.
Thank you very much for the gift to sub up.
That's what's happening. I cannot believe what's happening in front of my eyes. The fact that at every single objective, they look like they could lose the game, but somehow they secure
Was that on
it, and
stream?
somehow they stay ahead despite everything
Did you hear that
KT do
shit?
with them.
I can absolutely
fuck
believe
was that
it
song?
because I've seen this happen at Worlds several times, and I've seen it happen to my team so many times back in the LCK and in OGN Champions. I don't think it was louder in this building than when Faker absolutely popped off on Anivia and they showed the damage numbers at 8,568.
Dom
This
in the other
entire
room.
place was cheering just for that graphic alone.
We see Coma there. He's deep in thought. He, of course, has said before that 2017 is something I regret, right? Let's look at this.
I mean, the players have got to stay locked in. We see them reviewing in that moment, and here is one of those critical plays. Keria pops out of the dodge, catches
this
Doctom, and
big
even
man.
with Peter there to save him initially,
This
that
goddamn-
is kind of the
this
fight. It
goddamn
felt like
pick.
decided in a lot of ways.
It was
This
so
goddamn Tom
many
Kench pick.
tense fights that T1 just kept getting the better of KT in. So many of these moments, if they just swung slightly the way of KT, maybe things
Shadow
could have been
bullet
different.
hitting classic.
But under this
I
situation,
don't know,
to
bro.
be down
Like
against
some
KT,
things-
who's at match point,
Some things are
T1
just...
are just too good
It's crazy.
at playing from this pressure.
It's
Yeah,
cooked.
and I think the big thing for me that happened in this early game is that whenever T1 looked like they were in a bad spot, even when KT was coming out ahead in the fight, T1 had all of the objectives.
Yeah.
They were chilling until their Anivia just comes online
All right.
and destroys absolutely everyone. And again, I cannot understate how strong
Guys.
of a pick Anivia was for Faker in this draft against what KT had drafted.
It was
Like, we
very,
are
very
in
good. I asked for,
Ari,
like, a supercut
Akali,
of all the objectives, just because
LeBlanc,
we talked so much about Guma making kind of
Zoe.
those mistakes in the game before that, right? And how at this level that does happen. But
Who is
how
blue
does
side?
this happen every single time? Is that
KT
fun
choose,
over?
bro.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. It just feels like they're able to step up in these big moments. I think Cuz maybe just barely didn't have his smite or
Yeah.
didn't quite get it off. It was at 619. Owner flashes in, auto smite, steals it away. They had
Maybe it's
so
time for,
many
Kiana.
opportunities where you think, okay, they're finally going to get it. Owner gets in again and steals it. The soul fight was actually Dorian securing it, where Dorian went off in
Saknafiri,
this next fight,
Kiana.
Betty.
It was really important
AP
for certain
junglers.
players to step up. And given that this series has been the Cuz show, Ona couldn't have picked a better time to show up in this series. Fantastic play around the objectives, and Doran, as you were saying, Azel, his scoreline was not impressive, but the impact that he had in so many of these
Ain't
team
no way.
fights, like, it was truly phenomenal.
It was, and I have to shout out BDD as well, right? Because he gets, just like on the Syndra, right? He gets a lot of four-man stuns. He gets in there with the Casio. He can turn the fight, but you just see at some point that with all the objectives that T1 had and the fact that they were up on the forefront, right? And they have the confidence makes that they just run this one home.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think they're going to be regretting giving that man a Nivea.
Yeah.
Because Faker, it seemed like he played way better than he did last time on the pick, but also, we were talking about it in draft, Betty and I were talking through, hey, if you're going to blind Casio, you really do need to ban the Anivia. Instead, they elected to take away the Galio and the Hwei, which are comfort picks for Faker. With Faker, there's always going to be something up, but man, Anivia was crazy
T1 might
in
just
this
open
game.
up both Ari and Ori and Azir. I don't think so, bro.
Getting ready for the next game. We know
I
that
don't
this is a
think so.
situation where they've been in multiple times.
Is
before,
Gumush
even
gonna
just
play
last
Lucian?
year against BLG. For KT, I can't imagine the pressure that they must feel, the stress, given that you could be a single game away from lifting a World's Trophy, or it could be done and dusted just like that.
I mean, it's basically going to be the best moment of your life or the worst moment of your life, right? And it's coming in 30 minutes. And we heard interviews from both of the bot laners from T1 where they're talking about the advantage that they have is the experience. They have been here before.
Bro.
Carrie said, I wanted it too much. I was dying to get it. And I think
Bro.
KT is going to be as well.
Yes, they are absolutely dying to get it. We'll get some time to talk on the other end of the
Holy.
break about this man, Emily, but also about
Holy.
the chances of KT. We'll be right
Guys,
back before
we're in
game
game 5. Oh, this world has just gone by, guys.
Hots will take over connecting. They don't have a cleanse. Devour from Peter is good, but it might not matter. Cuz continuing to move in. BDD waiting over the wall. The ulti is there, but they don't need to face him yet. The turn on the Faker isn't enough. 3K. Cuz in the pit. At the end of the day, it does not matter because it is Doran to get the soul. KT might be able to get the fight, but there's too many members of T1 standing. Ocean Soul to T1 as everybody on KT falls.
Wait, what is the song? Oh shit! Oh, it's Silver Scrapes! Yo, this version is so much better, bro. Damn, this version goes hard, bro. Damn. If you had to give KT a locker room talk right now, Game 5, what would you say? I would not even contemplate this. I would not even contemplate this. This is too sacred to even like begin to dream about. You're in a Game 5 in the World Finals. I don't have any right to even fucking think about what they would say in that room. All I know, if I was in that room, I would make it personable. I would talk about how this is the end game, you know? This is as far as you can go, you know? I would just say I'm proud, you know? Just tell the boys, go have fun. I'll tell them, you know, some players don't get to play a World Finals at all. And you don't know if you're ever gonna make it back. So go out there and make the most out of it, you know? Live the damn game.
How could it end any other way than a Game 5 in this telecom war for the ages between KT and T1 with their eyes set on the Summoners Cup? We have been blessed with the series so far, but now comes, Azael, the most important game of KT's career.
Absolutely. I mean, you can really say for a lot of these players, their entire life has built to this one moment. There's so much pressure on being able to perform in this moment. This is one of those things where you are going to be thinking about this as I said before, the best moment of your life or the worst moment of your life.
Tsunami's coming.
And it all comes down to how you perform in this next game.
And that's why I really did like what BDD said to Cuz, right? When he was like, it's just one more match. That's what it has to be for them. They have to be able to shrug off the pressure and play like it's just one more match, as we see their friendship going back all the way to 2017 Longzhu Gaming when they first started playing together. And the other person who's been here is Score. I don't know if that was necessarily the worst day of his life. Maybe it was the 2 HP Baron fiasco against Rock's Tigers. But as the coach of this KT roster, I think they should also be looking to him, who was on the 2018 team.
I mean, he's quoted this moment personally Emily versus IG, who would go on to win the cup, as where they left it all on the Rift and they didn't do enough. And that's what we saw that he tried to instill into this roster. But again, this is when all the floodlights are on, right? This is when you've had time to think about it. And you know it's only one game. Only the best survive that.
And if you want to look at some history, across the 9 full 5 games that these two organizations have had, it's 6 to T1 in game 5s and 3 to KT. The favors, the odds favor T1, as has been their history. But again, every time we have to mention that it is the magic of Worlds that we love to watch. And on this day, history will be made, whether it is the three-peat for T1 or whether it is KT who is able to upset the dominant giants.
And BDD, who was in our featured matchup today versus Faker, how could he not be? And we started off the show by talking about the eras from Faker, right? And we have here his rookie era. I also want to say we have the actual final. But the two that are most important currently are these two, Azael and Teddy. Why?
Yeah, I mean, it's the question of, is it that heartbreaking moment for Faker, being distraught after having lost the finals, he thought he was going to be able to take down. To me, this defined him because it showed how much of a competitor he is. Even though he had won so many world championships, you still got this kind of a reaction from him when he finally fell.
What if
but the beauty of modern day Faker is that
again?
Not only has he found a way to, I mean, people will argue that back then, back in 2015, 2016, this was his prime.
I think we're going to land
this feels like
this,
T1's prime, the era of T1. And today we could witness him doing what he couldn't do in the past with these players, marking his mark on history once again.
Do you see it? The little Easter egg, it has 6 stars on the bottom for if it does come true. And let's just stand still with this for a second, right? When you talk about KT being almost at the top of the mountain and just needing to bring it home, Faker is on the other side. And often when we talk about Faker, we're not mentioning all the rest, but it's also so important for them, and they've done it 2 times before. But who hasn't?
You're such a hater, man. Just enjoy
Doran
it, bro.
has not done it. He is not a world champion. As I said at the start of the day, I feel like his legacy is the most impacted out of anyone on T1 by far. If he wins here, he can push aside all this narratives about him being an international choker, about him not being able to rise to the moment. And if he loses, I think people are still going to be casting aspersions on just how good he has been.
Yeah, because he has been fantastic in this series. We talked about it in the Gragas game. We've talked about it in this series, how much of an impact that he has consistently tried to have. And I think he deserves such a massive shout out.
Oh my God. Imagine walking back on stage and seeing this. Emily, KT, looking at the cup thinking, it's now or never.
Yeah, as we see everyone walking back on stage, both teams look pretty relaxed. That's good.
Now or never, baby.
Good sign.
The last game of the damn season. Last game of the damn season.
Has made both of these teams, has brought them here, right? Because it's not that they haven't made mistakes. Doran, I feel like, has even made mistakes in this
last
series,
game of the damn season.
Then has overcome
We've
them
watched
to have
maybe 1,000 league games this season on the stream.
Bring this to a game 5.
Download operagx.
We talk so much about T1 and rising to the occasion, but we also have to give that credit to KT in this series, because I think so many teams would fall apart with the amount of pressure that has been put on them when things have gone wrong. But KT has consistently played towards their rain conditions, played confidently, even down 12K in a soul. You see BDD flashing over the wall on Casio, looking for that moment. And they have not shied away from the bright lights of the World Finals. I think we're going to be in for an incredible Game 5.
KT are the almost men of the LCK. They've almost had their dynasties. They've almost been the best team in the world, but they've never been able to prove it. Today,
KT got cooked by Worlds format, playing against IG in round 1. You guys remember?
That we have in our esports,
nice Worlds format.
But they can do what KT have never been able to do before.
While Mato's playing for Man United, he played for Chelsea too.
Incredible.
Would be incredible, and is also the most difficult task that can be laid upon your shoulders if you are KT. Not just for the fans that maybe have become a fan of them during this tournament because of what they've shown, but so many, like the one here next to me and the one I can see there, Laura, who have followed this team for so long, for so many years, for so many heartbreaks, for reverse sweeps. You can undo it all for all of those fans. But on the other side stands T1 and stands Faker. This isn't their first rodeo. They've done this a couple of times already. And in Game 5s, they know exactly what it takes to win that Summoners Cup. Will it be BDD with his first after a life of longing for the Summoners Cup? Or will it be Faker's 6th trophy? Back to you.
A damn good question, and it's important to remember that this World Final is unique. It is the first World Final with Fearless Draft. This might be the hardest Game 5 we've ever seen. There's never been a World Final with more emphasis on diverse champion pools, on mastery, on adaptability. You cannot fall back on meta staples or comfort picks. This is where you have to put
Have the
everything
players facing
on the
each other,
table
then
as we
the
get
crowd
ready
doesn't
for
see their
Game
faces.
5 pick and bans.
This is also where
Nautilus
you
is still
could maybe see
open,
teams
Leona's
take
still
big
open.
gambles. We've seen teams try
Kali,
to throw off
Zoe,
with KT
Ari.
picking blue side despite being in Game 5 of Fearless. Maybe this is the game where we leave open things like the Azir, which have basically been permanent.
Do not.
Well, I mean, I think KT should.
How
They're
they
on blue
score.
side.
You got too excited about Game 5 blind pick. No, certain things still have to be banned as we enter picks and bans. Powered
All right,
by Omen
crazy
and
music.
operagx. Draven
Draven
banned away, the
ban.
Bard banned away, Azir, no surprise
Is
to
KT
follow.
first picking
40
Kaiser?
champions off the board, 6 more in this first
Are they
phase.
first picking
I love
Zaya?
the
What are they
discussion
thinking right
topic
now?
of Fearless, because we have seen people,
Kuma
Owner,
Draven ban, it's kinda
literally
crazy.
first-timing champions on stage here, asking their coach, asking
It's like
Faker,
Kaiser,
"Yo,
Zaya,
what is the
Lucian?
clear? What are the abilities?
Is this
do
Lucian
on the
first pick for
champion?"
KT?
So Game 5 here, World Grand Finals, elimination obviously on the line for each.
On ban,
so
and now T1's gonna ban Yone.
Battle Cruiser operational.
Thank you very much, Toxbox. Are they first picking, guys? Are they first picking
making all
Pantheon?
the difference. So KT wisely eliminated a third
Are they
ban
first picking
targeted at
Pantheon here,
BDD.
guys?
He's not allowed to play a single one of these champions. But what else does he have left in the pool?
Akali, Aurora,
Ziggy,
LeBlanc.
Azalea. Why
Ziggy
did we
is
ban
flexible.
Draven?
That could be a flex pick, but we assume it's Doc Dumps.
Most likely going to Duck Dom here. Makes me wonder whether we're going to see some Maokai 80
Poppy
or
is
Ivern
out.
80 mid shenanigans here from
Is Owner
KT.
just gonna slam
Because
Pantheon?
normally what I'd be thinking about is
And then we're gonna see
BDD's
Faker,
Zoe.
Akali on 3 or
Has
Galio.
been one of his most
Pantheon
iconic
Galio
picks.
sounds pretty
Again,
good,
he
no?
almost dragged his team to a
Pantheon
World
Galio?
Finals 4 years ago. Couldn't make it then. And now finds himself on
I'm
the
surprised
precipice
KT didn't first
of
pick
winning it
Pantheon,
all.
guys.
And pairing it with the Ziggs, the classic for them, the sleepy bomb bubble.
Was that fun to
Are
play
we
into?
picking
As
Lucian?
the
You know what
Pantheon
Faker
gonna
could
get
play
picked up
into
here
Zoe? Twisted Fate.
For Owner, we're looking at things
Galio
like,
is
like
also
Naafiri,
decent, I think,
because I do
into
think if you
Zoe.
go Ziggs, you need a big AD threat.
I feel like Galio has so...
could
The thing
be
is,
another.
if they pick Galio, BDD could pick Tristana mid.
I mean,
Telecom Wars.
We gotta get the Tristana mid.
Galio, of course.
Faker's Galio.
I think BDD
Paired
invited this.
alongside the Pantheon.
BDD invited. He's gonna play Tristana mid.
Potential, the global map mobility,
He's
a
playing
single
Tristana mid.
member of KT. If they find themselves not up to snuff, if they overstay
Smolder,
for one
Tristana,
wave, they
80
will be
mid.
dismantled by T1.
Naughty, naughty.
Now, though, the option on the opposite side, KT taking their time. The
Yorick
a
Mori.
powerful blind, dropped in Prio a lot.
Why do we pick Yorick? You give them free jacks on 3?
But here in Game 5, it gives an angle for Perfect to really make the story about him.
Turrets tremble at the side of Ziggs and Yorick picked up
Naughty,
together.
naughty. KT
and there
is happy to go
a
for
fave
5.
being put in Cuz and BDD,
Yo,
the
thank you very much,
champion
Salah.
pool,
I
as most
appreciate that.
likely top and bot lane are secure.
Jax?
Cuz
Are we
and
picking
BDD
Jax?
keep hitting what they'll be playing.
So he could
Doran
do
Jackson
the
in Game
Cho'Gath
5.
into the Yorick and chomp the Maiden, or they could drop Doran's pick if they don't feel that invested in that particular
Lucian,
counter.
Cho'Gath, Jax.
Heavy debate. Every choice could be the one that costs you.
Camille,
Here we
dry?
go.
Dry,
Game
Camille,
5
dry.
finals. It's the Camille for Doran.
I think that's a tough
Camille
matchup with the
Galio we
Yorick
were
Mori,
looking
guys.
for in the
Tough
previous
matchup with the Yorick
game
Mori.
finds itself in game number 5.
I have to say, KT's
pick
1 to 3
potential
bans are
that
so
T1 have
bad, no?
drafted here.
You're first picking
And I can only
Ziggs,
imagine that
you ban
Doc Dom is like,
Draven,
why
you're
can't
picking
we have
Yorick, you
Kench for
ban
this
Ornn.
moment?
I guess after
the
that
amount of
Gen G
dive
game
that's
4,
gonna
they're
be
like,
there
guys, Ornn counters
Going
Yorick.
to be a big issue, and
I
again,
have
I'm
to
looking
teamfight
at
on Drake
Cuz,
too.
I'm looking at BDD, I'm looking towards things like Zoe, like
Alright, Maokai
Veigar,
ban.
which is a classic
KT,
pick.
you
BDD
gotta
has
ban
pulled out
Kaiser.
many a time.
Drop the ego,
Not
ban
in recent
Kaiser.
times, but there is a lot of
Kaiser,
short
Lucian
range
are the
on
bans, I
T1.
think.
They're
Kaiser,
basically
Lucian.
committed. I'm wondering if T1 want to go towards Jinx. That has been something that in Game 5 Fearless we've seen.
Kaiser, that's
It's the
first one.
range and
But
the
even
ability to get
Kai'Sa,
excited gets banned away.
Despite the skepticism of Gumayusi's ability, KT will ban it because they recognize the potential for that champion to wreak havoc with this incredible dive frontline.
Oh, Dracos
Full
just
dive
did a
comp
very dangerous
makes
thing.
sense here.
Skana ban. I think it's a good ban.
Tanky options in the jungle.
I really thought KT would first pick Pantheon, guys.
If they still wanted a tank in the jungle, it would be Sejuani, kind of forcing them in that direction if they wanted it.
I'm still looking at that Neferi or Cuz on something that can have early.
Jhin ban.
Jhin actually going to be the pick away.
You just go
the
Lucian,
ban
no?
runner, not the Jinx. And T1 have had some incredible success on
Just
Jhin.
go Lucian, or you want MF?
Does really lean itself as, oh, MF!
Okay, that's pretty
a
strange.
Gamble.
Kamishi
All right.
taking a back step. Just needs a lane
Sejuani
dominant
Smolder?
champion. It's not about him on a Jinx or a hyper carry. He's
Sejuani
there
Tristana?
to follow up on the Wombo
BDD
combo
Tristana's
set
kind
up
of
by his
cold,
teammates.
but I bet he hasn't played it in
They have a
fucking
lot of
2 years.
CC to lock someone down for the bullet time. And you can transition them into mid-wave so that you can
I like the T1 combo so far, guys.
Here as well. So Misfortune on the Bloodthirster spike.
That's a
Put her
Sejuani.
over towards mid, rotate those.
And then I think BDD, you gotta play an
Camille
AD champ.
side lane pressures out to the other side.
BDD is like, pick me up, Swole.
Sejuani, one of Cuz his all-time favorites. In 2023, KT, a team
There it
that had
is.
so much dominance. I mean,
There
I love
it
from
is.
Galio especially. So
There
much
it is.
dominance. And it was on Viego and it wasn't Sejuani as BDD.
There
wanna
it
highlight,
is.
Tristana's able to buffer away from the Camille taunt or from the Galio taunt. You're able to also shoot Camille out. Oh my god! The BDD Smolder, he's bringing it back!
Look. Smolder is the more OP
seems
champ.
to be the answer for the side
It's
of
the
KT
more
in the
OP
face
champ.
of countless dive
But
options
guys,
for T1.
Pike is going to be
But this
picked
is a
on
bold
5.
bet. T1,
And I
if they
think this
pull ahead
Smolder
like they
will be in
did
danger.
in Game 4, are set to take over the entire map with this composition.
Or we just pick
Keria, the
Leona.
final
Leona's
counter
fine
pick.
too. You know,
Champion pool we know
he's
is
giggling
deep.
though. All right, he's
Just need
giggling.
more engaged. You just need more engaged with this
All
dive
right.
Grab the ultimate here. And the question is, yeah, Smolder could be a good lane into
All right,
the
he's
Galio,
giggling.
but can you survive later? With all of this T1 dive looking for you, a Game 5 Faker Galio.
I don't know, guys. I'm worried that Camille has a really hard matchup.
When, you know,
But I feel like T1 is going to do
extremely clear game
everything they
plans here.
can
On
to
one
get
end,
Doran
we
ahead.
have a comp that can
And
split
then
push,
Doran's
that
going to
can
be
endlessly
Goomba
wave
OP.
clear, and it's playing
I feel
the
like
big
Tristana was
spikes
a
from
way
Ziggs and
safer pick,
Smolder.
guys.
The pressure coming from Sejuani.
And can also fight earlier. I feel like Smolder is too slow.
And then on the other end,
I think
it's a
Smolder's too
wombo
slow.
combo
Guys, I
comp.
think
You're
T1's going
just
to win.
pressing your buttons.
I think T1's going to win.
Everyone goes in. You layer that
That's my
MF ult
conclusion.
on
I think
top,
T1 is winning.
and any problem that you have will disappear in seconds.
And remember that the performance
Reckless said
also
flexing Galio
crucial.
Super could have been good. What do you think? There's no mid laners left to
KT or
pick.
T1 misstep.
Like, keep in mind, what
Despite
are the
confidence we've
Tristana
earned in
or
both
Smolder
these teams
answers?
Over T1's countless victories, over KT's performance in dire situations.
I think T1's going to win this one, bros.
Underestimated. Every single player needs to be on point in this Game 5, or either of these crafted game plans could fall apart in the blink of an eye.
It all comes down to one final game of League of Legends in 2025 here in Chengdu.
I think Smolder's going to be too slow, guys. I think they should have picked Tristana. I actually think they should have picked Tristana. I worry that Pantheon and Galio are going to have way too many timers to get Camille ahead in the game.
He said, just do what you normally do.
I think Tristana would have been way better.
And now he just has to do it for one more game.
Set up in the mid lane matchup, range versus melee.
Bro, every time T1 play a game 5, the enemy goes Ziggs.
Scale for free.
T1. Last HK, thank you very much for the gifted sub. All right, guys, last chance to get your reward, your drop. Last chance to get the drop.
Drawing lines of scrimmage.
If you enjoyed Worlds with me, it's the last time to enjoy your drop and also support me at the same time. Either way, I'm super happy that we all made it here, guys.
Offer any early mistakes to the opposition.
What do you enjoy moments like these? A little break from the
highlight
stresses
for
of daily
KT
life.
specifically is the value of Mercs. Looking at the CC
We're
that's
gonna miss
available
this for a whole
Taunts,
year after this one.
Leona,
So let's lock in.
even the owner's W. Definitely going to get
Running ads
good
real
amount of
quick.
value from that, as
All
we
of you
do
guys are
have
subbed anyway,
a
so.
little bit of pressure being put out here by Doc Thomas. He makes his way down. Low auto, but
Been a long year
nothing
indeed.
too crazy here in the level 1.
And of course, for a lot of this
Keros with the 5
gift
gifted subs. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. You're far too kind. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
How
you.
Cuz and Owner have performed. Last game, no doubt, a masterclass from Owner. But here, comfort for Cuz Comes to Juani, a proactive option for Owner. We know what he can do with those semi-globals.
LEC will be the biggest banger ever, guys.
Plays, even as we see the laning
Sadly, I won't be there to co-stream it.
Smite's hit to that list of stats as well.
Win the split, I won't be there to co-stream it.
I think one person might be a little bit more favored, although credit to Cuz.
Oh, Doran.
No cleaver steal.
All right, Doran. Very nice.
Just trading blows.
Camille, one of those champions that I think has a really funny power curve. Where like level 1, level 2, level 3, you're feeling great. First base, not too bad, and then you're basically just praying until you hit your Triforce. As Keria goes in.
Oh, damn.
Takes a tower shot.
Keria took 2 turret
zone
shots.
Away, make the most of that level 2 power spike. Dom and Peter waiting to catch the wave.
And BDD is going to be trying his best to both farm as many stacks as possible and keep this Galio
Is T1
lane
just
locked.
the masters
Galio
of the
able to make
Ts?
impact in sides, especially in the
They're
early
just
game.
masters
it's
of
going
the
to make
Ts,
it
no?
a lot harder
Ooh, another bonk.
for T1 to find
And I just
plays.
imagine this matchup being hard for Camille. Level 3 gang, they know the mission. It's poetic.
Perfect.
Get Doran ahead, win game, it's a game plan. Here comes Owner the boneless. W on the slow. Perfect is dead, perfect is dead.
Down, Owner, all but certain to make this one come through. First blood for T1.
So poetic that they draft together.
The
this draft
gank
that if Doran gets ahead, they win.
Usually counter jungle, and since Faker is getting pushed in, since the Smolder has priority, it does allow
This
Cuz
matchup top
to exact
shifts
that
very
price.
hard, guys. It shifts very hard if Doran gets ahead. And that's the issue here with the Smolder pick, is that Smolder is going to be so slow and stacking, while Galio is going to have roam timers, Punk is going to have gank timers, and on top of that, Leona will have timers. All roads lead to Doran the
It's been a big test for
Moran.
him to try and not fall deeper down the hole once it started. Many in
They're sharing one crab.
playoffs throughout the last 2
Times are
years
tough.
have made that their goal, and this is his biggest test yet in the final game here at Worlds.
And it's a very worthwhile investment from Owner to do the top side 3 camp into gank, sacrifice his blue buff, because if you look at the comps overall, getting the Camille ahead is essential for this team, for the ability to play your side lanes later, for the ability
to keep putting
for
this
Doran
pressure
to
down on
dive
Faker.
in on his Camille. Hextech Ultimatum into Galio Ultimate lockdown. The possibilities here are critical for T1 and Owner. Back on the war path.
Owner recognizes what he needs to do. Snowball, backstep, good from BDD. Faker tried to go for the angle, the flash, the Justice Punch, hoping it would carry him back just far enough to instantly connect the knockup.
A swing and a miss from the GOAT.
You know what Faker's the GOAT, guys?
If you go for the reverse punch, the time
Because-
to respond is the shortest. But BDD doesn't even have to use flash himself, just walks it up.
Faker's
and this
the
means
GOAT
that Faker's now in an even deeper
because
hole
he can do something like
BDD
that in the game
actually
and
having so
feel
much
no
threat here
shame at
mid.
all,
Yeah, it's a
and
critical
still
breakpoint because Galio lane does
not
really
change at
revolve
all.
around, do I have jungle pressure to put threat behind when I move
most
up in lane
players
and try
do
and
a move
punch
like that in
and now you
game
don't
and
have
they
that
fall
pressure
apart.
at all.
Q forward, sidestep, the taunt, Faker turning it back, BDD one more auto, the 1-for-1!
Jesus.
No
Holy
hesitation,
BD, what
must
a
have known
Chad.
that was going to kill him.
Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Doran locked down with the Pandas. Cuz on the way up.
Ooh,
Not
just
connect
barely.
with the flail. Doran
Barely.
barely able to walk away.
They didn't want to use the flash,
PDD,
knowing that
bro.
Doran's still at his.
What a man.
But we are
It's
getting
the World
explosive here.
Finals.
No slow early game in this game 5.
And
BDD
BDD,
on
he
24
goes for that
stacks.
dive. You know, he does invest his flash, so that is something
Good move
critical
from
to look
BDD.
at. Owner is back and ganking again.
Perfect's got
needs to get
flash.
out. Has the flash available, but Doran just going to immediately flash follow the adaptive defensive. The hook shot still there. The Q back for a bit of healing, but it's not enough.
This is the
Beautiful play.
first
No
one
hesitation.
early game
Owner
for
flashes
T1.
in so that Doran can
First
then also
one early
close
game
the
for
distance,
T1.
flash into
And-
melee range and save the hook shot for the answer flash from Perfect,
Yorick
securing
Mori,
the kill.
he's in trouble. He's
And
on the
this
ropes.
is something that, again, we've seen KT struggle with. We've seen Perfect struggle with. Yorick, he just goes for the call. And his
Answered
team at
into
least
with the
will be able
gifted
to
sub.
find
Thank you very
on the
much. You're far too
cross
kind. Thank you,
the
thank
ability
you.
to get this dragon, but he needs to stem the bleeding, because if Doran gets out of control, this game becomes nigh unplayable for KT.
That it does.
Nigh
Especially for BDD, the
unplayable.
strongest point on the team currently, even as we see gold leads get bigger for Owner and Doran. The Camille start to take over. Perfect needs to stem the bleeding. You highlighted it so well. It's one of the few things that we haven't seen from him yet. This
Keria
tournament.
with
Now
the
hook shot
trap.
wall dive is there.
Doran with the
Ducked
lane
off,
gang.
Flashing away, but Owner's on the way as
Doran
well.
gets 6,
Ulti
1
there.
minute
That's the
away.
Hextech ultimatum.
Per Peter.
Ducked him likely to escape,
CC
but it looks
chain
like
has
will
flash.
be sacrificed in return. The
Flash
hook shot,
Q.
making it out. Taking play back to the tower, but it might cost
Go
Keria
for
his
one,
life.
though.
It's a 1-for-1. No! The minions
Potion.
slinking out.
No way, you
Keria
potion.
walks away.
the lane swap.
potion.
T1 find the trailing play here.
Serious business. Thank you very much to the
Peter could not fully push the
T1.
wave in, and so T1 pounce.
Oh my
And
days.
that's the...
All right.
Empty in my mouth, but that was incredible. The arcade comment.
He snipes him, and that salvages the play.
From downtown, Doctum on the Ziggs finds the
Doran
play
with the lane
to
gag on the
salvage it
swap.
for KT.
All things considered,
In the
Yori got
final
some
game,
breathing room there. He
as
got to
T1
push
were
out and
building
base.
a gold lead. He chops it back down a little bit.
And it's again the power of
Miushi with
Pantheon,
DF Sword.
Leona, Camille. If you're
BDD on
slightly too far up
46.
in the lane,
BDD has
you'll
no
just get
flash, but
100 to
he
0.
has info around him. KT doing classic invade here. KT is not done yet, guys. They're not done.
Critically, Smite comes through.
That's the
Cuz
Smite from
immediately going
Cuz.
to
What up,
retreat. Red
blood?
buff steal, a nice
What up,
little advantage
Cuz?
for the side of KT.
They have to be careful there because there is obviously the possibility of Faker going for an ultimate there, so he can't really commit to the fight. BDD can damage him, but he cannot
Yes, it
stop
is
that
Nuggets.
ult.
You're the first one who has
Doesn't have the tools
recognized.
available. And we do see
You're the first one.
gold lead for Doran still
Don't
there.
forget to
Gold
crash.
lead for Owner as well, and the resilience of KT. As we have seen these early games swing in the last two games. First couple of games it was in their favor. This time around it's T1.
Yeah, Owner has been on a mission, creating so much with
Emmet
this
was big to
Pantheon.
push.
Cuz though has level 6 on the Sejuani, so the possibilities of your plays
I'm so
become
exhausted.
that much
This
greater. He
day
starts
has
up the
been an
grubs
emotional
with the
roller coaster
confidence.
already, bro. I'm so exhausted.
BDD does have priority of mid, and it's just going to be the one for now.
KT have to be so respectful of the sheer quantity of CC on the side of T1. Also, all of their burst damage so heavily telegraphed makes it
All
very
right.
easy
Honestly,
for Doran with
KT
the
getting a
ultimate,
Drake and
for Owner
denying
with
the 3
Aegis
grubs
Assault
is a big
to
deal.
just mitigate all of that burst and turn
This
a
kind of
fight
feels
right
like
back
KT can
around.
stall the game then.
There's no mercs yet for KT. What I do love is that often in a Game 5 in Fearless, we end up with comps that don't have engaged. This is kind of the opposite. Both teams have amazing hard engage. We have Nautilus on one side, with Sejuani to back it up. Then the Camille Galio,
Faker.
Leona combo is
moving down.
That's the combo. That's the free. That's the freedom. That's the freedom against the Smolderini Houdini.
Takes another.
Pantheon Galio can get the Camilla
Galio
head.
in Game 5 World Finals here does make the move for the guaranteed play. These two ultimates, when they are available, you know T1 can look for it. It does allow, of course, the push in. You see the mini-map, BDD shoved in the wave, but they're not going to get much out of it.
It's just not going to compare, right? Look at Perfect State. I wouldn't be surprised if Doran with that.
Guys,
he's gonna be at
Perfect is
least
being put
close
under
to
a
his
lot of
Triforce.
pressure. I
Sitting
can
on a
clown him
1K
for the
gold lead, and
Mordekaiser
that is
game,
such
but
an insane
this is a
spike,
very
particularly when
fucking
you're playing
difficult
like a
game to
Triforce
play.
versus Triforce
He got level
matchup, right?
3
Doesn't
ganked.
quite have it yet. But
Into
Perfect,
Gali
he
ulted.
needs to find a way to make an impact because he is currently just fodder for T1.
That he is. Luckily for him, the Trinity Force completion does not come through for
Keria
Doran
team
because
captain? Yeah, a
very
team with
rapidly
Faker
Doran is
has
gonna be a
Keria
problem,
as team
not just
captain.
for Perfect in the isolated 1v1,
Yes.
but for BDD, for Doctom, as we get ready for these bigger fights, and that is really going to be the break point that KT are terrified of.
Yeah, the game looks so hard to play for those KT carries that you mentioned. So many forms of dive from T1 will be looking to take them out.
Keria is like the
And it's
person who
entirety of T1
speaks
also
the
playing, right?
least
This isn't
on
Perfect
the
getting
team.
1v1. It's one gang from Owner, two gang from Owner, gang from Faker as well.
He said
And you see
one thing
Perfect,
in the
his
whole
lane
video
state just
of
kind
AL
disastrous.
versus
Not really going to be able
T1,
to make anything happen there.
and that was
instead,
when he was Nocturne and he
half
ulted.
stopped. But that
the
means that
carries.
this gold lead is going to remain the way it is, and there it is for Doran. Triforce in the pocket. TP used.
Sundered Sky as well. Two incredible power spikes for the coming objectives. 30 seconds.
All right,
until
BDD, you need to
Chemtech
focus on the
Drake
stacks. Don't
spawns.
focus on the
Won't be a
poke.
soul of Mountain or Chemtech. Very likely to be critical for either team to deny this soul. And at this point, getting harder and harder for KT to find angles. They have to.
This
give
guy
up a
says,
little bit of
look how
space,
he
but at least
spit
they
on
have
a
their first
subscriber.
items
Bro,
with
you
the
aren't a
Heart Seal for
subscriber.
Buzz, the Essence Reaver, the Luden's Companion.
Trinity Force for Doran, though.
You know what BDD would have to buy in this game?
Painful.
It is
The
if
Q2
this
is
goes into
really
deep
going
late
to
game.
hurt.
If this goes into deep late game,
a play though away
he
from the
needs
top lane is
to-
not that bad for KT.
Peter, ready to input
he
Buffalo on the
needs to
hook.
buy Hourglass.
Look at Doran though; he's moving
No
down.
joke.
If Doran
Hourglass
comes, that's
Smolder.
the over 1,000 gold lead coming over.
Shutdowns on Dorn and Owner, just showing us where all of the money is for the side of T1. 1,000 individual gold lead over Perfect. BDD zoning, poking while he can, dodges out on the tactical.
I don't think this is
sweep, but
going
uses
late
the
either,
flap,
yeah.
flap, flap, so needs to be careful for at least a few more seconds.
That's Drake just gone.
Yeah, KT.
Got the first one.
not the second one, as T1 picks this one up. And the one-item spike for
KT
T1
slowing
is
down the game big time.
Also want to highlight, Faker is one of the few Gallios that we've seen, at least in the US, consistently do this. He just builds full damage, right? We've seen him both go for like a more hybrid build.
Finish for Doran so early in the game.
Utility, but he is not afraid to just full send it, and it does make the itemization harder, right? If he goes for tank, then you can stack a lot of armor.
What are you talking about, Toxwox?
Finding the angles.
T1 have won worlds back to back to back.
It's Cloud Soul.
But bro, there's MSI, LCK, there's other tournaments, you know? AWC even.
I don't think we've gotten one yet this series.
Doran again, finding these angles. The good news for Perfect is Yorick's power in the 1v1 means he can at least survive
the issue
a little
is,
bit
bro,
here.
when he trades like this, they can dive him like Perfect has no options.
But obviously with Owner poking his head around on the top side of the map, he's still very vulnerable.
Yeah, you have to be cognizant of
Is the death of League Esports if they win? Nah.
Thankfully for KT, they still have their
T1 brings in fans, guys. The only concern I have, which has nothing to do with this finals, because there's two Korean teams anyway, is that the LPL is dying.
Nobody actually
That's what we should be scared about. I think Riot Games need to call up Faker and say, brother,
Good shadow from Owner,
like the LPL fan base, if they don't see you, if LPL doesn't beat you,
of course, with access,
like at least once, you know, like at the Worlds, we need the Chinese market, brother. And he says, no problem, brother.
It's already accelerated.
And
why is LPL dying? Isn't EU also dying? EU is not dying.
As well. So unless
EU is correcting.
Up, and Cuz thus far hasn't found impact in this game, not a
LPL is dying because they don't have any new like players coming in.
There is obviously the promised land,
and
right?
Xi Jinping just nerfed LPL.
Get to the point where BDD is his stacks, Dom is at his third item, and Yorick is one of those champions that I think always will get value if you get a little bit of time alone inside, but
I cannot share
I don't think they're gonna just let them get to that point. You're gonna have to fight tooth and nail.
And I foresee a future where the value of
will
Yorick
not be ready
gets given
for
over
the Rift
in
Battle,
gold
obviously.
to T1 if he's out there in the side lane.
Mercs for BDD.
They very well could just pick it up. Again, the real interesting thing is going to see when these side lane turrets do end up going down, if they can still remain safe then, if they can actually still play the map then. Because currently,
I have not a single problem with LPL dying, bro. LPL is like the majority of
back and forth, and it's gonna
money,
be
bro.
Engage. But as you open up the map,
Chinese fandom is so important.
Cuz looking for the ultimate.
Gumayoshi. All right, has to flash in the end.
Small advantage to the side of KT. But ultimately, KT doing what they can with the Ziggs to hold control of the mid lane. Do not want to concede that priority as carriers.
Bro, they had a regional final for this fucking mobile game in China.
BDD currently at 116 stacks.
Mobile game, and they had 80,000 people.
As soon as humanly possible.
80,000 people in the arena, bro. For a mobile regional final.
Dom caught out, Zenith blade there. The ulti
That's an
just
awesome
out of range.
result. Very tense, very tense.
And the cancel there as
Flashes.
well. Peter has his buddies back. Gets the ult onto Guma, but this might still be this Herald is. Oh,
the Honor of Kings is the game.
On the way up, the
Perfect.
Doran though, he's got backup. Owner on the way.
Oh, it's rough, guys. Double
Once
globals.
again in the ultimate of Doran. Perfect living for an extra second. The Q2 coming through just in time. KT want to punish, but they're a little bit too late.
Again, the Yorick is just food for T1. Guma's got to get out of there, though. He has his
I don't know. If you eat Yorick, I don't think he's nutritious.
Flash, he can walk
He's not
away.
nutritious, guys.
Again, it is just so hard to play side lanes. Even with towers there, T1 can still force it and still find a pick.
stacking
KT,
could be better.
The consolation prize will be the Rift Herald, though.
No one can really catch this wave, though. They don't want to use the Ziggs ult. It looks like BDD is going to make his way over now.
Plus, you're losing.
I love the copium culls, bro. Copium culls.
Galio just up at the turret. Faker pushing
Perfect
on
has
that
Trinity
bottom
Voice
side
somehow.
tower
Fair play, bro.
With the power.
Guys, don't play perfect with this game. Like, this draft is just hard. Galio has windows, Pantheon has windows, Leona has windows. All these champions have windows to attack Yorick.
That is often what can be
and the lane is Camille. Like the best gank setup in the game.
Thus far, Split 3 in Worlds has been at 22 minutes, 34 seconds on average.
What's your favorite programming language?
Well ahead of schedule. BDD still comfortably farming despite kind of the struggles of the team.
C++, plus.
Will be a major concern as we get later. As powerful as Smolder is, it's not really Smolder. You still need to be able to survive Doran's initial engage, survive Owner's initial engage, not get caught in those big taunts or wombo combos from Guma.
Yeah, the dream for this KT squad is to be able to poke with your Ziggs as well as your Smolder once you get to your rapid fire. But what counters poke? It is hard engage. Peter, though.
Owner.
Assault still there. Flashback to the blast. I'm going to keep Owner standing, but likely means KT.
India loves mobile games like PUBG Mobile.
Lane, though, it's push in favor of T1, and we talked about Ziggs destroying towers, but Doran with this trendy force also will just eat through that objective. KT splitting their focus.
Are we giving this up?
Is it going to cost them? Faker.
Seems like they're giving this up. This is a... It's a good way to stall time for T1. Leon ult onto Dokdam. Dokdam has the W. Gets out. Combination in the nation. Doran did the bin combo.
But Faker is on the way.
Galio comes late and Doran's gonna fall. That's a shutdown for BDD. Taunt doesn't land. I don't think they have the DPS now without Camille. Owner has to E. He comes perfect. Big stab from Owner the boneless. Sounded sky kicks. Left and right.
And there you go. KT find an angle.
Pretty fucking good situation for KT, all things considered.
For BDD.
BDD got a lot of money here, guys. 1.5k gold ahead, guys. All that money went into the right pockets.
Immediately. That was just after a 2-for-2
big shutdowns for BDD.
And the Dragon already went to KT.
1.5k individual lead.
Bro,
KT do
I
not
think
want
if
to stick
BDD
around
wins a
any
game
longer.
5,
And we
playing
want to highlight again, this
Smolder.
is not the Smolder vault where you hit your stacks, that's it. You
I
actually
think
need your items.
that
As we
is
take
like...
another look, the attempted engage onto
I don't know how more you can, how much more you can taunt Chovy.
And look at that ult from Cuz. CC's the MF, and the damage isn't quite there.
We're gonna see the arc of evil Chovy.
When the Galio ultimate finally does come in, BDD and
Evil Chovy will spawn.
back here by the red buff. It's just
BDD got so much stacks in this fight. So much stacks.
Stun up Doctum and go for another 1-for-1 trade.
Herald also dropped over the wall, I believe, just to give a safe exit if needed.
Galio ult was so late. I don't know why it was the case. Why was Galio ult so late, guys?
But they brought it closer. PDD.
4,000 damage.
Unfortunately for him, the reality after that fight is, as well as he played, there is now a target on his head.
But yeah, I mean, fortunately for him, now he's also
Not
going to be way richer.
Why it was so
there's a target on your
uncoordinated.
head.
But either way, Doran has 2 items now.
But you are rich. 2 items, and that rapid fire is what we were looking for. The poke breakpoint here for KT. They actually hit it fairly early.
If BDD wins, there's no way he doesn't pick Ozzy, right?
It puts even more pressure on T1 to engage. Normally, the counter to poke
No
damage
way.
is hard engage, but you can't
175, tick, tick.
There's also
tick,
Ziggs,
tick.
who, as disengage goes, really, or even able to, I think that's what Doctum tried to go for. You can
Going
interrupt
full
the
AP.
like mid-jump, right? If you get the timing
Not only
right.
full AP, but
No defensive or no
there's a big
offensive
incentive to
essentials
buy
I do
Mercs
from
either way because of Leona
both
Galio.
him and BDD are going to be prime targets.
Azir over
Perfect.
Zoe, of course.
He's going to have his try his best to just have an impact in any way he can. As we do see,
Holy KT
Azir
Azir skin will go hard,
You want to
bro.
hold on to his bot lane turret. Don't want to give that one up. And with the wave clear of BDD,
You know, it would be cool, since this was the year of Atakan, I think it would be cool if they did the world skins like Atakan inspired, you know?
As well.
Tension builds on both sides. The Otacon, the crucial objective. T1 hold on to a 2,500 gold lead.
Or they could do the thing where they just give
Surely
champions
would push it over the
headsets
top. TP into
and
bottom lane
team
from
jerseys,
Doctum.
and that's it.
Has access to the
Like in the old
flashes up
seasons.
for everybody on the side of KT except for Cuz.
Are they going to send it? I feel like you kind of have to with the teleport being invested from Doctum there. We'll see if they actually do want to make a real commitment.
Let's give them a
get
headset.
Some summoners out of T1, but it doesn't look like they want to take the gamble.
All right.
Perfect.
Debunking the
Also about to be
tower.
tossed up. Has to be careful. They have so
Bro,
much damage here.
Nice
Doran
W
can
there
push, just
from...
reset the tower aggro, but he is locked down for a damn long time. Doran, untouchable for a brief moment, but they managed to kill him. T1 fumbled the play in the mid lane, and perfect redemption as he survives the dive. Mom called, but she will not connect.
Doran.
The dark procession
Doran.
from Perfect.
Doran.
It got them so much, and now they're opening to get the tower. The
Why are we
extra gold as
diving
well.
the Yorick?
KT,
What are we doing?
they're
What was
striking
this?
And it keeps the gold
We
lead
lose the
within
mid
touching
tower.
distance. It further accelerates BDD. This game 5 just keeps on delivering. Have to try their best. D1 does to maintain this momentum, but they're not even close.
I don't know. I've
to
never
a break
seen.
point.
Okay,
on
Gumayushi
the
said,
Dragons.
"I'm doing
Asuna is
Atakan.
just taking matters into his own
You
hands.
better show up or
Doctum,
go
no
home."
ulti available. Decent poke. Owner
There's a
Faker here.
TP from Leona. There's Camille with TP as well. Camille has no ultimate. Because use it on Yorick Mori. 6k. They're looking for the finish. Peter has no smite. Nothing taken. Sejuani too far away. Peter look for the hook. Doran buying time. Doran eating out. That's an honor so. Peter. Other fire from Gumayushi is beautiful. Peter 1 HP. Beautiful spare. And the spot from the donors. Lands it. Gumayushi with the cover fire. Zig's ultimate. A little bit too deep from Cuz. Easy chain on the BDD. BDD finds a pocket but doesn't live long.
Triple kill for Guma and T1! Do it! They take over!
KT, not like this, KT.
The nail in the coffin for the roller coaster! As Otacon goes the way of T1.
KT, we have a 200 stack Smolder!
And the Dragon is gonna follow suit.
For no reason. We funneled ourselves.
You look back at this. An
like Methylene Blue during a Breaking Bad cookout. Look at Peter, bro. He just ate.
And it all falls
like he was iron deficient.
The backline lives
and then
for far
Cuz
longer
went
than
through.
expected. But T1
oh, they all just funneled
powerful.
through a choke.
They kite
Peter
back
took
so
a shower
and then call for the re-engage after
that
they
is
already have the advantage.
crazy.
Owner ulting behind to make sure there's no escape for Doctom.
And there it's the
Holy
call from
Mata
KT
winning a
is
world
to try their
championship
best and force
11
a fight,
years
the
later.
resistances for T1 are shredded, but Peter just overextends, right? Just walks to his death.
I don't know. I feel like
Cuz tries
Perfect
to
and
hard
Peter
force,
sometimes
and
they're like, yo, we need to remind them who we are.
Now feels apt.
We need to remind them who we are.
Because for KT, this is a almost 6k goal deficit, and you can hit the 225 on BDD, but that alone is not going to be enough anymore.
And good stuff from Guma, it has to be said.
Joke down
Our
with
game
the-
was not good, but the bounce back here in this game 5,
This
the
is
bounce
third
back
in a row,
the Callista
Geta.
game to really take
Third in a
over.
row.
This man, again, unfazed by the pressure placed upon him. 3,000 individual gold lead. He conceded his pick early. He was willing to see the Ziggs on the other side, and now the MF that he picked so late in the draft is doing so much work.
There's a bottom side play at the moment. Cuz was kind of
I don't know, we just went all into that fight when Atakan was already
Faker
gone.
backs off. He has the sense.
And we are 20
He's
stacks
not going
away
to
from the
become
burn.
a liability. And it's T1 who start up the Otacon and try and draw KT into that fight. They kite
Who
back
is
through
T1
the
series
side rush
MVP for you?
very nicely.
Ooh, it's kind of hard.
These big moments.
It's like
Game
Gumayushi
5,
has
all the
been really
pressure on,
standout.
The entire
Gumayushi has been very
watching.
standout, I think, in the wins.
And T1 claim a huge advantage in the
I
game,
think it's
but
Varus.
it's not over yet.
No, it's certainly not. No flash.
Varus,
on Guma. Previous
Kalista,
fight, no flash on Faker. Doran has
Misfortune.
access to his as well as the Hextech
I think
ultimatum.
Gumayushi.
BD completing that third item.
Gumayushi has
4
been
stacks away
a
from that
massive
crucial
standout in the
225
wins.
Threshold. Behind schedule now from the tournament most impressive moments as he was delayed by T1.
And KT,
Faker and Evia was massive, but I have to say Faker had some bad
so
games
they don't
today.
need to be forced into a fight.
Like Faker had a really terrible Silas game, I would say. I think that his Victor game was really bad.
We all know it is inevitable at this point.
His Anivia game was really cold, though. Faker's Anivia was insane.
Third item for BDD plus the break point, but they're going to have to find a
Gumayushi,
miracle fight to
Varus,
stay in this game, because if they lose,
Gumayushi,
this one's
Varus,
over.
MF.
And the reason you start that Baron is to draw KT out in the open so they can actually find the engage onto BDD. The hope there, he has no flash on Smolder. He may be the one with a gold lead. He may be
Smolder
the
went
one
Shojin
with
instead
3
of IE.
items
I don't
on
like that
KT.
too much, guys.
But T1 have so many weapons looking to kill that
Red buff is
Smolder.
spawning. KT.
Feels so difficult now for KT. Feels like they're
One of
forced
the
on the back
bonus is
foot.
just poking.
T1 don't overplay their hand. KT always forced to respond.
Guma Sivir could have, like, he had good moments. But he also had
Once
bad
again,
moments.
2015,
Yeah,
2016,
Gumayushi's my front runner for MVP for T1.
But now this lineup, with Doran subbing in this year, on the cusp of making history. And it's Doran again who has been the center of attention in this crucial game on the Camille. 3.5k individual lead, 7,000 gold for
3 items on
T1.
MF, they're just pulling the
Baron
trigger, which
started
makes
as
perfect
expected.
sense.
KT,
Baker ready for the turn.
dire
Peter
straits.
hooks the
Faker brings
wall.
it back.
There's the Pantheon ult, they're sending it, they're shipping it onto the Oak down. TP from behind. Camille, focus on the same target. Camille.
T1 don't even need the objective. They're having to keep pushing for a bit more. On the top side of the fight, they've isolated BDD. He's continuing to fight. He wants to turn it back. He gets the kill on Doran. Crucially, Faker falls. KT whole.
BDD, the heart of KT, is alive. The Smolder lives under the tower, but T1 are still pinging towards the objective.
There's no way. With Smolder alive, I don't think you can get away with it.
What if
and
Baker,
yes, they get Dog Dom.
just, like he just said, don't activate the engage on Smolder protocol. He's like affirmative.
Doesn't hit the mark
and then
immediately, and
he like just right-clicks and no matter what. This was just
Nash.
Nash.
Able to take him down, but it's an
This was just free
overextension on the
Nash.
flip side.
Yeah, T1 are just too split.
BDD, you need to buy Hourglass. I'm not even kidding. You have to buy Hourglass.
Finish off BDD.
KT needed a miracle. T1 split their focus, split their attention, and it cost them dearly. It is, again, all eyes on BDD because who else could it be? 3,000 individual gold lead, has crossed the stack threshold. He is the threat that T1 must reckon with in the fights to come, even with the massive lead they still hold.
And now he has Flash to play with, the ability to outplay.
And I don't want to be disingenuous. It has not been the story of this world, but it has been the story of this year for KT. This gold graph right here is something that any KT fan has watched throughout, and when all is on the line, it might have to be BDD that carries them over again. I'm looking at Doran, he doesn't have Flash, but if he can get a node onto BDD, that could be enough to win the game. KT could choose not to fight here, but it looks like they're going to do so anyway.
T1, they need to have focus this time around. Last fight, they went for 2 angles at once, and they paid the price.
Flanks coming in. T1 entire topside missing Flash, that crucial cooldown, but their ultis will be there. 3 seconds on Doran. Gumayushi, the other player to keep your eye on as well. The ulti can do a lot of work. Doran going in, doesn't connect hookshot wall dive, immediately CC'd. Exhaust coming in as well. Combo over the top from Guma. Finds 2. Exhaust is carrying, moves his way to the backline. Faker rains down from the sky.
Gumayushi.
Locks up BDD.
Gumayushi.
And obliterates the hope for KT Rollster.
Gumayushi.
The bullet time will
Give him
end the
MVP.
time of KT here
Give Gumayushi
at
MVP.
Worlds, as T1 will chase down Cuz and look for the Baron.
And BDD, on his shoulders, and that is too much weight for one man to bear. They find him with the engage. They take out the only important member on KT, as it's...
Damn.
Look at the setup there, the Leona ultimate, nailing its target.
What a fucking journey
and the
Gumayushi's
BDD
been on,
gets
bro.
found by Keria.
What a journey Gumayushi's been on.
And that's Dragon.
Holy, what a journey, guys.
Actually, they didn't even. They
Take
ran
the time
straight
to
Baron.
appreciate.
I'm sure they got Dragon.
Gumayushi
with that.
was
They're not wasting
underperforming.
any time
Got
here.
benched.
9,000 gold.
Got shoehorned in by Joe
See what they can
March.
do with the Red Bull
Started
Baron
up
power
rough.
play.
Was scaling.
KT,
Scaling.
They dug deep on the top side, punished T1 for splitting
MSI,
their focus,
look
but in that
damn
last
fucking
fight, you
solid,
can see
look
that
damn
even if
good.
the top side fumbles for a moment,
Summer split
Guma still
was
demands
shaky
that
again.
respect.
Keria and fucking Gumayushi weren't looking good.
What a
And through all those fucking hardships,
what a series.
Gumayushi has come
T1 will
into
clean up
the
that
World
Dragon as
Championship
well, the leftovers.
and fucking performed his face off, bro.
Snack for T1. For KT, the item finishes few and far between. A couple of components for Dom. But we get into the point
I think
where
that story is way cooler than the people that are going to tell you, Gumayushi was always insane. No, bro, the growth,
T1,
the
though,
arc,
they're looking
the story,
to secure
that's the fucking
their
cool
third
part.
World Finals win in a row.
They don't want to give BDD the time to get that Infinity Edge. KT don't have the luxury of defensive items either for their key carries. Redemption, really all they have to protect Dom and BDD. Faker solo pushing in the mid lane. The tier 2 will fall. Bot lane inhibitor likely next. This Doran really cannot be contested by anything more than the entire force of KT.
12
T1
hours.
just have so many forms of engage. Even with Doran getting stuffed in the last one, Keria finding those KT carries and allowing T1 to take them down. There are just too many weapons and the map is too open now. KT are boxed into their own territory.
Nash around for one more minute. The TPing top.
Game 5 of World Finals would likely be the greatest we
The
have
TPing
ever
top.
seen in the history of the sport.
Doran is the only one without Nash.
10,000 gold
He was a
advantage for
sacrificial
T1. They are
lamb
on
for the
soul
engage.
point. They are so far ahead.
Doran
in
was
every
relentless in this game.
metric. But the execution from KT, the potential, the tiniest glimmer of hope still lives on as long as their Nexus stands.
And all's on the line.
All right, 2 cannon minions are
T1,
coming our way now.
They can smell the weakness.
40 seconds.
11k gold now.
Doran's gonna
The
send it,
Baron
isn't he?
siege continues.
I swear Doran's gonna send
They
it.
will not be denied. Unless KT pull out an absolute miracle, I think we're seeing Owner.
Oh, the Hex Flash.
Looking for an ult angle.
Top wave is coming through. Yoktan tries to clear, but the match minions are tanky.
And Smolder.
They can't find. Oh, Doran!
Doran looking to get things kicked off. Hooks wall that brings him over. He's taking the tower already. Flash back to get away from Cuz's ultimate. And the ulti manages to connect from Dog. A big fumble. Not enough to get T1 back into full control of the game because there are no objectives on the map, but it will slow down the onslaught of T1. It will give KT a bigger glimmer of hope.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel. KT, they buy some more time.
Will be the end for now of the push, but it doesn't make a dent. If they can get a team fight off that, bag themselves a bunch of shutdowns, it could have been something. At least they only lost a single inhib. That's something. And Cloud Soul going
that
over
is
makes
crazy,
the game
bro. What
very
the hell
hard
did we
to play
just
out,
witness?
It could have been worse. You know,
What the hell did we just
I'm really
witness, bro?
stretching it here, guys. I'm normally great at finding angles.
Doran's going on some fun journeys.
Yeah, you know, normally we talk about not getting excited for KT. We're way past it during finals. But Doran might have to chill a little bit.
I am not joking.
He's a player, though, that you have
But
to love.
if T1 somehow loses game, Doran needs a security
you have to
detail.
laugh with him.
It's very true.
And at him.
And despite the fumbles, all of the fights that have gone well from the side of T1 have
Jesus
involved Doran in some way or
Christ.
another. Guma also the backup point.
What the hell was that?
4.5 items for Guma means it's still a terrifying
Bro,
threat.
he needs a security detail. He needs to have fucking Secret Service, bro.
It's so hard though, because like, who do you actually focus? There's Faker, who has stopwatch. Galio is just naturally tanky, level 18 as well. It is just Guma, right? Like that's the only one, but he has not been in a position for you to engage on.
You could engage on Doran, maybe.
Well, okay, in a scenario where Doran is with the rest of the team, I feel like you shouldn't be able to. Camille with hook shot and ult. I know what we've been witnessing.
100%
okay, but I mean,
value.
in a theoretical world where that doesn't happen.
True.
It's a TP ward there.
Push mid lane, well highlighted by our observers. Potential for a flank. Perfect and BDD as well as Dom do have access to that TP, although I imagine only Perfect will be looking to make the flank.
And
All right.
I do seem to
Soul
recall.
in 40 seconds.
I cast a Zix game. I think this was Hanwha. And that one did go to 60 minutes.
Zika Zamgat for BDD.
I'm
Very
just
good buy,
saying,
guys. Very
we
good
might
buy.
only be halfway there. You know, we don't
BDD
know.
might pull off some
Is it
magic, guys.
likely? No.
BDD might pull off some
But
magic.
it could happen again.
Maybe this Camille.
But no, 2 times in a row. Let's start
Maybe
the
this Camille
countdown
Sui
now. Yeah.
might be what BDD is so
All
stacked,
they need
guys.
is to get
This
a,
hourglass
actually
is
see the lines.
huge.
So you steal with Dom.
And now the main thing is they just need
That
to
gives you
find
the
a way to
stall,
cancel
and then
MF
you flip
ultimate.
Elder and you win.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, the good news
Does Smolder
for
do
KT
enough
is,
damage?
aside from
Yes,
that,
he does.
Pipe Dream, they do have Seekers on
Just
BDD.
optimistic.
Aside from that blinding optimism.
Ball lane wave, ball lane wave.
But now they have to face check into the darkness. They see Dorn in the mid lane at the very least. They see Faker. But again, if they
can't
overcommit
walk
to
up
this
to hit.
play,
Of course he can walk up
double
to hit.
TPs are there. Owner semi-global is there. They could
He's
just look to
out,
end. So
Rapid Fire
Perfect
Cannon.
has been called back as T1 looks set to get the soul.
And T1 also have the luxury. They could just look for the fight if they
That's
wanted
a
to.
soul.
Owner takes
That's
the
a soul.
Cuz stuck around a
I
little
think
bit too
KT
long,
was
and
way
now
too
T1
freaked out about
empowered.
bot wave. Way too
Be that
freaked
much
out about bot
faster,
wave.
have that much more access to their ultimates, and I don't think there's any getting away from Faker, Dorn, or Owner now that they have a Cloud Soul empowering them.
We're about to know whether this series will continue, whether the 60-minute dream stays alive, because GA's there for Owner. Guma has his sums available.
Honestly,
We're gonna need to
guys,
see a
this
beautiful
soul
engage
is not
as
the
Dom
best for
just now hit us
T1.
for an
It's
item.
not the
BDD
best.
with a stopwatch and a dream.
Like,
Wanting
you
to
have
keep
champions like
that
MF,
goal of making the world
MF doesn't
finals
care.
win a reality, but
Galio, Camille, they don't care super
I think
much.
you guys
Like,
are
Cloud Soul
justifiably calling me
is
out.
obviously
it
strong
doesn't- it
because
still
of the
doesn't
move
really
speed.
feel that likely.
But it
Yeah,
isn't
we
like
it didn't feel
super,
like
super
before
OP.
when T1 split their attention.
That's true.
BDD was able to find the kill, so it's not over till it's over. But now with Baron spawning, relatively even setup, but again, it's the waves in favor of T1 that make this so hard, as immediately they're going to kick things off by going in on Cuz, taking away the Frost Armor passive.
Right.
Lockdown from Carry is there.
Cuz is
TP
taking a
in
lot
from
of
Doran
damage.
as
He
well.
flashed
All T's
out.
going across the board. BDD caught off the
BDD.
side. A good flash to take him out, and Guma has to be
Gumayushi
careful.
flash
He's
forward.
so
Gumayushi.
damn fast.
Gumayushi.
Look at BDD. He goes gold in an extra 2.5 seconds to consider what went wrong as T1 looks set to end it all.
Shit.
They're going to finish the job. It is Doran and Peter
Guma's a psychopath, bro.
And T1 will ace them.
Doran's life saved. Doran's life
earning
saved.
their legacy again and again and again. There can be no doubting it. 4 players on the Rift today, making the impossible possible. Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, Keria, and now Doran,
Doran is so relieved.
are world champions.
And the disbelief on his face. A teammate that so many have praised over the long years. Domestically, he's always been able to show it. As T1 find the free-peat.
An unrivaled dynasty here has just been made. The three-peat is real.
A team that when they found despair in 2022 against DRX, took it to heart.
Nice.
And have come every single world back to the finals, back to this trophy. KT had an incredible run, but against T1,
Nice.
it just feels impossible. A team that even in the face of bad games, even in the face of match
It's so
point after
unreal,
game
no?
3,
That's
did
crazy.
not falter for even a moment.
It's so crazy.
It's KT's run, it has to
I
be
don't know. They
respected.
just do it
Hearts
somehow.
out now to the
They just
players
get it
on
done.
Huge
They get it done,
respect.
bro.
What a run this roster
They
has
just get it
had.
done, bro.
And here now we check out the
Give
trophy
Gumayushi the MVP,
ceremony
please.
presented by
Give Gumayushi the
Mercedes-Benz.
MVP, bro.
For these players in front of this, and again, this is T1 to its core, right? There is no arena,
Give
there is no
Gumayushi
stadium
the MVP.
where they do not feel at home.
Doran, you can see still, barely believes it. Faker keeps giving him the shoulder taps. As T1
Doran, you
shows
freak.
us again and again and again, as you highlighted, Dracos,
Holy.
why this is the greatest team in the world.
Chengdu erupts.
Damn.
T1 wait a moment to lift the trophy together as 5. Doran, the latest addition to win his first title. The remaining 4, their 3rd consecutive.
Faker knows how to use the moment for something. Damn. Hey.
T1 world champions once again.
And they did it as the 4th seed again. They had to play in the play-in.
Bro, if you isolate the game 4-5 that T1 played,
right at the beginning,
they were kind of nutty in the game 4-5.
Oh man, Doran lifting that trophy after all the second.
Damn.
Doran is flexing. One-handed lift as the GOAT in the 2nd prime of his career. Does it again.
T1.
Hey, bro, the trophy's bigger than getting
a
it.
science out of performing when it matters most. Regardless of the story of the LCK, of the regular
Where's Mata? I want to see Mata pick up the trophy. Where's Mata?
Always find their peak.
Let Mata pick up the trophy,
And now are
yeah!
embraced by the staff that has supported them for the entire
There he
year.
is, Becker. You know, Becker, he DM'd me, he's like, can you be honest with me? What do you think about our chances to beat AL? I say, Becker, don't worry.
Real good.
Your team is gonna win somehow.
To his team.
The most stressed guy on earth.
How long will this version last? How far can this core of players
He's like, Yamato,
go?
give me your honest prediction.
And I mean, again, the series, the context of being at match point of one of the most dominant game 4s we've seen into the game 5, where even when there were small fumbles, they got right back on course. T1 indomitable.
Oh, they're pulling all the coaches off. All right, Dom.
The chat is just wishing me cancer, bro. Like, T1 just won Worlds. How much oil do we put on the blades?
Oil?
It's only 5K more viewers? Nah, I lost viewers.
Oh my days. Oh.
Put the fucking thing on and let's fucking get it. Let's get the show on the road.
Let's do it.
Hey.
Did he just turn off the stream?
By the way, guys, this is my last stream for a while because
he's not gonna
I might
stream.
as well do this now. I might as well talk about this now before I look like a fucking clown. I don't want to have to talk about this. But yeah, for years I've been a full-time streamer. I am no longer a full-time streamer from this moment. I mean, I wasn't really a full-time streamer last year because I was also coaching. But next year, I'm full coaching. I just want to compete again. I will stream when I can. Maybe like 15 hours, 20 hours a week, something like that. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I just want to compete again, to be honest. I
don't know if I'm ready.
To me is fun, but I'm missing the fucking highs, you know? Well, like, okay, so this is actually how I view streaming.
作为带领队伍一路走到这里的人，他现在的心情应该也是感慨万千的。我们来问一下，此时此刻感受又是如何的呢？네, 먼저 꼬마 감독님, 우승 축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Congratulations. 感谢各位。那我们来问一下他这个问题。 오늘을 통해서 T1이 거의 전무후무한 성취를 달성하셨죠.
T1
바로 롤드컵 우승.
with this victory
다시 한번
has
축하드립니다.
achieved the world's three-peat. Congratulations one more time.
T1과 같이 뛰면서 여기까지
Straventure, thank you very much for the 5
How are you
subs.
feeling right?
뛰면서 여기까지 올라왔는데요.
My PC is low-key exploding from
How are you feeling right now?
일단 여기까지 오게 된 건 너무나 좋은 선수들과 스태프들 때문에 여기까지 왔다고 생각하고 있고요. 또 이런 인터뷰 자리까지 또 선수들과 코칭 스태프들이 만들어줘서 일단 선수들과 스태프들에게 너무 감사하고 고맙다는 마음이
You're not the only SAC member left on Twitch.
정말 힘든 순간도 많았는데 마지막까지
If I
선수들과
speak-
스태프들이 포기하지 않고
If I speak-
이렇게 최선을 다해줘서 너무 고맙습니다.
If I speak-
그리고 또 그렇게 될 수 있던 계기는 팬분들이 마지막까지 끝까지 저희 T1을 믿고 응원해 주셔서 이런 결과가 나왔다고 생각합니다. 다시 한번 저희 선수들, 스태프들, 팬분들에게 진심으로 감사드립니다.
好，首先是
I am
他觉得
very,
说
very
我们能够
grateful
走到
right
这里，
now.
站到这一方舞台，
It's
完完
all
全全
thanks
是我们有
to
最棒的
our
选手、最棒的
excellent
教练团队、
players,
最好的
our
工作人
coaching
员。
staff,
所以
the
在这里
staff
非
member
常的
that
感
works
谢他
for
们
the
能够
team.
让我站在这里。
I'll
I'm
only
able
be
to
gone
do
for
this
one
interview
split, guys.
with
Don't
them
worry.
because
I'll
of their
only be
hard
gone
work.
for
There
one
are a lot of
split.
hard moments throughout the year, but we have never given up a single
I'll only be
moment
gone for one
because we
split.
all tried our best until the very end. We were able to make it happen. Thank you so much for working so hard for this moment, and I want to add that it was possible because our fans believed in us until the very last moment. So for one more time, I would like to send my gratitude over to the players, the staff members, and to the fans. Thank you very much.
以及所有的 T1 的粉丝们再次表达
哥
衷
们儿是
心的谢意，谢谢。
I'm watching Dom do it.
当然，每年其实到了世界赛，好像大家都会开始讨论一个问题：为什么世界赛的 T1 就是这么不一样？那在教练的眼中，是否真的存在这样的一个小小契机，让每年
Coach Tom.
T1 的世界赛就是这么的强势呢？
T1 Game 4-5, bro.
We have this debate every year. World's T1 is a complete different team. In your perspective as a head coach, do you also believe that T1 tends to change when they're at Worlds?
I don't know. He has no facial here. He doesn't know how to fucking set up a trimmer, bro. He doesn't know how to set up a trimmer. He's a goofball, bro.
I'll fuck you up. This is the same side. You're so stupid, it's unreal. Well, how the fuck do I do it? Can somebody just tell me how to fucking do it? Move on. How'd you do it?
Why I got it? Why I got it?
Oh, you have to pull it. Oh, okay, so it's like kind of fucked up. Yeah, sure. I mean, whichever one will work. Because I've put one on before and it just clipped on. So I don't know why it's not just clipping on.
我觉
Hey.
得你们一路走来，真的是一步一步在书写着属于自己的故事，属于自己的传奇。我相信此刻的你应该是思绪万千。想问一下，这一次的全球总决赛胜利对你来讲意味着什么？而在此刻，又有哪些思绪想和所有的朋友们分享呢？도란 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, Doran.
사실 진짜 한 걸음 한
Doran.
걸음 자기만의 이야기를
Step
쓰고
by
계시네요.
step, you have been writing your own story.
소중한 별을
And
따오고
now
이렇게
you have added
승리를
a precious
가져오셨습니다.
star to
소감이
the
남다를 것
T1 jersey, to the
같은데 지금
T1
하고
logo.
싶은 말씀이 있으신지 또
What
이
does this
승리를
victory
정현
mean to
선수에게
you?
어떤
And
의미를
how are you
가지고
feeling
있으신지
right now?
듣겠습니다.
네. 일단 네, 데뷔 6년 만에 이렇게 꿈을 이루게
With the
돼서
backdrop
너무 행복하고
of the interview. Hey. Hey. Oh. 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 Yo. Oh shit. Oh no. Doran made Dom bald. Holy moly. Huh? Huh? Hey, honestly, hey, Dom's gonna look good, bro. Bro, Dom's gonna look good, by the way. Yo. I thought he would look at like ass, but he's gonna look good.
Guys, scoot back.
Let's keep it like this, bro.
Do it. It's not gonna hurt. I don't know. Just go kind of slow. Okay. I feel weird about putting it on the How's my hairline looking?
You know what he looks like?
Is it?
Bro, he looks like, I don't know why, but he looks like Ocean Wisdom. He looks like Ocean Wisdom for some reason.
I don't know if I trust him. That makes sense though. Cancer patient look? We are donating this. Oh, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just not gonna say anything because I don't know if I can say it.
Yo, they suck at this, bro.
Bro, I have to watch Faker fucking winning worlds during this. All I gotta say is Cage will better not be fucking watching this shit. Look at him with this full head of hair. Yeah, why is Cage not shaving his head? Shave your head now. Yeah, why is Cage not shaving his head? Shave your head now, Cage now. No, I'm gonna go lower than this. You are? Yeah. I feel like this is good, no?
He has to go lower, bro. Has to go lower.
He's scamming?
And sixth Summoner's Trophy for you, Faker, and three-peat for T1.
저희 눈에서 보는 보람인데 페이커 선수에게는
Well, this is only based on our perspective. What was on the line for you?
경기가 너무 재밌어서 그런 부분에서 만족하고요. 그리고 KT가 워낙 또 오늘 잘하는 모습을 많이 보여줘가지고 좋은 경기를 했다는 게 중요하고 뭐 우승을 저희가 하기는 했지만 같이 경기해준 KT한테 저는 더 좀 감사함을 보내고 싶습니다.
因为其实比起所有的这些成就或者说记录的话，
Bro, they did it again.
We're not on the line for me. I am very happy and satisfied with the fact that I was able to have a blast in the games today. And today, KT was able to put up a great performance, and together we were able to make such a great game, and that's what matters to me. We did win the title in the end, but I want to send my gratitude over to KT Roster for making such a great games together.
저희가 함성 소리를 다시 한번 느낄 수 있는 기회인 것 같습니다. 现在6冠加身，他也是依旧英雄联盟最高的山，他依旧屹立不倒，他也是英雄联盟最长的河，他依旧奔流不息。所以最后，我也想让他代替 T1 的所有选手们、跟所有的粉丝们来说一句话吧。对，다시 한번 우승 축하드리고요. 혹시 마지막으로
Congratulations one more time on the win, on the title. Before we go, anything would you like to say to the fans who has been supporting you?
이렇게 큰 무대에서 여러분들 앞에서 경기할 수 있어서 너무 좋았고요. 앞으로도 파이팅 하겠습니다.
非常感谢粉丝们一路以来的支持，能够在全世
I
界这
thank
么大的
every
一个
single
舞台
one of
去
you,
进行比
and
赛
I was really
非常
happy and
高兴，
grateful
非
that
常
I was
幸
able
福
to deliver
会一
this
直一直加
game
油的。
on such a big stage in front of every one of you guys. I will keep working hard.
接下来我们把时间交给夏安。是的，与此同时，我们真的觉得 T1 的每一位选手都在今夜铸造了属于自己的传奇。现场的朋友们，再一次的欢呼声好吗？当然了，在此刻，我们也要把所有的聚光灯聚焦于一位选手之上，因为他创造了整个夺冠之路上的璀璨时刻，而他也将荣获 OPPO 2025年全球总决赛
Oppo MVP? Okay, Oppo Finals MVP. Give it to Gumayushi. Guma, 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 Guma.
与此同时，也让我荣幸的为大家有请英雄联盟史上的传奇选手入选2025年英雄联盟名人堂的 UZI 选手来为 FMVP 颁奖，让我们欢迎 Uzi。
Oh, it's presented by Uzi, I think. I thought she said Uzi gets it first. I was like, hey, yo, Uzi MVP. Oh, Uzi looks good, by the way. Look how handsome Uzi is, bro. Holy, Uzi is the finals MVP.
Exclamation mark cancer. We're not doing exclamation mark cancer. We're not doing exclamation mark cancer.
Bro, I thought Dom was on stage there for a moment. Damn, bro, I need a suit like this, by the way.
But it's not bad for fucking 35. We're kind of chill. Wait, it's actually kind of fresh. I kind of like it, to be honest.
好的，欢迎 UZI。
Am I coping?
那其实也确实是非常非常精彩，并且
I think he looks good, by the way.
一场 BO5，一场精彩
Dom actually
的
looks
决
good.
赛。而且 UZI 其实也在我们中文流的评论席也陪伴大家一同观赛了嘛。看完之后有什么想说的？
真的，今天真的打出了一场非常非常精彩的比赛，然后恭喜你们，恭喜 T1 夺冠。
Doran, it's time to learn Chinese, buddy.
我们揭晓本届 OPPO FMVP 的归属，而这位选手也是由全球的专家评审团共同投票选出。UZI， 接下来把时间交给你，为我们大声的宣布本届2025年全球总决赛 OPPO FMVP 的人选。
OK， Gumayushi。
Deserved. Deserved. Easily. Holy.
再次恭喜
Gumayushi
From bench
Give it up for the OPPO
to finals world's MVP.
Gumayushi.
那接下来我们也和我们的 FMVP 选手来进行一个简单的采访。恭喜你获得了 OPPO FMVP。 其实每一场比赛，我们都觉得 Gumayushi 总是那个能够 carry 队伍的永远稳定的射手路，而且我们觉得 Gumayushi 选手之前的时候也有说过，其实比起胜负，好像去享受游戏，做好自己才是最重要的。
I think that's enough.
那现在获得了 OPPO FMVP，
Honestly, Dom looks good. Dom looks good.
今天在舞台上打得开心吗？ MVP 받는 거 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on winning the finals MVP as well. Gumayushi, in the previous interview,
Wait. Yo, Wendy speaks Korean?
Instead of the victory, instead of the competition, you said you were just very grateful to be able to play on stage.
What the hell?
How do you
She's
feel
the
about
GOAT.
the win today, and how do you feel about winning the finals MVP?
일단은 너무 꿈만 같고요. 오늘 이렇게 파임 받을 수 있을 거라고 생각 못했는데 파임에 선정해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 사실 올해는 저에게 되게 힘든 해였습니다. 항상 이제 증명의 아이콘으로 매 해마다 증명을 했었는데 이번에 증명이 좀 다른 점이 있다면은 제 자신에게 저를 증명하는 한 해였다고 생각을 하거든요. 그래가지고 지금은 저에게 증명해냈고 제가 세계 최고 원딜이라고 생각합니다.
确实，对于我来讲，现在就好像在做
It
梦
feels
一样。
like a
我都
dream.
没有想到
I
我能够
did
获
not
得这个
expect this
OPPO
at all.
MVP 的奖项，但是我
Thank
现
you
在
so
能够
much
得
for
到它，我
voting
真
me
的
for
非
the
常非
OPPO
常的开
Finals
心。
MVP.
其实我
This
觉
year
得今年对于我
was
来讲
very
也是有非
difficult
常多
for
的
me.
坎坷和波折，
Every year
但是我能把所有的一切
was
都克
full of
服。我
challenges
觉
and I
得
always
我
had
每一
to
次来到
prove
这里的时候，
myself.
我都是想要
You know, I
证
have
明
been
些
the
什么。
icon
每一
of
年我都在证明
being
自己的
someone who
过
always
程当中度
has
过。
to
那
prove.
我觉
But
得可能
this
对于
year
今
was
年
a
来
bit
讲，这个
different
证
because
明题对我来讲
finally
有一
I
点不太
feel like
一
I
样的
have
地方，可
proven
能是
myself
我希
to
望能够
myself.
展现出非常有自
And
信的
Damn.
一
I
面，
am
然后
really
在比赛
happy
当中展
that
现
I
自
was
己。
able to
我觉
prove
得现在这个证明题
who I
也
am
已
Bars.
to
经出了结
myself,
果。
and
我觉得我现在
I
可以
can say
说，
for sure
我就
that I
是
have the
市场
best
最
AD
好的
carry in the world.
ADC。大家同不同意？当然了，现在这个瞬间，你的队友们也在你的身边，一起见证着这个时刻。而所有的粉丝们，他们刚才也是高声呼喊着你的名字，为你应援。你有非常多的家人朋友都在一路见证着你的成长。在此时此刻，有没有什么話想要對一直支持你的所有人说的呢？ 사실 지금 함께 있는 팀원도 앞에 있어서 또 바로
In
이렇게
fact,
많은 팬분들이
you are surrounded by your teammates
응원하고 있는
and
팬분들이
fans
있었는데
who have supported
혹시
you all along.
친구들과 함께 그리고
Is there
가족
anything
그리고
you would like to
팬분들께
say to
하고
those
싶은
who
말씀
have shown you so
있으신지
much love?
궁금합니다.
To your family, to your friends, to your fans?
일단 아까 올해가 되게 힘든 한 해라 했었는데 팬분들의 응원이 없었으면은 좀 버티기
Did Doran just
힘들었던
overtake
그런
Ben
한
on the
해였던 것
all-time list?
같고
Of course not.
저를 끝까지 응원해 주시는 모든 팬분들 그리고 지인들, 가족들 그리고 함께 해준 팀원들에게 너무 감사한 마음 전하고 싶고 또 마지막으로는 하나님께 감사와 영광 돌리고 싶습니다.
其实就像我刚才提到的，我觉得今年对于我来讲有着非常多无比艰难的时刻。
I have mentioned that this year was very difficult to me, and had I not had the support coming from my fans, I believe I would not have been able to make it all the way to here. So I am very, very grateful for your support. Thank you to all my fans who have been showing so much love and support until the very end, and also my friends and family and my teammates. I am very, very thankful. And lastly, I would like to say I am very grateful to God for this opportunity.
이렇게 소원사카 다시 한번 네 트로피를 다시 한번 들어 올리세요. 再次的恭喜他们。与此同时，也让我们再次的感谢本次全球总决赛所有的参赛战队，所有台前幕后的工作人员，当然也要感谢所有线上线下热爱英雄联盟的每一个你。成都的朋友们，最后一次，让我们汇聚所有的能量与热情，让我们把所有的掌声和欢呼声送给2025年全球总决赛冠军战队 T1。
Bro, this guy was so confused about what he was supposed to do. Did you see this guy on the left?
It is
He has no
absolutely
idea what he was
incredible, but
supposed
they
to
have
do.
done it again. The three-peat has been completed, and Faker has lifted his 6th World Championship trophy. The Summoners Cup, as we see it there, the design returned to the one he knows and loves so much from the first time he wanted to go for the three-peat. But now, finally getting that honor for him, Emily, and the rest of T1.
Yeah, I think you can tell how much it means to all of these T1 members, right? We talked about their struggles domestically. We've talked about how impressive it is that Faker keeps reinventing himself to end up right here, lifting the Summoners Cup. And I don't think anything encapsulates this as much as Doran's
filming this dude? Who is this dude?
as he was lifting that trophy, Azale.
I mean, it's just incredible to see, you know, Doran has had this career that has been defined by some of these missteps. I think he had a fantastic series here today overall.
Wait, I think I know who this dude is.
And for everyone else,
I know who this dude is. I think he's the owner of T1, by the way. I think that's the owner of T1. It's the owner of T1. I think he's the son of the owner of Comcast. That's who it is, guys. That's the son of the owner of Comcast.
Like MVP of Worlds Finals and his
Joe is CEO. CEO doesn't mean owner, you muppet.
It's crazy. It's even crazier because I think we saw the arc within this series. He was struggling with himself just a little. Those moments where he's usually so on point, it didn't quite work out. But Game 5 is all that matters.
I mean, he showed up when it mattered most, and I loved what he said, that this is the year he finally proved himself to himself.
Tucker Roberts.
Yeah. And to me, I think there's nothing better than that. And what a special moment. Not only does he win the Finals MVP, but to have
this is the dude.
Carry being the one presenting
the owner of CNBC has a son who owns an esports team.
There on stage to give it to him.
No, he's clapping. I have also a special note if you're still
and
watching.
I think that he's dating Chrissy Costanza.
We gotta ask, we'll get Faker to come to the desk to give a goodbye, and we'll give him a congratulations, of course, from the English feed as well, which should be absolutely amazing. But I mean, let's talk about him for just a second, because I'm not gonna do that exactly in the same way if he does come, but he is so inspirational. It really is unbelievable. A lot of careers fall flat when they hit the first hurdle. A lot of careers fall flat when they have even a percentage of the disappointment that he has lived in some of the points
Who's the
in his
MVP Finals?
career.
Gumiushi.
Notably, right here in China
I think Gumiushi was undisputed, by the way.
We saw him just being completely downtrodden about that again in 2022 when
I know people think that I call him MVP for his Game 5 MF ult. Nah, bro. Like, he was smurfing half of the Sivir game. He was smurfing his face off, and his Varus game was insane, by the way. His Varus game was insane. His Kalista game was crazy, and then his MF game was like fucking perfect.
I don't know how many times I've said that. Yeah, either in private to friends or publicly. On
this order is wrong. It's Guma. Was Guma really MVP? Yeah, of course. He was the most consistent, bro. Everyone else in this game
really underestimate.
Who said it was only for Game 5? People on Twitter. It's always Twitter, bro. It's always Twitter.
Oh, they just keep winning worlds. It must be so easy for them. But I think it's made so much greater by the fact that they've all
Owner is the second one. Owner is second
the era, so many
place.
ups and downs throughout his career. Constantly reinventing himself, constantly having the resilience
Owner is second
to
place.
push forward just because he loves the game. That's amazing. It's inspiring. It's something I want to bring to
what was her name? Chrissy Costanza.
On a broadcast, like just ultimately having fun with my friends. Oh, game I love.
There he is.
Faker silencing us.
Friends. Oh, game I love.
Faker silencing us once again. I mean, to me,
like he already do, Emily. That's he heard it.
The thing that has always blown me away about Faker, because of all my time as a pro gamer, I always respected consistency above all else, because I saw how much it took to ever even reach that peak one time, to have like a glimpse of what Faker has achieved. You know, to get there once takes your entire life for most of these pros. To be able to do it year after year after year after year for so long, to maintain that level of dominance in a game that is so competitive, that has so many people that are gunning for you year after year, I just think it's unreal to be able to just watch that greatness every single time.
It's crazy. He helped them get back up after that 2022 loss. Famously, he's looking at Keria saying, I'm not going to let this happen again. And Keria also talked so much about how that was a formative event for what we see now. And I just want to remind people of what we said back then. This is the best roster to never win Worlds. They might never after that. And they just said, nope, we're about to win 3 in a row. And I think that's crazy for the entire roster, because like no other roster in the world, the pressure that they are under is absolutely huge.
I mean, one of the things that people like to talk about when it comes to, you know, GOAT conversations, obviously Faker is the undisputed GOAT of League of Legends. That's not even a question. But it's about international accolades. You know, people talk about jungle, and there's people who are on the Canyon side for individual dominance. There's people who are on the Bengi side for all the trophies that he had won. All of these players, even though to me, though they still feel new, when you think of like Owner and Guma and Keria, you think, wow, they haven't been around for that long. Now they have 3 world championships, 4 world finals appearances.
In a row.
Even if you just want to talk about accolades, they have to be in the conversation for the greatest ever in their role.
It's insane, and to follow that journey, and every year for them to come in and to just peak at Worlds. We talked a lot about it, Emily, at the beginning of the show, but the fact that, yes, domestically, we hold them to...
Will the roster stay together, guys?
We hold them to an insane standard, right? Because like, oh, you're not going to win the LCK, you really should, but it was always Gen G. But somehow, that is what makes them different from teams like Gen G. They have the clutch factor. They peak when it matters. The bright lights, they don't affect them as much as other teams, right, Em?
I mean, I wouldn't say it even doesn't affect them, but I like how they almost thrive under it, right? Like, they take that pressure and they use it, and that's why I really like that you pointed out, coming out of that 2022 loss to DRX, Keria saying, I wanted it too much, you know? Like, now I just want to have a good game. You heard Faker in his interview being like, thank you, KT. I think we put out a really great performance today, and ultimately, sometimes it's just about having fun with your friends, playing League of Legends.
And I mean, obviously the players are
Doran had a
so
shitty game
much
5,
credit,
but he had
you
a
also
really
have to
good
look at
tournament, guys.
T1 as an organization, right? Because it has not just been, oh, you fluked into a great roster and you won a couple times. They have been at the top of League of Legends for so long, through so many different iterations, through so many different rosters, even through times where Faker wasn't always playing or he's getting subbed out at times, right? They still are able to find that success. And to me, that really does speak to the foundation of T1 as an organization. We heard in the coach's interview giving so much credit to the support staff, to the coaching staff, to everyone that is there to help enable that success.
Definitely so. Faker's still on stage, who's not joining us yet, as you may have noticed. The only one we haven't talked about, and it happens often, even though he's so important for the team, it's Owner, and I think specifically in this series, right, where Cuz was kind of getting the better, not just of him, but of the series overall, I feel.
Well, I'm not saying much because I don't know. I feel a bit empty. It's always that same feeling, you know. Super fucking happy for Doran. I'm super fucking happy for Mata too. But you feel a sense of emptiness, you know. Because it's like you just know like it's over now. Another year gone by. Another year gone by. You feel the blue ball? No, I don't mind, bro. No, I don't mind the tournament. I think the tournament was fun. It's more like all the rosters will change. Now we have a break.
Jungler of all time. The level of consistency that he has shown over these past years is unmatched.
Yeah, we had it already. We couldn't count them out. It was very hard to predict against them in these situations at Worlds.
How often are you going to be streaming next year, Amaro? I will be streaming,
when
but
you're a team and you work so much
I will be
together
streaming
behind
as
the
per
5 players
usual,
that are on
but
stage,
winter
it
split
takes
will be
a lot
less
sure,
for me.
right? Because you absorb
I'm going on a
everything
journey
that
in
they get
winter,
hit with,
like
because you need to
a
help them
personal
work
journey.
through it. And
I
just
can't
think
explain too
emotionally,
much.
That's probably an incredible weight off their shoulders that they
So
really
we
want to
will,
celebrate with each other. As look at Keria, that's amazing. I can't believe
But I'll be
Owner
back, I'll be
one-handed
back.
that, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, we know he hits the gym, but holy.
I'm just gonna be gone for 2 months. You're gonna be in League Awards? Yeah, I'm gonna be on League Awards.
Here we see, of course, in that game 5, I believe, yeah. And also, Doran goes for the Camille, right? He's done it before when it's important, but it's just, it's a vote of confidence from the team and from himself.
And that's what I really love about this T1 roster. Again, we're talking about their resiliency. We're talking about their trust in each other. It
I will
shows
tell you all
the
about the
trust
journey
they
when
have
I'm
in
back.
Doran. Like, obviously, yes, the Camille is a good
I'll give you
pick
guys
into the
updates
Yorick,
during the
right?
journey.
But it is still a risky pick despite fitting with their composition. And I really like that they had the confidence to tell Owner to first
Still
time
doing
window.
something
They're like,
inside,
"Yo, you
yeah.
got this, bro," in the lead up to here. They had the confidence to be behind Doran in some of these picks, right? I think it just really speaks well overall to the team atmosphere and their coaching staff to like facilitate such trust between each other.
Absolutely. I mean, you touched on it, the Mundo pick. I love seeing those comms. Yes, because A, they're funny and it's fun, but also because there's no hesitation for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
He's like, I haven't played it before. They're like, that's no problem. Here's what's good. Here's what's bad. You should lock it in. It's a good pick. And then they do it, right? And it's like that kind of environment fosters confidence in yourself, right? When everyone around you is constantly supporting you and believing in you, you're like, hey, maybe I am that good. Maybe I can pull it off, right? Like it starts to kind of build you up in a way that I think you can play so much more confidently than you would be able to otherwise.
Another thing we want to emulate as a team.
Yes.
Right? Am I right? Just all these
That's why I'm
examples.
here with
You
the
guys
goats.
make me better. Let's go. Okay, we see that they're almost done on stage. I don't know, and we wouldn't want to cut it short. I think Faker, like in, I believe it was the semifinals or the quarterfinals, he went to every corner of the stage to personally say thank you to everyone that has supported him.
Faker has most skins and most champions.
As we feel, though, I think it's time to hit on the other side a little bit, right? I think we'll also hear from the camp of KT at some point. But Emily, as someone who has been here for the good and the bad and the heartbreak, how do you read this this defeat on this World Championship final day?
I was wondering when you would come to me with this question now. I mean, obviously, I'm sad as a KT fan, but this roster achieved things that I really did not think was possible, right? And even though, obviously, Perfect got a little bullied in that game 5 by Doran and T1, I think he really stepped up to get them here. Peter really stepped up to get them here.
They're throwing T-shirts into the ground,
and I love that for this KT lineup. I never expected them to be able to make it this far, especially with this lineup.
Oh my God, it's the hats. Sorry, it's so funny. They're trying to...
This wasn't like a KT team that I really expected to ever be in this position in the first place. So I'm honestly like really, really proud of this roster.
Yeah.
I'm crushed as a KT fan. I'm also crushed specifically for like BDD, someone who's been trying to get here for so long. But I'm super, super proud of them.
And I mean, they should be super proud of themselves. I just think as pro gamers, it is so hard to not just be reliving every moment from this series over and over when you think about all the little things you would want to change. It was a 5-game series. You were one Nexus away from being world champions, from stopping T1 from getting that three-peat, and that is going to be hard for them. But I hope that, you know, whether it's next year, next week, in a few years, 5 years, that they can look back and realize what they accomplished in getting here and taking T1 to 5 was incredible, and that they can really appreciate and be proud of that.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I was just looking behind me, seeing the T-shirts. I didn't mean to take your moment because it's true. You guys have worded it very, very well in terms of we talk so much about those teams who do it once, right? FPX, EDG, Dom1 even, right? Because it is so difficult to do it again. And if I have one hope, Emily, it is that for this roster that showed so much promise and the fact that this was the first time Peter and Perfect were even at
Sadly, the thing that I'm going to do next year won't allow me to qualify to Worlds.
Rivalry for the ages, hopefully, but more chances for them in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that this T1 lineup has also proven is that if you are able to stick with a roster and train together, obviously, like, not everyone, this roster is very special, but I do think a lot of times we see orgs pivot away from teams that have developed with each other. This KT roster does seem to have a lot of chemistry together, so I'm actually quite curious to see what the org will do going forward.
I mean, I absolutely agree. You know, rosters get so little time together these days before they are, you know, really kind of just saying, all right, that's it. That's all you get. We're going to have to change things up. We're going to have to move on. So I really do hope that they get that time to try to continue building.
Your side codes and everything okay? No, I'm just contemplating life a little bit. I'm tired.
I remember this was a couple years ago, but looking into the average length of a career in LoL esports, and it was like under a year. And so it's like people have so little time, often as a pro, to really get results.
I'm just reflecting on the year, you know?
This was an incredible result from KT, even though it's not going to feel like that today. So I hope they get that time to keep building.
Yeah, some people get no chances. T1 makes chances for themselves over and over and over as they turn on the big house lights here. That's why we are even brighter than usual. Isonius, guys, sorry. But we are waiting for Faker.
For the reflection from the head
on stage, and then he has to make his way to us, and I really want to show him this, right? Because it's so
If
cool.
we said joining SK, I'm not joining SK, bro.
Everything he's been through and the kind of whole journey, and I wonder what he has to say about it, because he said in London, this one's for you guys. I wonder what this one's for, and if there's going to be another
Doran.
For Doran. Yeah, we absolutely
They didn't ask me, and
well,
I wouldn't accept even if they did.
As you know, we've seen him mature also in front of the camera, really, right? In all of these moments, and it's beautiful to see. Anything to add?
No, I mean, it's kind of crazy, right, to think about. Again, I went back as a preparation, and also because I was going to write an article that I actually didn't finish. I went back and watched BDD's debut, and already we were talking about how powerful Faker's debut was, right? Like, what a hotshot mid laner. He had grown into this really, like, well-rounded mid laner, but we still, that wasn't even halfway through the career he's had now almost, right? So that was back in 2016, so almost halfway through where we're at.
This is so cool.
And it's just so
Crazy.
cool because
SKT Faker is clear, so guys.
rival is himself.
SKT Faker clears.
And he just beat himself because he got the 1-3 beat.
I mean, it is absolutely insane, right? They're such different eras
SKT
that
Faker,
really
it's not even
hard to
close, by the
compare,
way.
because I think
SKT
the game
Faker
has also
giga
changed and
clears.
evolved in a way where it's almost impossible to have the level of individual dominance that Faker had, you know, on his debut and in those initial years. But the fact that he has been able to equal the titles, equal the finals,
He'll
is
finally get a
so
Galio skin true,
insane
bro.
after, you know, what was a longish drought, right? Where he hadn't been able to win one for quite some time. I really think no one would have believed that a couple years later, if you told them, you know, in 2021, that by 2025, Faker will make 4 finals in a row and win 3, people would be like, you are trolling.
You are crazy. Yeah.
He's on the way as well. We're not just, I know you're all like, oh, they're talking about Faker still. Well, the man deserved it, okay? I think you can all agree with this.
You can't rush the GOAT.
You can't rush the GOAT. He's on his way. It's so cool because something I said when we went into our countdown for the beginning of the first game was like, it's like a river. He permeates through all the stories. Because if you think about one of your favorite players' stories or letdowns, or whatever, he's probably played a role in it, be it as a villain or as a teammate or as, I don't know what, you know, and it's
as
so
a hero.
Interesting.
A rival, I would say, as opposed to a villain, you know?
Yeah, sorry, a rival.
I think like a lot of mid laners look up to Faker, right? Like you have so many players, BDD himself included, being like, I was inspired to play mid lane because of this person, and is now a veteran himself, right? And like, mid laners in Korea coming up now, all over the world really, are still looking at Faker and being like, I want to be like that guy.
I mean, he's such an inspiration, and he does transcend the game, because I always love when Worlds time comes around, you see top pros from every esport that I love tweeting
Thank
about,
you,
oh my
thank you.
God, it's Faker.
It's Faker time.
And I'll see people, you know, getting signed to T1 on like Valorant or other games or whatever, and they're like, I'm just hoping
I'll find time to stay in touch, guys. Don't worry. We will stay in
like
touch.
Maybe bump into him in the
We'll stay in
training
touch.
I mean, we
facility.
feel the same way, don't we?
Yeah, of course.
We'll stay in
Every time
touch.
I
I'll
run
do a
into
couple
him
of
in an
streams.
elevator
I'll
or
do
something, I'm just like,
updates.
"Ah!"
Don't worry, boys. I'll do streams and updates.
And whenever he sees me come with a photographer, he's like, it's the time for
He's
this.
like, I know what this is.
Oh, there, he brought the trophy. Oh my God. Let's go.
Faker's
Oh,
here?
this is so special, guys.
Oh, this is incredible.
I don't know how to do this gracefully, so.
Just probably pass
Yo,
over that
Faker's
set.
on the English desk, bro.
You guys can go right in the middle. Here, come on in the middle, G-Sun. They can both be right here. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Congratulations.
Hello, congratulations. You can take, which headset is it?
Either one should be fine.
Damn.
Here you go, G-Sun. Come right here. Yep.
We're making it work.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live. I absolutely love it. Yeah.
Yes.
와주셔서 너무 감사해요.
No worries. Thank you.
Oh, damn.
What was different about this journey, about your players that you played with and how they have leveled up? Because this was once again a very difficult best of 5. But how would you say this title differs from the others you've gotten?
이번 우승도 사실
Oh, shit.
작년만큼 굉장히
That was a
어려운
mouthful
경기였는데
from
그래도
Shox, and he
적인
just.
승리였던 것 같고, 그리고 저는 뭐 우승한 무조건 그 뭐지 우승한 것도 좋지만 좋은 경기를 했다는 게 굉장히 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, this match was as difficult as the last year's one, but that made this victory even more dramatic again. And I'm really happy with the fact that I managed to win the title one more time, but I'm more happy and grateful that I was able to have such a great game together.
I wanted to congratulate you on being the first ever to three-peat, 3 world championships in a row. Your previous roster with SKT1 was the closest to do it before, and you fell short in 2017. How would you compare these 2 different eras of T1? You know, the SKT1 dynasty versus the now T1 dynasty.
이제 최초로 월 3핏 달성하셨습니다. 이전에 가장 3핏에 근접했던 팀도 SKT였지만 17년도 때 좌절되었거든요. 이번에 또 T1으로서 3핏을
Bro, he won
그 당시
speaking
SKT
English.
왕조와 현재 T1 왕조를 비교하자면 어떻게 보시나요?
솔직히 예전에는 월드 우승하는 게 그렇게 어렵지
Nah, I'll be back that great overload. Don't worry. I'll be back.
굉장히 좀 어려운 경기들 많이 하기도 하고
I'll be back.
했고, 또 워낙
It's just a side quest. It's just a short side quest. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. When it's announced, it will all make sense.
난이도가 높았던 것 같은데 저희가 이뤄냈기 때문에 더 성취감 있는 것 같습니다.
In the previous run, I kind of felt like winning Worlds wasn't that difficult for us, but nowadays, recently, it was like struggles after struggles. And every team we faced, every match we played was so difficult and tough. So I kind of felt like it was like a harder mode, but that also makes us feel even stronger.
There you go. I think that said it. Anyone that says SKT
as a result
era,
because it felt harder to
SKT Faker had it easy, bro. That's the difference, bro. SKT Faker had it easy, bro.
네, 성취감은 지금이 더 큰 것 같고 예전에는 우승을 하는 게 굉장히 또 즐겁고 그냥 내가 다 이겼다라는 그런 기분이 좋았다면 지금은 어려운 것을 좀 이렇게 성장해서 이뤄냈다는 그런 성취감은 더 큰 것 같습니다.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Alan
because in
GS.
the past, it was more
666.
like I was happy that I won. I was happy that I beat everyone. But nowadays, it's more like I'm happy and grateful that I was able to step up, evolve together, grow up together. So we were able to overcome all of the hardships. So it's a lot more rewarding.
Okay, two more things I'd like to ask you. First off is, could you say something about your top laner, Doran? Because we have talked a lot this year about, is he going to get his international title?
Thank you,
Because he
Dunclad.
didn't have the
Appreciate
best
that. Thank you,
experiences
thank
in
you.
the past. What do you want to say about your top laner?
우선 가장 먼저 도란 선수에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 올해 드디어 도란 선수가 이렇게 국제
Wow, bless
무대에서
the way that we have Faker has to go to the game, bro.
좀 관심을 갖고
Blessed.
지켜봤습니다. 좀 이전에는 국제 대회에서 어떻게 보면 조금 아쉬웠던 그런 순간들도 있었던 만큼 많은 분들이 좀 기대하면서 지켜보셨는데요. 올해 어떻게 생각하세요?
도란 선수가 사실 항상 잘하기만은 하진 않았다고 생각하지만 그래도 저희 팀이 중요할 때 본인의 역할을 잘 해줬다고 생각하고요. 오늘도 사실 5세트 때도 물론 던지긴 했지만 그래도 잘한 부분도 굉장히 많고 또 저희 팀이 이제 또 도란 선수한테 좀 어려운 역할을 시켜도 잘 해내는 선수라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I can also say that he was not always playing perfectly. There were maybe sometimes ups and downs, but when the team needed him to step up, he was always there to play the role that we wanted him to play. And even in Game 5, he was doing a great job. Well, there were some moments where he threw the game, but still he was doing amazing. He did a fantastic job. So also sometimes T1 kind of asked him to execute some of the really difficult roles, and he always managed to pull it off.
Yeah, we've seen that. You've been incredibly flexible. Also, Owner played Mundo for the first time in very important match last week.
It was a
and you
dirty
seemed
little
very
enter in Game
calm
5, that's for
about
sure.
it. Can you tell me about that moment and the trust that you seem to have in everybody?
또 이제 오너 선수가 저번 경기 매우 중요한 순간에서 첫 문도 경기를 이제 하셨는데 너무 중요했는데 다들 선수분들이 너무 정심이 있어 보이더라고요. 그 당시에 좀 어땠는지 그리고 또 어느 정도 신뢰를 바탕으로 이런 또 픽을 꺼내들 수 있는 건가요?
I don't think T1 has made any decisions about the roster will look like next year.
아니라고 생각을 했고 그때 이제 8강전 5세트에서 저희가 문도가 좀 필요한 조합이라고 생각을 했어가지고 팀적으로 승련도보다는 그래도 픽적으로 좀 중요한 픽을 해야겠다라고 다들 생각이 있었던 것 같고 또 오너 선수도 그 처음 하는 챔피언을 그래도 잘 막 엄청 던지진 않고 플레이해줘서 고맙다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Honestly, when we thought of Mundo, it was not a very difficult role to kind of execute in the game. And in game number 5 in the quarterfinals, if I remember correctly from Faker, our comp needed it. Our comp needed that champion. And so we didn't want to care too much about the mastery and proficiency. We rather wanted to focus on the champion that kind of rounds out our comp in the end.
You've had a long history against BDD.
Is BDD the most Elo player?
As much as you've won, you've also had defeats
He
in your
was.
career.
But then
Do you
suddenly,
have any words for BDD,
bro,
who
some of his
made
teammates
his
started
first
playing
World
us.
Finals, but you winning obviously means he is experiencing some of that heartbreak.
I'll say
that you have
Tarzan
at times as
was Elo held this year.
BDD 선수와 역사가 굉장히
We also have
깊으시잖아요.
rookie.
그런 만큼 페이커 선수도 수없이
Like, let's say BDD made a finals, perfect and Peter.
로부터 많은 패배를 경험하시기도 했습니다. 그리고 오늘 이 자리에서는 페이커 선수가 이겼다는 것은 또 BDD 선수가 페이커 선수가 이전에 경험했던 그런 슬픈 패배를 지금 겪고 계신다는 말씀인데 혹시 BDD 선수께 또 이 자리를 빌어서 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있으실까요?
네, 오늘 BDD 선수가 굉장히 잘 플레이했다고 생각하고 그리고 이제 KT라는 팀이 올 한 해 동안 그렇게 좀 좋은 결과를 만들어내지 못했는데 이번에 저희가 KT를 만났을 때 느낀 거는 굉장히 팀적으로 좀 준비가 잘 되어 있고 좀 조직적이라는 생각을 많이 하게 됐고
I don't know. I feel like rookie
한 해 동안 만들었던 그런 플레이들로
likes being Elo held.
팀원들의 신뢰가 쌓인 거라고 생각하고요. 그런 부분들이 굉장히 저는 대단하다고
That's the only explanation.
그리고 BDD 선수 개인적인 퍼포먼스도
He just wants to surround himself with shitty teammates.
되게 좋은 경기 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Like some cock and ball torture type shit.
I think I can say KT this year, they were not always having the best result. You know, they were having some struggles. But today in the match, what I was able to tell is that they're so well
Don't harm me.
organized.
You know
as a
exactly
team,
what I
and
mean.
Their movement as a team was so good. I could see that their preparation was already there and was so good. I think it was able to happen because BDD, his performance has been phenomenal so far. So it was built based on the trust and faith they have in BDD. So I want to say, BDD, I have a mad respect for that, and also his individual performance has been amazing recently. So I want to say, I also have a huge respect to BDD.
Okay, lovely. Finally, Faker, we have huge respect for you, of course, on the English broadcast, and we had the idea to take a look at all the eras there have been for Faker, and there's a vinyl that fits with it. And here we have this one, which is when you started out. We also have this. Wonderful memory as well. Then we had the question of, is it going to happen once again? The heartbreak, of course, unfortunately, in 2017 and in 2022. And I was wondering if you wanted to have this one, because this is the 6 stars, the fact that you've made it, Faker's version, the three-peat, and if you want to say anything about this huge
Bro, imagine how much
achievement
cool
and
shit
what's
Faker must have in his office/room, bro.
이제 페이커 선수의
Bro, he has only trophies and fucking silverware and gold, bro.
앨범을 여러 개 만들어 봤는데요.
Bro, he probably has like the coolest gifts ever, bro. He probably got gifted like a fucking golden statue by
많은
MBS.
사람들이 의심했을 때 우승할 수 있을까 해서 또 한 번 우승을 하기도 했었고, 이제 6번째 별을 달게 된 버전.
Thank you very much, operagx.
이 업적에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지, 앞으로 또 어떤 좀 길을 나아가실 것 같나요?
이렇게 또 저의 업적에 대해서 많은 팬분들과 많은 분들이 이제 또 저를 응원해 주셔서 감사하다는 생각이고, 나중에 또 할아버지가 되면은 이 에피판을 들으면서 잘 살아보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 또 이거 또 많이 팔릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for all the fans who has been supporting all along for this achievement. And when I get old, when I become a grandpa, I will cue this vinyl and have a great life, enjoy my life, and I'm pretty sure that this is gonna sell really well.
That is amazing. Interview 감사합니다. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations
감사합니다.
once again, Faker. Amazing job, Jisun, as always.
Killing it.
Yeah, for sure. And we're gonna send you off. I wonder how, because you have to take the trophy, of course. So do we just is someone gonna help with the trophy, perhaps?
이제 보내드리려고 하는데요. 이거 가지고
no,
가실 수 있겠습니까?
no need.
He's got it.
No
It's his
need.
trophy.
No need.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Alright.
Other side, I think. There you go. Fighting, indeed.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Some photos, yes, as we go.
Oh.
Sure, live photos.
All right, just make Faker carry
Now we're
more.
gonna pass
Just
up
make
an
him carry
opportunity to
more,
take a photo
bro.
with the goat.
Whoa. Okay. Yes, we're still live.
Yeah.
We're just.
Come on. Yes, of course.
Yay. Awesome. We are still live, so we're gonna keep going. I wanted to get some of the people in here, perhaps, maybe.
Thank you, Faker.
Thank you so much, Faker.
Thank you.
For the photo as well and for taking the time. Jason.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you
It's so
guys.
messy. I love
Yeah,
it.
I have
That's
met
what it's
Faker in
like.
real
It's
life
the
maybe
end.
like
We
20
got to
times
talk
in
to
total.
Faker. Everybody should come in because
And I swear,
we might see T1
instinctively,
again in 2026.
you bow
We
deep.
definitely will, and maybe they make it for that
You
run
bow
at Worlds
deep,
again.
man.
But something we will not have in 2026
you bow deep, man.
is Chronicler, as
Get in
everybody
here.
can join.
Oh no.
I think
We
you
are
all
saying
maybe
goodbye
seen
to
already,
Chronicler for the 80th
you
time.
know that this is the last event
The
for
last
now,
goodbye.
So let's take a look back at our favorite moments and memories.
I'm Atlas, and I'm joined for the first time.
Oh, they made a video
by
for
the
him.
Chronicler. Welcome to the LCK. Finally, it only took you like what, a few weeks to get here? Extraordinary stuff.
I know. Yeah. You know, I was like, LCK, right? Like, how cool was it?
Chronicler's moving on with his life, guys.
Kind of looked like he was about to go to his Latin dance class, but then decided that he had to do like a drug deal beforehand.
What happened? He flashed over the wall! He did, they knew what the word was! Diablo's in a flash, he just flashed over the wall! He's crazy!
Oh god, oh god. Oh, up with the Giga Jets! They're gonna make it to playoffs! Gonna be rolled in! Whoa,
DK has a great chance. Are you trying to choke me or what? No! Don't do this to me! No! I trust DK! DK! Show your ability! Show your skills! DK, you can do it!
Well, DK
I
will be
trust
able to
you!
do it.
What does it say?
What does it say? What does it say? Let's go, bro.
Who did they beat? Who did they
Give me
beat?
the microphone, peasant. I came here today to crown Wadid. I had the crown on my. I was ready to give it to him because he had done so well. But guess what? He's not good enough.
He lost the
Better luck next year.
I want to thank all the fans who have been living for the LCK for the last 5 years. It's been an incredible honor to be an LCK caster. It's been incredible, and I'm very grateful that I've been able to do this. Thank you so much.
He's a good-looking man. He's gonna do good, guys.
Man, I just want to say, Mao, like, you're an incredible caster, but you are such a better person and friend, and I'm really gonna miss you, man.
Yeah, we're gonna miss you so much.
Gonna miss you, buddy.
I'm gonna miss all of you too. Thank you.
You have the mic for a sec if you want.
Okay, well, I got nothing to say. I've said everything I want to. This was an amazing final. Thank you so much for having me all these wonderful years. I will never forget any of it, and I'm gonna miss every single one of you on the desk and every single one still watching from home. Thank you so much.
Right back at you. We're gonna miss you so much you don't even know it, Mao. It's gonna be a very weird year without you, but you know, it's our honor to continue what you have started, be it being very warm to everyone, be it inviting everybody to
But turn off the lights.
make sure that we hang out.
A brunch!
Yes!
And
be
the
it
brunch, yeah.
brunch! Amazing cast. Like, thank you so much from all of us, of course. And that's it, I guess. Everybody,
it.
thank you so much for joining me. And
Wow, that was just miss me on Analyst Desk. Gonna lie. Bro, this group is such a vibe, by the way. They're all so nice.
C1, and on behalf of everybody
They're all
here
so
that
damn
you see
nice.
on screen, but maybe more importantly, everyone behind the screen that has made this happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to you, our viewer, for watching us for one more year. I hope you had an unbelievable Worlds, and we'll see you in 2026.
I think we're all hoping for the same thing. A series that goes the distance and a telecom war to rule them all.
It all comes down to one final game of League of Legends.
It'll take a miracle for them to get this
All
one
right,
out,
bros. I think there's nothing else to say. That my fiance start streaming. I don't know if she started to stream. No. Alright. You're gonna watch CS Major. I'm gonna I'm so tired, guys. I don't know, I feel so exhausted. I feel like I need to rest. I feel quite empty that everything is over. I feel very empty that everything is over, bro. There's the videos out. What do we do now? I think we take a nap, bro. We take a nap. Homies, thank you very much for choosing me as your League of Legends provider. We will our off-season content will be basically just rewatching all the worlds, learning everything we can from KT and Genji and T1. When's the next stream? Probably gonna stream tomorrow, bro. Like we're gonna do like breakdowns and dig deep and really break down the best way to play the game, you know? So be ready for the next season. You're coaching this season? I'm not coaching this season. This season is already over. We just watched the final map. The game 5 of the finals. There's no more games in this season. I meant the winter. Well, you wasted your one question. So you wasted. Nah, Q Boaster is a goof, bro. Q Booster, like if I had it open right now, you would get easy 600 second to the forehead. Rage bait. Are you co-streaming the major? I doubt it. Think My plan now. What is Faker trying to tell us? In the picture? What a series this was, bro.
Hoping for the same thing. A series that
Need a cardiologist and a drink. What a finals. What is Faker's message to us? That no matter what you do, no matter what you try, no matter how hard you work, it doesn't matter because Faker is better than you. That's Faker's message. Faker's legend is the only legend because he kills every other legend. Knight, Chovy, BDD. Endless, mate. Aguma owner and Keria all top 10 players ever. I don't know if I would be ready to put Gumayushi there. Just by the nature of his role. I think Keria is the only one that maybe could slot in there because I think that Keria is the GOAT support. Owner is also maybe tough. I think Keria is a shoe-in. I know this is cool, but what will happen to the league if Chovy rolls up to top and join T1, coach? I don't know, man. I hope that doesn't happen. I want the Chovy journey to conclude in a natural way. I think that if you want to... at least for me, I care about domestic success too. I care about like the cool part about Ruler and Deft is that they have been fucking on GOAT levels with so many different supports, so many different teams, you know? I will dominate win live by accident. Bro, I think he knows he's streaming, no? I think he knows. But he's not saying anything. Does he know? I'm telling him.
Oh, shit. I turned on my stream. Here we go, guys. Bro, how do I get it even?
All right, he didn't know. He didn't know. He wanted to take a picture.
Bro, how do I get it even? I tried.
You don't get it even, bro. You don't get it even.
It wasn't that hype. Like, let me explain. Like, there wasn't like crazy clutch moments in the games. It was just like Drake fights. No? Is that wrong to say?
Everyone played too solid.
No, not the opening ceremony. I mean the games. Not the
Bro.
not the opening ceremony. I don't mean that.
Like, by the nature of Fearless, in terms of quality, it definitely was one of the weaker finals in terms of like level. But I don't think level was necessarily tied to like how interesting it was. I got excited. I had fun. I think that nothing can come close. Nothing can come close to obviously T1 Bilibili and DRX and T1. We will never get anything close to it, bro. I think T1 Bilibili will be the highest level finals we will ever get in the history of the game, bro. All right, let me just check if my fiance is if she is gonna stream. All right. Okay, next time you'll see me, guys, at the Red Bull event. I'll be at the Red Bull event. I will be at the League Awards. And otherwise, I'm just doing the usual streams. I'm gonna climb some solo queue. I'm gonna play some Dr. Mundo. The usual, you know? Now I'm gonna lay down and rest and contemplate life, bros. Any variety? I don't know. I'm too addicted. I am too addicted, my friend. Your first time in Mundo? I'm playing in Mundo. Mundo. I'm smurfing so hard, bro. I'm gonna climb so fast playing jungle. Just play purple champs. Play Silas and Mundo all the way to rank 1. I built this before Kaz built this. So it's my build. He studied me, bro. Alright, guys. Catch you on the flippity flip, yeah? All the best to all of you. Why Mandate? I had only gold to buy Mandate. It was like a game deciding fight. It wasn't like my choice. It just, Mandate is very cheap. Like, look at the stats of Mandate, okay? Look at the stats of Mandate. Look, it gives 60 AP, 20 ability haste. And I had Rumble ult. Actually, Rumble ult doesn't even fucking slow. So I'm just talking shit. Anyhow. Stream is over? Yeah, stream is over, guys. Thank you very much for watching me, guys. Thank you for choosing me as your world's provider. Streams will continue. And then hopefully the announcement for what's gonna happen. I hope, yeah, it's gonna come out soon. It's gonna come out soon. Praise. All the best, bros. Arigatou gozaimasu. Kamsahamnida. And bye-bye.